Microsoft is. Go ahead. I'll okay. Do you know the password?
Yes, sir.
Can you open up an incognito window and do it there?
Azure. Can I still do it from here? From the log in? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I kind of wanted you to type it in because it may be holding some cookies from that,
From that initial login? Give me 1 second. Let me see what the password is.
or what I'm saying, it may be the wrong password. Not saying that you don't know your password, but it may have changed and it did not change in that cache. So it may be trying to use something old, possibly.
Yeah. Let's make sure.
I feel like I'm putting you on the spot here. Cool.
Okay.
All right. So now let's go to, I don't like this screen. Go to portal.azure.com. I'll put it in the chat if you need it. And throw that in the incognito. Take that the link from the chat and put it in the incognito window. Um, just because you may be holding on to old cookies. You're still logged in, right? With the incognito, that incognito two over there, that tab to the right. Oh yeah.
It still did the same thing, but let's maybe it's me.
And just for everybody to know, while we're troubleshooting this is we'll talk more about this today because we're trying to get into a virtual machine or in a virtual environment, and we'll be talking about virtual machines today too. So it all falls in together. So I'm glad on that. The two factor, it is
Did
redirecting
it last time.
everywhere. Jesus.
This is what it did last time. It just kind of like kept going through and cycling like it was authenticating on
Are
a.
you are you on a school network?
No, sir. This is not on the school's domain. This is on like my own personal laptop that they gave us.
Why is it redirected so many times?
And this is an account that I've never logged into any of my A&M portals.
um,
And then yeah, there we go. That's the end result every time.
and this is incognito. Okay, so is that account active?
Yes, sir. It's my active account. This is the one I actually use for business. So this gets stuff sent to it every day.
Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me think.
While we do that, I'm gonna hop back to the little CompTIA thingy so it doesn't time me out.
Okay, go ahead. And make sure you check the. Let me see what you see in your classroom to make sure that you see the same thing that I posted. Last thing I posted was on the 22nd.
It's like it's not updating, and the last thing I see is the 14th. Give me
Okay.
1 second. I'll let this thing go down, or I can actually navigate from here.
Go ahead and stop sharing while you got your email up.
Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Stop sharing. Don't share anything. Can you take away the rights, please?
Hold on. I got it.
No. Thank you.
Okay. Do me a favor. Make sure you have your system updated as far as the OS is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen that you needed a new Chrome version. Update the Chrome version. Not saying that that's it, but that redirection is weird. That's not normal actions. Not just to go into a Microsoft account. But we did get in. It did get into one piece, but when you wanted to go over to the Azure part, it started to redirect as if you wasn't supposed to be there. Okay, we'll jump back on it.
Okie dokie. Thank you.
Savala, you having the same type of issue or
So it was causing some issues. I think what it might have been, I think the school account. Did you use your school email too? The Bulldogs email?
No, I did not. I don't use my Bulldog's email.
Okay. Okay. Because I know for a fact when I tried using that, it didn't work. What is my
are you on
personal
are you on
email?
campus?
Technically, yes, but no. I stay off campus, but I'm a grad student, so I guess they consider me on campus because I
Well,
take my
no,
on-campus
I
classes.
mean more on the what Wi-Fi are you using to
Oh
where
no, I have my personal Wi-Fi. A&M's
okay.
Wi-Fi is horrible.
Because the reason why I asked that question is that when it comes to governing what you can see and cannot see, uh, your school can look at that traffic. I always say, hey, they can look at the traffic. Your school IT department can look at that traffic and redirect you if you're trying to get to Azure, because Azure is it's just like going to their AD systems that's on premise, and so they may have a redirection in that, which it kind of looked like. That's what Sydney had. Sydney, is this your personal laptop or a school laptop?
So I tried it on both, like the work A&M computer, and I tried it on my own personal, and both times it was unable to like assign in to the Azure part. And as far as using like the schools, like Sydney.Fleming at aamu.edu, our Microsoft account, That doesn't work for me. I've never been able to successfully authenticate and log in, so I don't even know.
What? Is anybody else having issues getting into Microsoft Azure? Has anybody got into Azure?
No, sir, I haven't, but I'm gonna try again right now.
I haven't tried it yet. We try.
What? Oh, y'all blocked? Okay, I might have to create a user for everybody.
I got into mine, but because I was unfamiliar with navigating it, I couldn't really do much, but I was able to get into it with no problem.
So what is different than your account than everybody else's account? Did you use a personal, Bridget? Did you use a personal email?
Yeah, all my stuff is personal.
Which shouldn't be no different than
Does it
what some-
matter our type of internet we're utilizing? Maybe like Safari, Chrome.
That's the only thing that I've seen that's my next ask of Sydney. Can she update her
They
browser?
updated it.
But if everybody else is having an issue, then it's more on how do we just get into Microsoft? No, get out of here. Guess. How do we get into Microsoft properly and then navigate over to Azure? Am I missing something here? English. Oh, you know what though? Nah, I ain't gonna blame that. Microsoft did have a outage today, but I'm not gonna blame that because I'm assuming y'all probably tried this before today, right?
I tried it on Wednesday and Thursday of last week, and it wasn't working for me.
Mm-mm-mm. Microsoft jacked up. I don't know why it's going to default in Spanish, but okay.
I was gonna say, okay, you can speak Spanish.
Nah. So Sydney, go back to Incognito's, log in with your account, and then go to your Microsoft account. Now, I'm not going to troubleshoot it when I think this may just be a Microsoft issue because we'll be here all night. And this is I don't have time for that. I don't want to blame Microsoft just yet, but see if you can go to your Microsoft account. The details that I'm showing here, if you could pull those same things up. Okay. So in here, I should be able to put Azure. Yeah.
And then go where from the 2 laptops?
Which one are you at?
I'm at the first part whenever you go into account.
Okay. So in account, you see these kind of like 9 dots up here in the top left-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
Click that and then click on more apps, kind of over to the left. I mean the right, sorry.
Mhm.
That'll take you over here. Can you see all of what I see? And it doesn't have to be one for one, but as long as you can see this particular page.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now check this out. Go to open up a different tab. Do not close out your tabs. Just open up and type in Azure Microsoft in Google. And do not click on the first link, but click on the Microsoft Azure link, which is, well, the portal link right here that you see.
Where it says cloud computing service,
Yes, ma'am.
services.
The portal portion.
Portal portion. Okay. Yes, sir.
What does it do? Is it going through your whole redirection piece again?
It is. I'm gonna try it one more time. Yeah, it's just redirecting me again.
One more piece, and then I'm gonna jump into the class. One more piece. Go back to your account window.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have two-factor enabled on your
No, sir, I do not.
enable? Find a two-factor and enable it.
Okay.
That may make you download a mobile device. A mobile app called Security, Microsoft Authenticator,
Mm-hmm.
for two-factor,
Yes, sir.
and then try those steps again. Because what I'm thinking, what it's trying to do also is sometimes when you have things federated, federation is out of the scope of what we're learning. But federations take that username and password, and then it says, okay, this is Sydney. Redirect her over here and verify her here. And that federation says that we have a connection, we understand who this is, we can verify her. But if you don't have that, then that that redirection that you see in the URL is trying to get it. Is trying to go there. So it kind of saying, hey, let's go here, let's verify her, and it's sending redirecting back. It said, no, 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 we don't have two factors set up or something like that, and redirecting you back. And it's kind of going in this loop. Yes, Caleb.
How you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So, this is outside of the questions that well, what you're doing right now. But I was trying to ask you, can you explain ransomware to me?
Yeah.
Because the context behind it is that at my job, I work at Starbucks. Right now, we're not able to like see our schedules or edit them because of a ransomware on one of their third-party companies that control that.
So 1 second, Sydney. Are you good with the two factor trying to set it up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, try to set it up and then run through these steps again, and just shoot me a direct message if it worked or not. And then if not, I'll try to think of something else. Ransomware. Ransomware is, and as you can see here, I posted it on 22nd. But let me see. Close this out. Ransomware is the ability to lock out one's computer using encryption, right? So what the hacker will do will use some type of social engineering attack or some type of way to lure that user in order to download and then click on a particular file. So you remember that time I said that sometimes you can take a thumb drive and write the most important person's name on that thumb drive and then drop it in a bathroom or in a sidewalk somewhere, and someone will see that and say, you know what, I'm gonna plug this in and take that chance and see that could intentionally um, go ahead and encrypt a PC with ransomware. Now, with the ransomware, what happens is that only thing it does is that it puts a password on all of the hard drive. So this hard drive right here that I got full up, that I only got a gig left. um, what this will do is that they can put a password on this particular hard drive, and now what I had access to, I don't have access anymore. And that particular software of hard ransomware can have like a web page or kind of like a full screen alert showing that, hey, in order for you to get your disk drive back, in order for you to get your files back, I'll give you the password for it, but you got to pay me some money. That's the ransom. Um, Ransomware is still prevalent. It's probably the number one um, virus, not virus, but attack out there, just because it's easy to implement. It's easy to play on people's intelligence, and and get that to, like you see already in firsthand, just kind of cripple a company, especially if they're not prepared for it. So this is the one that I came in kind of with when I was working at a TV company. They wanted to, Bitcoin was just getting off the ground, but they really wanted to get paid in Bitcoin. And sometimes they'll leave this counter there to kind of entice you to go ahead and get in contact with them and give them the money. They will backdoor into that software and go ahead and put in the password to give you your files back. The problem with this is that they haven't left your computer. So if, even though you paid 2 Bitcoins to this person, 6 months later, they can go ahead and, if you didn't wipe that computer, they can go ahead and lock your computer again and ask for another 2 Bitcoins. But all in all, that's ransomware in a nutshell. You can you could go on the dark web and get some ransomware, and then try to implement it and get people to basically just lock up their machines. Um, this is the number one thing. The number one thing to prepare against a ransomware is having backups. And again, this is something that we could talk about today. Is that given the fact that you have the cloud to back up your systems, have backups, because if and when someone comes in contact with a ransomware, you can say, hey man, I'm not paying the ransom, and go ahead and wipe the computer clean and then reinstall the OS and reinstall the applications from the backups. That way you don't have to pay a ransom and you don't have to worry about that person coming back on later and re-enabling that ransom, that encryption. Any questions?
No, thank you very much. Cause yeah, I was reading I was reading up on it and trying to see why we can't do our scheduling, and I seen that pop up on the news. So I was like, oh wow. Well, in the
Yeah,
article.
is ransomware is a very real thing. This is, back when I was coming up, it was more of worms and Trojan horses and things like that. Things that you can, they'll put a link there and then it downloads to your computer as something else. Back then we didn't have toolbars. We had to download the toolbar and then put it up there, and that could be a Trojan horse. you thought it was one thing and end up being something else. And so you will use your antivirus to wipe it clean. Whereas a ransomware, it's encrypting it using something that's totally right. Like we already learned what encryption is. Encryption is taking something readable, making it unreadable. You typically can do that by just putting a password on it. So if you look here at your screen, when I go to the info tab and I put protection presentation, it's going to ask me to encrypt with a password. That's the only thing ransomware is. Then I ask for a ransom. You know what I mean? So I know the password. You want this document. I ask you for the money. You give me the money. I go ahead and unencrypt it. I give you the password, and you can get into the document. They're just doing that on your whole hard drive.
I wonder if they're gonna get away with this.
9 times out of 10, they are.
Yeah.
They haven't, with all the cyber attacks that you've seen, you really haven't seen anybody really kind of taking an L on it. Not like how like our entertainers are taking L's. But good question, good topic. Any other questions? All right. While I got y'all here, go ahead and drop your name in the chat for roster. Now we got we're doing lesson 7. Sydney, I do not know why it's not loading the whole classroom for you. Is everybody's can everybody see lesson 6 on the classwork? Or maybe it's me.
Yes, I see it.
So Sydney,
Yes, I can see it.
I'm gonna ask you to update your Google Chrome, and then let's try working those issues out. All right, let me close that up and let's get into today's lesson. Yeah, my name's in lesson 7, summarizing virtualization and cloud concepts. So the cloud is all around us. We use it every day. We just tried to get into it just a while ago with our situations of we got to figure that out of why that accounts is not going in. But anyway, we use the cloud every day. Now, that's a good while I'm here. That's a good way to have a backup, given the fact that you can't get into your Microsoft account. That could be a good reason why you want another cloud provider to have those certain files ready to go just in case you have this issue. Now, the thing about Microsoft is that they're not great when it comes to logging in. Their IAM is sometimes it could be too restrictive, and they want certain things in place. Or like in the case, the first thing I asked her to do is to clear her cache by signing out and forgetting that by the browser. Sometimes I even tell the user to go ahead and restart the machine in order to drop it all. But I'll continue to work with you to try to get that cleared out. Now let's go ahead and jump into virus. Let's go ahead and jump into virtualization. So you have 2 types of hypervisors. Hypervisors
You're not
are,
sharing your screen.
geez, throwing me off. Good catch. Thank you. All right, let me go back.
No problem.
Lesson 7, virtualization. So we have hypervisors. Hypervisors are the machines that's going to be able to give us, that's going to be able to break down our main machine, our hardware machine, into different virtual machines. Now, your virtual machines is just like having a extra computer within itself. It's going to use resources that's already there in order to create either an OS, or it can create just the application, but behind those scenes is still the OS projecting that application out. So you have two types. You have a bare metal type, which is type 1. And that's going to be this one down here where it says the hypervisor and then goes off to the virtual machine manager. And that's going to give off the different types of OSs that it can have. Or you can have a host based machine. So this is what I constantly showed to you guys, which is the virtual box. I got the hardware, my actual laptop, right? The physical laptop. That's what I mean by the bare metal or the hardware. And then on top of that, or within it, is the operating system. Now, on that operating system, I have VirtualBox. And I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up. And VirtualBox runs as a application, but what it does behind the scenes is that it goes into my memory, it goes into my hard drive, and then it creates a virtual machine. In this case, I have a server and I have a workstation that's totally different than my actual machine here. So just for visual purposes, I'm going to spin up real quick because I don't want to tax out my resources. I'm gonna spin up my Windows 10 machine real quick. And for a lot of businesses, this is wonderful because back in the day, what we would have to do if we wanted, let's say, a test machine, or we wanted a server to run our application on, we would have to get a physical box, a physical computer, and make it into whatever we wanted to make it into. So we had to put the OS on it, and then we had to put the application on it. But here nowadays, where I can take my simple laptop and now put a application on it, that's going to spin up a whole nother computer. Now it may be slow as all get out, but it's still another computer that I can use to test things on. So you can see here, I'm pulling up Windows 10. Now I'm not going to log into it, but I just wanted to make sure that you've seen. Really what I want you to see is that it's logging me in like a regular computer, but when I drop it down into the separate window, I still have this computer to look at. And so it may go too slow to show you exactly what I want to show, but we're going to try. Going into computer management. This computer name is GWTN141-10. This virtual machine should be totally different. It should be, honestly, Windows PC 15. It should be the name that I gave it. But my point is that it takes from these physical attributes here in order to create this. But this is its own entity. This is its own particular PC. Something that I did not pay for, but yet I'm using my own software to create these things. Okay, finally went in. And the reason why is because I have bare minimum requirements on it. So bare minimum on the hard drive space as well as the memory space. So I'm not going to bore you guys with that. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. Now, this is great for whenever you want to have a test machine. You're testing out a new piece of software. You want to see how something acts on a, like, let's take Sydney's issue, right? So what she could do if she had a virtual box installed on a computer, she could possibly spin up that virtual machine, go into that browser on that virtual machine to see if she has that same problem on a brand new machine. And if she doesn't have that problem on a brand new machine, then she can eliminate her she can eliminate her PC being the problem and really kind of focus in on their account. So remember, if I'm saying bare metal and type 1, then we're talking about just the hardware and then a hypervisor on top of that. The hypervisor that you normally see in the business is VMware. VMware is a big name company, and you typically don't see these outside of system admins. They can work on these and be able to give these out to people in IT. So if someone in IT is trying to run, let's say, ServiceNow, which is a help desk ticket application, they can run that uh, they can build on the hypervisor. They can get the virtual machine manager ready and then spin up a OS particular for that particular application. All right. Any questions? Excuse me. All right. So the use for virtualization, we got several different ways that we can use virtual machines. First thing is what I've shown you guys is the client side virtualization. That's going to be something that's going to be local to that person, and they can use it for a variety of reasons. But you got to make sure that you have enough space on your computer in order to spin that thing up. Because if not, then you'll see your physical computer take a hit when it comes to performance, as well as your virtual machine. Your virtual machine may be somewhat decent at speed. It will severely degrade what you're using for your physical machine. You have server side virtualization, creating the server and then pushing the resources out to wherever they're needed. Now, this is more, you're going to see more admins have priority over these. Your regular clients are probably not going to get access to a server and then be able to work in their applications 9 times out of 10. More than likely, we will push the application in the container to them, but not the server wise. So a lot of times I see this with IT admins, network admins, where we can get a server assigned to us, run our applications on it, and be able to maintain it and take care of it that way. And what I mean by take care of it, sometimes you got to run updates on your application. Sometimes you got to run updates on your server. It's according what situation you're in, what company are you at. A lot of times you have your server team working on those things, and not only is your server team working with the physical servers that they may have in a data center, they have to work on your virtual machines. And now, when you think about a virtual machine, when you think, go back to this example, we can have hundreds, if not thousands, of this on one particular server, right? And now, all of those servers that we need, because, and this is a good way I can explain it. Your normal server is going to be built like this one, where you see how the VM is at the top, but it's going to be one server, one OS, and then the hypervisor will be on that, and then they can give each OS to particular applications. Okay, now this could be, it's according how much power can the server have in order to have as many guest OSs for it. But what I'm saying is that each guest OS is going to be a particular function for whatever it's trying to do. So if we're looking at an application may have a web server hooked to it, as well as the application itself, and then the database. So when you think about that, you're thinking about something that a user can interact with. So that'll be the web server that it is. The functions inside would be the application. But then how do we keep the client's information that they log in? They're using their username and password, stuff that's on their profile. All of that stuff would be the database. Each three of those sectors will have their own different OS dedicated to just that particular machine. or that particular OS. Okay, so for right here, it may be this first OS may be just the application. The second OS may be just the web server. The third may just be the database. Okay, and all of this can be encompassed in one particular virtual machine, which is great. On the other hand, we can deploy out containers. And if a user doesn't necessarily need the whole server, then we could just give them access to the applications by sending out containers. And these containers, they run similar to virtual machines where we have the physical server, the physical box, and the host OS. Then that Docker engine is going to dictate what type of application that we have on it, and then how we're going to push that thing out. So if it's a Docker engine that participates in Linux, then our application is going to be Linux based and it's going to work in that particular setting. Okay. Now this is great for, let's say, in a warehouse where we have these standalone computers and we just want them to get to the database in order to see the application on the inventory, right? Instead of pushing that whole database, that whole application as particular machine or having someone image it for it, we could just push the application to a particular, let's say, a smaller PC, a Raspberry Pi or something like that, and just have that particular user log into the application, log the information that needs to go down, and then they're able to move on. Am I breaking up? Am I still clear, or am I breaking up?
You clear now.
It's off and on.
One second. All right, y'all stop me if I'm breaking in and out, and especially if I miss a good part, bit. So virtualization, the resource requirements, when we're throwing on these virtual machines, again, it's going to take away from our CPU and our RAM. Now it can share the networking piece of it. That could be a factor. And you'll see that when it comes to if you're wanting to hook this virtual machine up to the network and actually communicate to it offline or in a different network, you'll see that resource being taxed. So you want to make sure that you have a robust infrastructure for this particular virtual machine, because it's going to tax it as it's starting to run, because it's essentially turning your computer into it's essentially tearing your computer into half or pieces, right? And now I don't want to use I wanted to use an analogy, but y'all might essentially splitting itself, but having the same functions. So we want to make sure that we have a robust type of infrastructure. Now, the security that goes along with this is that you got to treat this virtual machine as if it's a new computer. So with that, you got to make sure that you're running your patches. You got to make sure that you treat it when it comes to IAM or people logging into it the same way. You don't want someone to not be able to get into your physical computer, but they can see that your guest virtual machine is vulnerable and they can see it from the public side. And if they can get to it, then there's a possibility that they have access to anything networked inside of that. Okay, so we want to make sure that we keep the security requirements just the same when it comes to virtual machines as well as physical machines. Now, VM escaping is a thing. And what that means is that I'm able to get to a particular VM, but as a hacker, I'm able to manipulate the settings in order to give me access to the physical machine that gave the virtual machine its life, right? That's incredibly hard to do unless it's kind of like it's a settings, some configurations that you put in place in order for that to actually happen. And so you don't want, again, going when it comes to hardening a computer, you want to have that same mindset when it comes to hardening a virtual machine, because it's going to have the same implications if you let someone hack into that machine. All right. Cloud concepts. The good characteristics about the cloud is that it's such a flexible machine. It can be spun up at the drop of a dime. It could be spun down just as quick. So the scalability is there. The high availability, where we can always pretty much get to it. Um, it could be in several different spots in America as well as the world. So not only can we use the servers that's here on the East Coast, but we can use it in the Midwest and the West as well in order to replicate our services, in order to kind of keep us with a high availability at all times. Now, the metered utilization piece of it is paying as you go. You use what you can, and then you pay for what you've used. If you don't use it, then they don't charge you for that. This is such an important thing, because when it's back in the day and we had to actually uh, buy every particular server, every physical server, the applications would get so advanced to where they're not utilizing all of the features that a physical server could do. And so now you had to dedicate one application to one server, and it's not even using maybe a tenth of the server's power. And so now it's kind of a wasted investment, especially if you could just have someone build you a container or a virtual machine to do the same thing. So paying as you go could be wonderful when it comes to your budget, especially in the IT department, because every piece of money that you could save could go to either upgrades, or in my case, I would love to, give people raises just because of the money that we save. Now, the high availability is great. Scalability, like I said, you're able to, if you had to order old servers in, you had to wait to maybe 3 to 6 months, not 3 to 6 months, sorry, 3 to 6 weeks for something to actually be shipped in. Then you have to get it set up in the data center, whereas a that could take something that is minutes in the cloud. It could take approximately maybe 3 to 4 months for it actually becomes ready to roll out physically. So the scalability of a service provider is top notch. um, it could be rapid when the elasticity comes into play, where it could be, hey, we need more we need more storage now. It could be a click of a button. We need more memory. It could be a click of the button. And so that's wonderful when it comes to the efficiency of time. um, Now, shared resources is great when it comes to actually taking things from your computer and putting it on the cloud. That's seamless nowadays. It can also go from mobile devices to desktops too, right? So you can use the cloud to back up the things on your mobile phones, as well as your tablets, as well as any computer that you may have. All right, we talked about this in a little bit in Security Plus. We'll get back to it. Uh, Cloud deployment models. So these are the different types of models that you will see in the real world. Private cloud. Private cloud is pretty much you have a a whole cloud setup to that one particular business. It's not shared with anyone. It's only particular to you. So now you don't have to worry about your IP addresses, or you don't have to worry about any type of files or folders that may be crossed over or seen by other people. Everything is particular to your particular company. Now, a lot of times, if you work for a company and they already have a database or a data center, they can, if they have the right network and they make that available to everyone via the internet, they essentially created their own private cloud, right? Whereas, I'm sorry, I started here, but whereas a public cloud is open to everyone, we see that with the cloud services that we constantly use. And my favorite one to always kind of bring up is Google. Um, with the classroom that we use as this class, this is in the cloud. This is how we share our information together. You can see it. I'm here in South Carolina, but yet I'm able to give you guys the updates as soon as I post it, and you're able to see the information there. um it's quick, but the thing about it is that when it comes to the public cloud, those companies that may need security or sensitivity as far as privacy is concerned, public cloud hosts a lot of users on a particular server, and that's where we kind of want to get away from. If we need that privacy, we want to go to a private cloud. A community cloud and a hybrid cloud, real quick, is we have a bit of our information on premise, we have a bit of our information in a cloud environment. And so those two things together will create a hybrid, right? So think of if you have your school. If your school has a data center or some type of, wherever the servers are, if they're hosting information there, that's on premise. But then if they still have the Microsoft Outlook um, piece of it, to where you can store things in the cloud, or you can save your document on Microsoft Word, and it stores in OneNote. I mean, not OneNote, OneDrive. Then that's a hybrid type of system where we're using two different cloud environments to talk to each other. Community cloud, on the other hand, is where businesses, they share the same industry, and they may want to go in on a cloud situation together and share that particular cost. So the one thing that I think about is like smaller medical facilities. So a veterinarian, a dentist, and a pediatrician all know each other, and they're trying to use a cloud instant to share their particular um, they all use a particular application that houses their medical records, but they want it separate, right? But they want to be able to share that between each other because they all are in that medical field. They know that they're going to be covered under the HIPAA laws and regulations. And so they will go into what we call a community cloud in order to share that type of cloud instance. All right, service models. So the service models, we also talked about this in Security Plus. It shows up here in A Plus. Infrastructure as a service. Remember, well, let me see. Who can remember what I said about infrastructure as a service? What did I compare it to?
Oh,
Okay. All right, no problem. I compared it to a chef, right? Someone who goes to the market and they could buy all of the foods themselves, and they could create spaghetti from scratch. So they don't have to necessarily buy the noodles. They can make the noodles from scratch. That's the same thing when it comes to infrastructure as a service. They're just going to give you the bare metal box here. They'll give you this hardware, and then you build everything up above it. Okay, that's infrastructure as a service. So whenever you see IaaS, you're gonna think, okay, it's going to give me the most freedom that I can handle when it comes to building my own service model, right? Um, Platform as a service, I'm gonna jump down here. Platform as a service is a little bit more than IaaS. It's going to give you maybe a OS there, and you'll be able to yeah, you'll be able to build upon the little bit of OS, and let's say no, it'll just be the OS there. They'll give you the hypervisor, but then they'll give you the OS that you want to work on. So maybe a Windows server 2022, or maybe a Linux server. They'll give you that, but then you can build everything above that. Um, think of this as someone who gives you get a TV dinner, right? It's there, is but you got to throw it in the oven for maybe 30 minutes. A pizza, right? One of those pizzas from Food Line or whatever your supermarket is. Get it from there, throw it in the oven for 30 minutes. You're good to go. Platform as a service. It gives you a little bit, but you have to build upon that. But it's not as bare bones as a infrastructure as a service. Software as a service, if the other two, you have to do a little bit of work to get the food, then the software as a service is already just takeout, right? Already done, already fixed for you. But you have little to no say on how it's actually coming to you as far as the food is concerned. So whenever you get your food from Burger King or McDonald's, you can't tell them to cook your hamburger medium rare. They have to give it to you full. They have to give it to you fully done and with all the ingredients. Or I mean, yeah, maybe you could say, "Hey, I don't want cheese" or something like that. But that's the same thing as software as a service too. And when you're thinking about software as a service, think about YouTube. YouTube pretty much gives you what you could do on the application, and that's it. You can't play a game on YouTube as far as like an Xbox game or a PS5 game. You can't do that because that's not part of their makeup. That's not part of the software. It's already fully configured for you. You get what you get. And maybe you could do a little bit of configuration changes. That's the equivalent of you not asking for cheese or mustard or ketchup. But for the most part, you get what you get. All right. VDIs, virtual desktops infrastructure. So virtual desktop, this is where we are going back to when I was saying with the warehouse and that standalone computer. Sometimes we can have just the desktop infrastructure there. So what a user will see is just this, where they log into a computer or they open a computer up and then they just see a desktop background screen and then the applications that they need to do their job. That's it, right? And this is projected off of a virtual machine somewhere in the cloud or on another server somewhere. But what it's doing is that it's just giving the user enough software in order for them to do their job. So VDI is a great thing. Let me close this out. And think of these are just as smaller versions of virtual machines. Okay. And we use something like a thin client in order to house them. That thin client is going to sit out there in the plant or at a particular PC, and it's just going to house the desktop projection that it gets from the virtual machine. All right, using the cloud for storage. So we already kind of went over this a little bit, but let me make sure that I close everything out because I don't want to close that out. All right. Storage, we can use OneDrive, or that's my example that I'm going to show you guys is that, as you can see here, I'm using OneDrive as storage when it comes to the cloud. Everything that I have on all of my PCs, I use OneDrive in order to sync them whenever I make new applications, or like I do my slides here, have it synced with my photos and my videos. And you see my license there, man, showing everything today. But you can also share this information with others too, as far as documents, files that you may have on the cloud. So these things could be shared at an instance, where now you could just send a link instead of sending the whole file, and people can connect to your situation in the cloud and view whatever you want them to view. Okay. We use the same thing in the classroom too, where the classroom is, I upload the video to the cloud, and the cloud really just shows you a copy of whatever I uploaded. Okay. So we constantly use the cloud for storage, and it's almost nowadays is seamless, to where we, that's why it's, going back to your situation, Caleb, is that it's so hard to be hit with ransomware, because if we can just have a little bit of structure and set things up with the cloud, then we shouldn't have to worry about someone clicking on something and we can't roll back and get something from the cloud on a new machine. All right. Now, y'all still hear me? Still good?
Yes, sir.
All right. So lesson 7 was fairly short. So I decided to go to some, do 5 questions and talk about them at the end of my lecture today. Also, what I wanted to say is that how are we going to do it? I'm going to read the question. Y'all read the answers, throw the answer in the chat, and then we'll keep it moving. All right, question 1. For the security reasons, an organization needs to ensure that the information is located and managed only by its employees. What cloud model should the organization adopt? Now, if y'all could be so kind, can someone explain to me why it's private?
Sure, I can. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I can explain it. So, with a private cloud model, essentially most of that data is owned or operated within the organization or the business owners. So, any possible private data that needs to be, stored will only be accessible by those organization members or business users.
Why not hybrid?
Mm, I feel like with hybrid specifically, some of the data is stored on site and some of the data is stored in the cloud. And for vulnerability reasons, without having everything stored in the exact same place, it poses risk of that data being accessed by any unauthorized member. Because anybody could just come to that on-site place and access that as well.
Awesome.
And for people like me who like thought process is a little on the childish side, I think of like Starbucks too to explain everything. Yeah, me. But like when you're thinking of it as a restaurant thing, it's public to everybody who drives by who can do it. Whereas private is just for those employees who have their own passwords. And then the communities for the people who are in the building, but it can't be accessible to like different things, even though it's not a Wi-Fi, but that's how I picture it, for understanding purposes. Whereas hybrid, just how, my classmate said, that's like a both best of both worlds, but in this, they're not asking for that. They're asking for employees only. So that would be like our own private, you can't get in my club type of thing. So that's why I went with private in my area.
Outstanding. And yes, hybrid was not mentioned. Well, it wasn't alluded to in the question. So good process of elimination, and y'all are on the right thought pattern when it comes to that. Now, well, real quick, can someone tell me what is a community cloud and why we didn't pick that?
Community cloud. Oh, go ahead.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay. Community cloud, when I'm thinking about it, is on an iPhone standpoint, when you're sharing information and stuff, it's shared amongst different people from different elements, able to utilize it in different aspects. They may not be in the same environment, but they have the ultimate same goal, or like in this instance, cloud same usage, where they all play a part. So if it's only for the employees, I feel like community would be like maybe the employees, the higher up, and then maybe even those who observe, and monitor in this instance. But that's not what's asking. They just manage only by its employees, which is outside of the community, if that makes sense.
Yes, but with community, you need to be a little bit more close knit with the community. They have to be sharing some type of likeness. Okay, so yeah, the Apple situation was on that level, but they still could be doing something totally different. So I want you to think that they're all working in the coffee industry, and they all use the same coffee application, and so they want to go in together with the same cloud instance. You get what I'm saying? So it could be Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, and your local coffee company, and they all want to go in with the same thing, knowing that they're covered under the same regulations and all of that. They're covered under that with the same cloud instance in the community.
Yes,
But
sir. Sounds like a plan.
you're in the right ballpark. Caleb, Majesty, y'all both had your hands up and then you put them down. Did I jump over that? I'm sorry.
Just wondering, it's like a good example of like community cloud, like you know how when it comes to like onboarding processing or like when you have to apply for a job, specifically like, Dunkin' or any fast food, how we have like our own like database for onboarding. Is it similar to that in a way? Because I know at Dunkin' we have something called the center, where it's like that's where all admin, you know, uses that to process data, share info with each other, and yeah.
Say the first part one more time. What is it called again?
So it's like when you apply for a job, like an onboarding process, usually jobs have like their own like data center or like admin center that groups all of those businesses together. Like for Dunkin', we have something called the center where it's like a cloud-based application where you can, register employees, do payroll, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just similar to that in a way where people are able within that organization of Dunkin', for instance, are able to share that data like across like the nation, to be honest.
No, but you're in the right ballpark again. But it's not. That's more on we're grouping someone and everybody's having uh, the same permissions here. So we could put y'all in here and then we could say, hey, you only get access to these particular services that we want to give you as an employee. A cloud instance. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to AWS. So a cloud instance will, this is how the conversation would go. The cloud instance, and y'all can see my screen, right? All right. So this EC2 instance is going to cost maybe, to keep it simple, $10 an hour, right? And since I'm a school, I have Metro Technologies, I'm a school. And then we have y'all work for Pivot Technologies, right? And then we have somebody else working for Alabama Collective, right? Those three entities get together and say, you know what? Instead of one person paying $10 an hour for this EC2 instance, how about we all get together and we pay 3 in the 10 is what? 550. We all pay 550 a piece. That's over 10. But anyway, we all pay like 375 a piece,
Yeah,
right?
370.
We all pay 375 a piece, and we can share that particular cloud instance. We won't see each other's information, but now we can have separate applications on it, but we don't have to worry about our server being what we call FERPA compliant. And FERPA is a compliance for education schools to be compliant under being under regulations. So we all want to make sure that we're regulated and we are in compliance with the law. But we all also want the EC2 instance to run our applications. We don't have to run the same applications because maybe I got somebody that could do something a little bit extra for me versus Pivot and Alabama Collective. But we all are in the community of education. And so maybe we pick a EC2 instance that's going to be that has Blackboard integrated on each and every one of our systems. So maybe they throw that in as a extra bonus because now we came in with more people, more money, and we're using this as a community versus each and every one of these entities getting $10. We're paying $10 a piece. We're just going to pay $3.75. So you're in the right realm when you're thinking about, okay, these people are all have something in common. So we'll put them over here. But I don't want you to forget that going to get a particular service from a cloud provider is like going to buy a server, right? And if we all can cut the price by getting together because we all work in the same field, we all in the same community, then it can come out cheaper on the client side, paying it to the big tech company. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Caleb, did I answer your question or?
I was just gonna add, I was just gonna add to it, just like in my standpoint of the community, was just like what you explained, but it was just I feel like private was just gonna be the answer regardless, because you don't want like everybody knowing what just like server, well, what cloud you use or
Mhm.
cloud model you use. That was my main thing.
And if that's the case, then if you want to keep that privacy, then we go private, right? But if we don't care about the public, or and the public and the community is still kind of in that same realm, but the community is going to have that extra. This is why I'm grouping with these people because we all do the same thing. That's why I constantly want to bring it back to a business. Okay. All right. Question 2. Rather than purchasing a fixed number of software licenses, a business only wants to pay for a number of licenses that they actually need at a given time. What kind of cloud service model is the business pursuing? Go ahead and put that answer in the chat. All right. Sydney, do you mind telling me why is A?
I'm out the guest. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Majesty?
Okay, so as is a software as a is that the right word?
Mhm.
Look my notes real quick. Software as a service. Basically, everything comes pre-made. And because everything comes pre-made, you can scale on what you want to purchase. You don't have to purchase everything. So when it comes to your licenses, they have more flexibility. Going back to the question, um, we're basically not wanting to purchase a fixed number, which means we want more flexibility when it comes to us buying our licenses at any given time. So I feel like software as a service would be the best choice because it gives us the most freedom when it comes to payment processing and managing licenses.
Correct. Anybody know what D is? I didn't speak about D, but do we know what DAAS is?
It's maybe like domain.
No. Desktop, actually. Desktop as a service.
Oh,
So yeah. Um when it
what's
comes
the
to I'm sorry, go ahead, Clark.
what's the answer?
A.
Okay, I thought it would be they would use a platform as a service because it's a complete cloud environment and they can control it and run it and build and manage everything.
Well,
I was
it's not that because it's broken down into individual. And normally when you see licenses, we taking an application and um we're hitching it to a particular number, right? And
okay,
so whenever you're using a piece of software that has a direct number to it, that license is only for you. So okay, your CompTIA um website that you got that Pivot gave you access to, that is one particular license just for you, Clark. That's it. Anybody else that uses it is against the rules. So whenever you see something like this that says software licenses, we know that it's already set and done. There
okay,
ain't much I can really do to it. The thing about IaaS, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service is what? They give you the ISS, the infrastructure as a service and the platform as a service. If you are a cook, we're doing what? We actually are creating things from
yeah,
scratch. I'm
mhm.
sorry, say it again.
Creating it from scratch, like you referred to the meal, you create a meal. Yeah,
Right. Whereas software as a service, hey, whatever they give us is what they give us, which is more on the lines of we only get one particular license for one thing. If you get a license for a infrastructure as a service, I could then turn that if I'm good enough, right? I could then turn that infrastructure into an application that millions of people can use.
yeah,
But what they said here in the questions, a business only wants to pay for the number of licenses they will actually use at any given time. So if they wanted to scale back, they could. If they wanted to scale up, they could. That's more likely going to be on a software as a service type of deal. Now, desktop as a service, it kind of goes into the platform as a service. We already are giving you a particular desktop that you have to log into, and then you create whatever you want to create there on the desktop. Okay. This was actually, I think they rated it as difficult. I don't know. But all right, question 3. Well, any questions on question 2? Any questions?
No question.
So the user, give me 1 second. Let me read this. Yeah. Yeah. So if keeping, I want you, whenever you see these software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and then platform as a service, think about a chef. The more cooking skills they got, you know, they can go from scratch, just get the raw materials. That's going to be infrastructure as a service, because that infrastructure as a service they just going to give you the the server. They just going to give you the box. They're not going to give you any software, and they're going to say make it work. That's all you get. And we're not gonna plug it up for you. We're not gonna do nothing for you. They just give you the box, and you're supposed to have the skill level to build it into whatever you want to build it into. Platform as a service. Hey, I need a little bit of help. At least put the software on there so I can put my application on it, and then I can build and code, and then I can add some software services in there on top of that. But I don't know how to just build it from scratch and type in the machine code for things to come up off a DOS window. I don't know how to do that. So a platform of it as a service is going to give you something to give you a little boost. Software as a service, I don't even want to put in the OS. I just want the application to work. Just give me what you got. Um, Gmail. I just want Gmail to work. I don't want it to do nothing else. I don't care for it to do anything else. Just do email. But if you wanted to do infrastructure as a service, I'm then telling you to get you a server. Now build me a web server email from scratch. However you start that off is on you. All right. Question 3. A network technician installs virtual machines in a hypervisor software that runs directly on a server. What kind of hypervisor setup is this? Select all that apply. Anybody else going to answer it? Okay. All right. I'm going to wait for one more. All right. All right, so check it out. We need to go back on this. A network technician wants to install virtual machines on a hypervisor that's directly to the server, on the direct box. That goes all the way back to our first slide here. We're back here to type 1, bare metal. So when you look at this model, the first one, this hardware, well, okay, let me see if I can separate that. That's a picture, dog, on it. Insert draw. I'm gonna draw this. These are separate pictures, okay? Now, this hardware here is the computer. That's the laptop. That's the desktop. That's whatever you bought from Best Buy. It comes automatically with the operating system on it, right? Even Mac. You got the Mac, the actual Mac that you bought. You turn it on, is whatever operating system is running, and then you put the hypervisor on. That's going to be a type 2. After you put that hypervisor on, you could put on whatever you want to put on after that as far as the OS is concerned. The same thing goes for my PC. My laptop here is the actual gateway. I'm running Windows 11. I put on a hypervisor, which is VM. What is this called? VirtualBox. In the VirtualBox, what do I have? I have those little boxes inside that you see. This Windows 10 machine and the server 2019. Those are those boxes right here. Okay. This is called a host or host-based virtual machine or a type 2. Now, if you see anywhere on that test that it says it's a type 1 or bare metal, this is what it's talking about. It's talking about just having that hardware system and having something called like VMware installed on this machine. You're not probably going to see something like this coming from a store. This is something you'll probably see in a business setting. Okay. They're going to have a server, a big server that's sitting up in a data center somewhere. And on that server, they're going to have VMware installed. Let me show you VMware. They'll have VMware installed. Now, VMware looks similar to my machine, right? As far as VirtualBox is concerned. But this is a much more powerful hypervisor that can then, in turn around and put multiple OSs from that particular hypervisor. So it never goes into an operating system. Okay. You never have to set it up with Microsoft Windows, or you never have to run Windows Update on it. You can't check the time on it or anything like that. This is the hardware, and then it goes straight into the hypervisor. That's what's loaded on there. And with that, then it loads into these different OSs. So going back to our question, what was it, 3? The keywords that you wanted to see was right here. Runs directly on the server. That automatically I want you to think type 1, because we only got type 1 and 2, right? Now, Guess OS is more on the desktop infrastructure side, but I want you to think these 3 things have something to do with hypervisor names. You got type 1, type 2, right? And type 1 has a nickname, bare metal. It's directly on the box, directly on the server. Okay? So B and C is correct. Y'all still with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Question
Yeah.
4. A developer wants to ensure that no matter what server an administrator deploys an application on, it has the libraries and dependencies needed for the application to operate properly. How can the developer accomplish this? I'll read it again. And this is, well, I'll jump into that later. A developer wants to ensure that no matter what server an administrator deploys their application on, it has the libraries and the dependencies needed for the application to operate properly. How can a developer accomplish this? Now I gotta figure out which one I'm at. All right. Majesty, explain why did you think it was D?
Oh, I really did. I mean, I took the educated guess, but I hope it's right. Um, Container virtualization, it's more well, it has everything. It has the libraries, the dependencies, and but just basically everything that the question asks for specifically in order for it to operate properly. So by having everything on there, it ensures that whatever application it on, it is very consistent. No matter the server or the environment it's in. Well, it's like client side is dependent on the device. Um, and server side is more on like the back end, if that makes sense.
And what
And
about
when it comes
application? I'm sorry.
application is specifically just the application itself, not on like the dependencies.
Correct. Now,
Oh, period.
good job on that. Because I don't know if I explained that properly. So when you have a container is going to have that application sitting out there, but it's already going to have everything that encompasses it. So when you see here on my hard drive here that I go to program files, all my applications, they can read different things in these folders here. Um, and the functionalities that they need or references that they may want to refer back to, they can always go back to this particular folder or their particular folder and look for certain things. That's what a container is going to do. So those libraries that was indicated in that sentence is looking like this, where that particular application is going to reach back into this folder, or it's going to have that folder on board with it. Let's say if they create an application and then they put it all in a container box, and they put it in a particular setting where that's the only thing that's running on that PC, then it doesn't necessarily have to run across the network to get certain things for the application's function. It can look within itself, within that container, and find the things that it needs. Okay, so the keywords. How do I get off that? Get off that. The keywords is libraries and dependencies. That's going to be more likely an indicator of container virtualization. All right.
Got it.
All right. Question 5, and then I'll let y'all go for the night. A network technician configures a foundational cloud setup that will allow developers to start all the application development using a standardized server and database setup. What type of cloud service model is the technician configuring? A network technician configures a foundational cloud setup that will allow the developers to start all the applications in the development using a standardized server and database setup. What type of cloud service model? Awesome. All right. Savala, let me know why. Why C? If you can, if you're at work, not. Let me know. Caleb, let me know why it was C. Art, let me know why it was C.
I got this
I was
wrong
gonna.
in the last one. So the key word I got out of that one was the developers. In its environment, it's everything they need to run the cloud with all the
Right,
applications they can use. I don't know.
right.
I can't explain it right.
No problem, no problem. No, you saw the keyword that stuck out to you, and you made the association with the development, with the model, and that's what I want you to do. When they're talking about they're allowing the developers to start all applications using a standardized server and a database setup. These things, once they set these up, they need to now have a functionality. So they need to do something after that. So we set them up with a server and a database. Now it's on you to actually go and do something after that. So with that being said, it can't be SaaS because we didn't give them everything. We gave them a boost. We gave them something to work with. Can't be desktop as a service because we didn't talk about that. And two, that's more of a finished product too. So it has to be a process of elimination. Are we cooking things from scratch, or is it a TV dinner? Throw it in the microwave for 30 minutes. I mean, throw it in the oven for 30 minutes. So it's going to be probably a platform as a service because we gave them something to work with. We gave them a standardized server and a database that they could now put users in, and they could set up their application on that server. So platform as a server, as a service is the correct answer. When you open up a virtual machine, it's going to keep account of the same session, even though it's open up in a different tab, especially with the type of virtual machines that we're working with, right? So it won't let you, it's not like a website that's going to just show the beginning again. It's a real life machine that somewhere off in Colorado, somewhere, I'm just picking a spot. And so it wants to really kind of kill all of the sessions and start over anew. And what I mean by that is that if you have multiple tabs open on that lab, close them all.
Okay.
And close, I would go on so much to say close everything, because sometimes it can record cookies, and those cookies and session keys are saved into your cache, and it remembers, oh nah, she had this open in this tab that you already forgot about, that's maybe minimized somewhere, right? So just
Gotcha.
close all of your tabs and give it a little bit of chance to kind of stop, reset itself, maybe about 10-15 minutes, let it reset itself, then start that lab back up, and you'll see it'll start from fresh, or it'll
Gotcha.
start with the last point that it saved at.
Makes sense. And then my other I'm gonna do that actually towards the end of class before we leave. That way I can verify before you get off.
Yes, ma'am.
My other statement was kind of had like a come to Jesus moment where like I don't necessarily like to ask so many questions because I realize that a lot of my class I don't want to waste time. A lot of my classmates are tech savvy. Me, that's not my field, as we already talked about. But I realized that the reason I wasn't able to do the labs and things is because like I already tell you the verbiage, but I'm also doing it on my computer as it's going. So like say if it's saying Control T, I'm trying to type it in and it's doing it on my actual laptop and I'm getting frustrated and I'm just shutting out. So like this weekend when I was practicing, I'm just saying this just in case anybody else needed it, basically. After I did the lab, I kind of try to do it on the actual computer for certain things, but it's
Mhm.
harder because I have a MacBook. Don't judge me. But I'm trying to like, make sure I understand it. But just for anybody else who was frustrated, because me, I didn't have my labs together because I just didn't. I was really lost. I'm not gonna lie to you, but yeah. So that's
Uh,
another thing.
real quick, let's just go ahead and jump into it. Oh no, where is it? Where is it? Man.
And then they timing you. That's so
Yes.
disrespectful.
Well, no, because it's an actual machine, and not only do you use it, others around the world use that same machine. It's not see a website anybody can go to, and everybody can use it all at one time. A virtual machine, maybe realistically, maybe two people can use it at one time. If it's a particular server, two people, maybe 10 people at the max. But then if you think about everybody trying to go to that one particular, okay, the laptop that you got in your hand, right? If we make that accessible to everybody in the world, meaning that we can take our Zoom session and we can go into your MacBook right now. You can give access to 10 people, but that's going to take away some of that memory for everybody, all 10 of those people, right? It's just going to take memory away and storage away. And so it's going to run slower and slower the more people get connected to it. It does when someone latches on to your computer for 3 hours, you can imagine that it just bogs up everything because of all the work that they're doing, the things that they're not refreshing. And if that's the case, that it's bogging down for them, imagine the other 9 people that's connected. So with the labs that we're working with, they put timers on it that if you haven't had any kind of access to it, not access, but any kind of movement to the mouse within 10-15 minutes, it asks you if you want to continue or it go ahead and disconnect you. Because then when it disconnects, it gets all that memory back, it gets that storage back, and now it can give that to someone else.
Yeah, and then I was reading it. It was saying like basically they had the timer too. Well, maybe this was my perception of it because that's what how long you should be able to do it. Like each one has a different duration for the overall assignment, but you
Mhm.
can get an additional 15 minutes, but only 15 minutes.
Yes. And with the case of what you were doing, and let me say that do not feel bad about the questions that you want to ask. That lets me know that you can retain it. If you because you're at none of the questions you have asked me has been out of the way of, oh, I don't think she get it. You get what I'm saying? It's more
Yeah,
of you are thinking more about the situation and you're asking the right questions. So I don't want you to think that, okay, well, they're not asking the questions, so therefore I'm not going to ask the questions, because I can almost guarantee you somebody else has the same question you have.
yeah, because I just been struggling with them. But hey, I'm caught up now with the exception of that one. They won't let me back in. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that because I was stressed. I was stressed.
I understand, and I'm sorry, but it you have to go over these because
No, I
if
like
they
them. I
ask
do
you
like them though.
something, if they ask you something on this test and they show you something and they're
Yeah,
gonna say, everything is not gonna come from these 9 lessons right here or those slides that I'm giving you. From what I'm seeing in those labs, if they ask you a step of how to install that GPU chip, just a step. We didn't necessarily go over that in the lab. I mean, in the slides. We may have talked about what a graphic card is, but we didn't talk about the steps on it. And so that's why we need to do the labs.
yeah,
Um,
makes sense.
the part that I wanted to share, so I'm gonna open up this lab and let's just jump right into it. I'm gonna open it up in a different window. You said that you were typing in the commands. You don't have to do that. They have a little T in a box right beside the command.
Yeah, my slow self was typing T's in that. Like I was going through literally everything to figure it out until my husband was like, just try clicking it. And I clicked and I was like, bro.
Yeah. If you click the T, it'll automatically put that in. And I understand, but it's good. it's not all for naught because it's good practice to actually type in the commands. But I really want to do. Okay, so since you
No,
already
you
got
don't
that
have to. You don't have to do anything. I was just one thing about the other lab, and two, just expressing like I felt very behind, but it was because of verbiage and stuff. But not necessarily you have to walk through anything. I submitted that lab. On my end, I'm straight as of now. But
okay.
yeah, don't you good?
I'm gonna close this out and let's do our 10 questions or 8 questions. I think I got 8 or 9, and then we'll jump into this lab for the last thing. But I'm glad you asked that, and I'm glad we straightened that out. So I close it out just for you to see. Hold on, I'm not showing it, am I? I closed out that lab just so I can go ahead and give that back. And sometimes if you don't close it all the way in the tab, even though you come back here, you probably want to still refresh it just so the application can know that you already have completed the, messing with that lab, and then you want to reopen it.
Are you able to go back and redo labs? I know you could redo the.
Yes.
Okay, sweet.
You should be able to reset those labs. So just whenever you launch them again, if you already completed it, but you wanted to go back over it, you can relaunch it and do the whole lab over again.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's jump into these. Any more questions from anybody else?
You
All right.
basically answered all my questions and comments and stuff like that from the labs.
Okay. All right. Let's get into our questions. I got 9 of them. I got 30 seconds on the clock. Time. Y'all read them, answer them in the chat, and then we'll go over it after 30 seconds. Time now.
Are you talking?
Hey, appreciate that. And the thing is, when you're talking on mute, you be going through it so smooth too. All right, let me try it again. A cloud administrator configures a cloud instance to increase its resources during times of high utilization and decrease the resources when peak utilization times end. What cloud characteristics does this represent? HA, which is high availability. B, scalability. C, meter utilization. D, rapid elasticity. Everybody pretty much says C, which is right. Being able to be charged for what you need, and then utilize being charged off for what you need as far as the storage and then the amount of resources that you need is definitely a big component of the cloud. And while it saves us so much money than actually buying the equipment and bringing it in on premise. Imagine if you wanted to have so many load balancers on a particular base or in a particular building, you would have to buy all of those servers and then configure them to actually provide that type of resource. Whereas in the cloud, you could just configure it to actually scale up and then down whenever a need be. All right, question 2. All right. Now, if y'all have been paying attention, this is the third time I put this question. Is it the third time? This is the second time I put this question in. Rather than purchasing a fixed number of software licenses, a business only wants to pay for a number of licenses that they will actually need at a given time. What kind of cloud service model is the business pursuing? All right, that'll be A, software as a service. Remember that when we're talking about as a service, anything as a service, such as platform infrastructure, and then software as a service, not desktop as a service, but we'll go a little bit further into that later on. When we're talking about these services plans, we're talking about I made the analogy of the chef, right? How much can you actually do on your own? Um, and given the fact that they want to buy software licenses, meaning the application, the software is already completed, is ready to be licensed out to that individual. All right. Now that doesn't mean that they can't go in there and configure the settings how they want, but they're not going to be able to change the infrastructure or the software. It's not going to go down like that. That's more of the platform infrastructure as a service. So here, software as a service is going to be the best answer for that cloud service. All right, question 3. Time now. All right. I'm gonna get this one. I'm gonna get y'all to get this one. This is the third time I put this question for our review. And I'm gonna make y'all, if we don't get nothing, we gonna get this one. A network technician installs a virtual machine in a hypervisor software that runs directly on the server. What kind of hypervisor setup is this? Select all that apply. Gotcha. Yes, B and C. We're running directly on the server. That's type 1. Type 2, remember, type 2 is going to be a workstation or desktop or some type of computer that has the hypervisor software installed, and then it has that on top of that. But if we're talking about just the physical device, something you can actually touch and feel, and then the software in that is the hypervisor, then that's going to be type 1. And that's also known as bare metal. So B and C is the answer for this. All right. Question 4. All right. A network technician configures a foundational cloud setup that allows a developer to start all the application development using a standardized server and database setup. What type of cloud service model is the technician configuring? That's going to be C, platform as a service. Now, it if we can go ahead and get desktop as a service out and software as a service out, because these are pretty much finished products. These are going to be more on that software level. I mean, the license level, where you buy exactly the end product, right? But infrastructure as a service and then platform as a service is also um, is places where we can do work and actually have an end product that we can, pretty much manipulate how we want to go. So remember, infrastructure as a service is going to be that person that can cook something from scratch. Just give them the bare metal um, hyper server, and they can create whatever they want out of that. Where a platform as a service, someone would give you a server, but it may have a OS already installed. It may have, in this case, a database to gather the users that you're going to create with it. And so, in this case, the question asks, they were configuring something for a administrator, but what they did was they gave them a standardized server as well as a database in conjunction with it. So if this was infrastructure as a service, they wouldn't have gave them that. They just would have gave them a server and tell them, hey, you figure out what you want to put on it. And then after that, you figure out how you want to set the database up. After that, you can figure out how the networking goes. And after that, you can set up the actual application to the clients. But as platform as a service, they at least take care of the server and the database part of this setup.
Question.
Yes.
So the infrastructure as a server, that will basically be for someone working, uh, doing development as a developer or something.
It could be. Now, a developer could get a platform as a service as well.
Okay.
This is really about how much of the application are they willing to build. If you are what they call a what's the word for it? Front end, back end coder is and y'all help me out. Nah. Oh, a full stack developer, where you can build it all the way from the ground up to deployment out to the actual customer, and then you can also do the Q&A as far as the quality assurance is concerned, the the user experience with it. You could configure the whole thing. That will be infrastructure as a service, because they're just gonna, hey, we gave you this empty box, do your magic. You know what I mean? That's the equivalent of, hey, I want you to bake a cake from scratch. Do not use any type of pre-made materials.
Okay.
Um, that'll be more on those developer side. Now, but you may go to a spot where they may not have to do all of that. They may just want to just buy a particular server and the components that go along with it, and say, hey, this is what we want. We already got you these. Now just create something that's good for us. Because the more that they customize, the more money will come out of the pocket, right? So you would imagine, if we go ahead and cut costs by getting our some of the components already set up for them, that we can go ahead, and it may not be as customizable as we like, but hey, at least we save tens of thousands, you know.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Question 5. 30 seconds. Time now. All right. All right. A network technician needs to create a sandbox that has an isolated environment to analyze viruses, worms, and Trojans. What is the most appropriate environment for a technician to do this in? Now, we got all D's, right? So, just real quick, somebody let me know why they think it's D. I just want to know your mindset on it. Is it because they said that it was a sandbox that needs to isolate? Is that the reason why we went with container?
Yeah, that's why I went with
Yeah,
it. It's an
me
Okay.
too.
isolated environment. That's the only doing process of elimination to me.
Okay. So when we're talking about when you see client side, server side application, and then container, they're talking about um, how applications and software is deployed to a user or where is it hosted at. And I could understand the confusion with, we're trying to isolate viruses, but that would be more if the container virtualization was to actually um, contain those viruses, it would be more on a security um, appliance or some type of tool that security uses. Container is a way to deploy software to a group of users. Okay, so we don't want to get that confused with any type of security controls that we may have. Client side, so client side virtualization means that we have the application, the software on our PC, on the computer for the user. Server side will be that the application is on the server, and then we maybe our endpoint connects back to that server for communications, and then applications means that we actually go out to a point and have those applications ready for us to use, similar to containers. So now the process of elimination should go like this. Since this is a deployment, let's go ahead and rule out container. And since we don't want, what we want to do is we actually want to create something dangerous on a computer by isolating a virus and not deleting it, not is quarantined, but is not taking it off the computer. We're gonna put it on the computer and then we're gonna mess with it on the computer. So we don't want to involve anything that other people are connecting to, such as the server and the applications, because those applications may connect back to a server to communicate, right? So those things we want to go ahead and eliminate. And like I said, we want to eliminate container because it's just a deployment type of uh, virtualization. Client side virtualization will be the best answer here because we can isolate those things on that user's machine, and hopefully it won't spread to other users, and definitely not to our servers. We don't want that. So the best answer right here will be a client side virtualization, which you could, throw it into. That's like me throwing it in VirtualBox that I always show you guys, this application, and then throwing that spinning up one of these virtual machines, putting the virus in there, seeing how it actually works, and then deleting it from the virtual machine. That's one way to kind of isolate that uh those type of threats. All right, number 6. 30 seconds time now.
I don't think you changed the slide by chance. Oh no, okay, yeah, it now.
Okay. I'll give you a couple of more seconds. All right. A developer wants to ensure that all the clients that use their applications are always using the latest, most up to date version. How can the developer make sure of this? Client side, server side, application, or container? I understand server side. I really do. Um, you can configure it to actually tell that endpoint to always, as soon as it launches and it talks back to me, to the server, to always update. But from what I was reading, they said application is the best answer for this. Now, the reason why I sound unsure about it is because when I'm looking at trying to find out an example of it, everything still says that the application will need to check into something else to get the updated version. Um, so I'm not too. I don't. I don't want to give this question too much credit, but we can all agree that it's not client side because the client side that endpoint is going to sit on our PC. Yes,
I
Majesty.
mean, like, I don't want to argue with CompTIA, but I don't know. I feel like wouldn't B still be more efficient than doing application because with server side, it's on a server, right? So by speaking, anything that is connected to the server will process those updates. And it says to ensure that everybody uses the latest application. I feel like if you did application virtualization, doesn't mean it's dependent on that person updating their application themselves, different from a server, right?
Well,
Or
the only way that I can see, and it kind of just hit me, the only way that I could see it is that, and I agree with you. It needs to talk back to the server, and the server needs to tell it, "Hey, we're on a different version update." Um, but the way they're explaining it, well, hold on. For everybody else, we are go ahead and we could say that A and D is we can go ahead and get that out of here because uh client side is on our PC, but then container is we just said that that's a deployment type of method, right? We're just getting it out there. The the server side needs to have communication. So then I would say if you have a computer that doesn't have communication to the server, you remember when we talked about having those computers in the industrial industry where they don't get connectivity all the time, or they may be operating on old stuff. A lot of times they don't have that update. So the server can never really talk to it to tell it that it's out of date. Whereas if we had an application virtualization, then whenever we go to spin up the application, we're getting it directly from the source, which the source can automatically say, "Hey, this is what we're getting. This is what we're giving you is the latest update." So I could see it in that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. The like Google Docs. That's a when you use Google Docs or one of those applications that you don't necessarily download, when you use it in their browsers, they can automatically say, yeah, go ahead and put version 10 out because we don't support version 9 anymore. Whereas if you had Google Docs, the desktop version downloaded on your PC, and let's just say like Bridget, when she goes on her 12-hour trip to Africa, it may need an update between those 12 hours. But then, it won't be able to get that update until it gets on Wi-Fi and then be able to, pull that update from the server whenever the server say, hey, update me. It does have a ability to update if you tell it to. Let me see if I could show that. So most applications, especially web applications, um, they won't update unless they're configured to. So like when I do this, it's always going to do this automatically. I go to my settings here in Google Chrome and I go to the about. And whenever I click about, it's going to automatically check for the latest version of Chrome. And it does that, sees that I'm up to date. That's where I think we are with that's a good example of a server update. It's checking back into the servers at Google. Hey, is there a version 132 out? No? Okay, we're up to date. But it never checked for that until I went to that section. You get what I'm saying? And so if we use I just went to it. Azure desktop. So if I was to use Azure desktop here, whenever I launch a Windows machine, the application that launches that machine to me is going to be the latest version because I'm not actually downloading anything, and it's just whatever Azure said on the back end it should be. Okay. Any more questions? Or did I answer the question? I don't know. All right. Number 7. Shouldn't take 30 seconds. All right. Which of the following is not a benefit of virtualization? Increase hardware utilization, uh, improve system performance, reduce hardware costs, or enhance security. All right. It'll be B. Now, increase hardware utilization. Yes, is it could be considered that too. But at the same time, when you think about the things, if you have the proper resources for a virtual machine to actually latch onto and use, you could think about it, even if it's just a place to the quarantine viruses on, then you can look at it as more things that you're using your actual computer for. So there is an increase there. Um, the reduce in hardware costs, that's always a great thing when it comes to virtualization, because we don't necessarily have to buy so many physical machines and actually put OSs on them. The only thing that it does not do here is, and it does enhance the security when you really think about, if someone were to hack a virtual machine, we can always just delete that virtual machine and then spin up another one in order to continue to keep working. Uh, it does not improve the system performance. Remember that when we create a virtual machine, it's taking a slice of your memory and your storage and creating its own little computer in it. And therefore, it's always going to tap into that physical computer, physical memory and storage that you always have. So it's always going to degrade the system performance when they're both running. Um, and if we're talking about multiple virtual machines running at the same time, you will see a huge noticeable difference in performance as they run. All right, number 8. All right. Which cloud service model provides the highest level of control over the infrastructure? Remember that infrastructure is bare bones. This is what we have. Let's just build it up from the ground up. That's of course going to be infrastructure as a service platform. Remember, we're going to give them a little bit to work on, but they still have a lot of control. Where software as a service is pretty much just going to be an end product. If I'm making my analogy with the chefs and cooking wise again, remember that person that can cook a pizza, they can actually, if they're going to do infrastructure as a service, they're going to be able to create the dough from scratch, be able to create cheese from scratch, sausage and pepperoni all from scratch, or be able to create it and be able to put it on the pizza and then provide it that way. Whereas platform as a service might be a pizza that you actually is made, but you have to pop it in the oven for 30 minutes. Software as a service is like going to Pizza Hut. All right, Domino's is already made. The only thing you have to do is buy what's there. All right, last one. All right. Which cloud deployment model involves multiple organizations sharing the same physical infrastructure? Um, Seems like we all on one accord on saying that this is a community cloud. And you are correct. The hybrid and the private cloud have to do more with an actual location, and whether it be in a particular company, and then they're having some stuff on premise and then some in the cloud, which would be hybrid. Private is just all in the cloud for one particular company. Public cloud and community cloud could be thought as the same thing, but the key word that you wanna have stick out in this question is multiple organizations. This is where they are all coming together because they have a likeness, and they're able to go in on a cloud plan. Whereas the public cloud, anybody could get it. They don't necessarily have to be a tenant. They could not a tenant, a organization. They could be a tenant. They just could be one person, me or you. Could use Microsoft Azure, AWS. Those things are the public cloud. Whereas if we were a veterinarian shop and we wanted to go in with other veterinarians within our city or town, that we are a community and we can go in and get a community cloud going. All right. So how do we feel about virtual machines and stuff in the cloud? Any questions? Anyway, let's go into this lab. Well, first things first, I wanted to go over. I have my notes. Where are my notes? I wanted to go over this PBQ and get you guys' input to see where we're at. All right. If we can still see my screen, if you guys don't mind, let's help me out just to kind of label this board here. If you don't mind coming off of mute and just letting me know what you think each label should be, and then we'll jump into the lab. So the first one is going to be over here, off to the upper left hand corner, and our options are going to be here.
That's your connector.
IO connections.
IO connections. IO stands for
Input output.
input output. This would be where we could plug in things such as our microphones, sound, Ethernet. That can be, those are normally those little, they look like little square metal houses on the motherboard. And again, I don't know if you guys heard me say, but the motherboard kind of looks like if you're looking from an eagle's eye point of view, it looks like a city or a town. And those, that's how I kind of see these layouts. And the roads are kind of like the circuitry going between each component. All right, number two, this would be this slot over here. What do we normally put over here in these slots?
That's your RAM.
RAM slot. And we use RAM for memory, of course. We went over that in one of the labs of being able to add more memory as we go along. Slot 3. Now, it was kind of tricky for me, but
That's the PSU. Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead.
PSU power.
How did you did you commit that to memory, or does it something that sticks out to you?
Well, memory from going through the lessons and doing the lab.
Right. Okay. Yeah, for me, and that's correct. For me, I have to just kind of commit it to memory that this is the power supply over here. All right. How I want to go about this. Let's go to number 4. Number 4 is right here. We should get obvious on that.
CPU.
All right. CPU takes care of all of the commands and requests that we may have for our computer to do. Now, before we go down to 5, 6, 7, let's jump down to 8. 8 is right here. What is 8?
CMOS battery.
CMOS. Do you know what the
That's my last
CMOS?
one.
Say it again.
That's my last one. I'll let somebody else answer.
No, you go. What does the CMOS battery do?
It's like a backup.
Right. It holds a charge if there's all type of depleted power, and it's able to hold a charge and to have the settings there until it's able to get power again. A lot of times it's also there for time management, so things can be um, on time as far as syncing up with other devices. Instead of, if you, let's say if you turn off a desktop and you transport it for 3 or 4 hours, you don't want it to come there and be 4 hours late, because it's only going to have that time that it's there. It had before you unplugged it. That CMOS battery will be able to keep those things up to date until it's able to get full power again. All right, let's jump to number 6. Be right here. L-shaped connector. Any idea?
SATA port.
SATA port.
SATA
SATA
port.
port does what?
That's where you plug in the plug. I think it connects to like a HDMI or something.
No, your HDMI will be over here, your input outputs.
Okay.
SATA port, when you look at that, storage, just look at it for storage wise, and that's going to be hard drive.
Okay.
And those hard drives typically have these connectors that look like that. Really unmistakable from anything else. And when you really look at everything, the connectors on a motherboard, it's kind of hard to get your connectors messed up whenever you're looking at it in real life, or where things going to go. Is either it fits here or it doesn't. All right. So now that leaves us with 2 options, and that's going to be your PCIs. Now we have a PCI slot, a 1X, a X1, and then an X16. Number 5 is
The X16 goes to number 5.
all right. And then
7.
so how do we tell that that X16 was here?
It has more slots.
That's all it is, just more slots. Awesome. And I wanted to say, but that's not, let's just not go off of that alone. We also have a X4 and a X4 that goes up into that too, along with the X1 and the X16. But pretty much we're going off of the size of the slots. All right. Awesome. Let's go to our lab, which would be configuring network hardware. Lab, please. And let's go ahead and launch that. While I got all of y'all here, go ahead and put your name into the chat. All right. So the scenario here, and I like this lab actually. Think it'll show some good things when it comes to networking, but to be able to go through the different windows, it really, whether you think it does or it doesn't, it really helps you get that memory of uh following the directions and then executing them in the virtual machine. So in this scenario, we're working as an IT technician for MSP. MSP stands for Managed Service Provider, and they, as a MSP, they want to help the client business and institution install and manage their computer networks. On one of the policies is that every network deployment, no matter how basic, should be modeled in a GNS3 project. This allows for pre-installation testing and also supports post-deployment troubleshooting. A client business needs to set up a isolated network, segmented, comprising a single switch with 4 PCs connected to it. Another technician has started the model, but you need to finish it and test it. To complete this lab, yada, yada, yada. All right. So let's go ahead and let's jump into it. We're going to open up that GNS3 application. And we are going to go to the recent projects. Let's pull up Ethernet 3 project. And this is where we see that switch, 3 PCs, and then this fourth one that's right now a standalone because it's not connected to anything and currently is off. So we don't really necessarily have to worry about it right now. So we're going to click that, say we're done. On the main toolbar, hit the resume all nodes. We'll do that. And then remember what I said to you guys, when these little dots turn green, that we have connection to our switch, which is in turn off to our router, getting a IP address, right? So that IP address talks to the switch. That switch is connected to a patch panel. That patch panel goes to each PC. But you typically don't see a patch panel, icon on these logical topologies. So let's right click the line between the switch and PC1 for a shortcut menu and select start capture. So we're gonna right click, start capture, and hit OK. What does that do is brings up Wireshark. Now, Wireshark is going to sit in the middle of communications. We talked about it last week of how Wireshark sees the information that's going from one computer to the next computer. In this case, it's looking at the communications from PC1 to the switch, which is going out to the router. So this is what we call in the security land man in the middle. Man in the middle is able to see the communications, and if we're not using any type of VPN or we're not using any type of security as far as encryption is concerned, they are able to see this in the packets that we'll look at shortly. All right. Now start yeah, we hit OK. All right, from the dock in the GNS, right click on PC1 and let's open up a console. So PC1, right click, hit that console. This is a console. A console is always going to be in a DOS window. It's typically, this shows like a dark purple, but on a Windows machine is black. Let me pull up my CMD real quick. Also is referred to as a terminal window in the Linux world, command window in a Windows world. But you see here, I got a black window with white writing. Is white writing, and sometimes they'll be black. Sometimes it'll have a gray background in a Linux system. So don't be deterred by that. But this is a way that we could find out information instead of going through the different settings and configurations trying to dig for certain information. We can type in certain commands and get it a lot quicker. All right. So we open up that console. In the terminal, PC1 terminal window, type help and hit enter to view the commands. So we go ahead and make sure our cursor is in there on that. Then we go back over to the T in the box, click the T, it enters the command, we hit enter. Now, all of these commands right here we could put in. And that means that you could put those in just like how you put in help here. So if I wanted to put in history and click enter, it should give me some type of information back, which it only gave me the two different commands that I put in. So history shows the list of commands that you put in. Let's go to, you could quit the program. I'm not going to do that. Let's go to echo, display the text output, also set echo. No, let's not do that. Let's do version, right? And then you get the information back after you put version in. You can get the information about this particular terminal and the machine. All right. So the reason why you want to keep that in mind is that we're not, as IT professionals, we're not asking you to commit these commands to memory. It's much easier to just click help or type in help, and then you get your list of commands, and then you can go ahead and go about choosing what command you need to solve your issue. All right. And typically after it gives you the answer, it goes back to this little command waiting period here where it's waiting another command from you. So you can always jump back into your list here and go to number 7 in the PC window, terminal window, type in help. Okay, in the PC1 terminal window, type in help. We did that, right? Now let's type in the command ping 10.0.0.2 and then hit enter. And also, you see right there, I double clicked it twice. It entered it twice. So let's just go backspace, and hit that, get that too, and then let's go ahead and do a ping. Now that ping this is what a ping does. PC1 is going to reach out to whoever's at 0.2, and it's going to say, hey, if you're there, just give me a reply back and let me know if you're there and online. That's a ping. And you can have this go on and on and on and on. It's a certain command. I think it's a -T command. Not sure. Let's try it. -T. And it should keep going. And we can do this instead of just having it reply back 4 times. It can constantly keep going. And I think it's, don't get me to lie, but I think it's caret to stop. Oh, can't stop it. Don't worry about it. Exit on out. Hit that console again. Still going. Jesus Christ. We use our little friend Google. Jesus Christ. Y'all seen that? I didn't know what I was going to do. So guess what I did? Put it right there in Google. Gave me the answer. All right. Control C. Stop that. All right. So that ping again is asking that other computer, hey, if you're there, just give me a response back and an acknowledgement, and just let me know that you're here. We typically do that if we have like a computer or someone says that a certain website is down, or a certain computer that can't get to a certain server, and we want to check to see if that server is online. So you go out there and you ping, you, especially if you're on the same network. Now, if you're not on the same network, then we need to get into something as far as, pinging the public address, but we're not going to, that's out of the scope of what we're talking about right now. All right, so we ping that address. We got to verify that it is online. Select the Wireshark window and observe the traffic generated by the probe. So let's go ahead and let's pull up Wireshark, and we can see that now it has information in it, right? So this is, again, that person in the middle. Going back to this topology here, this person sitting right here between those two nodes, they're able to see our traffic going back and forth, which is just a simple ping, but you get my gist of, they're able to see exactly what we're sending back and forth with each other. These are called packets, okay? All right, select the Wireshark window, observe the traffic. We did that. In the middle of the plane, double click on the Ethernet 2. Select the first frame at the top of the pane where the protocol is ICMP. So let's go all the way up, and we'll see an ARP. And you guys remember what I said last time? An ARP is just kind of like shouting out to the router or anybody on the network. Hey, who's out there? I'm here. Is anybody else out here? That's that ARP. Now it says select the first frame. That's a ICMP, and that's the protocol that we see here, right? So we're going to select that, and then we're going to expand the Ethernet 2 value. Now, when they're saying expand that, they're saying going down to the second section and expanding. Let's drop that down for the Ethernet 2 piece. And we see some information here, such as these source and destination addresses, which are written in MAC addresses. Now, MAC addresses are the hardware address for each component. That means that it's different than your IP address. This is something that they can't turn in. This is something that came from the manufacturer and is particular to that machine. Nobody else should have your MAC address. Okay, but this is how they have these formatted. So we did that. Let's to the next one. What sort of address is shown in the source and destination field? Can anybody answer that for me? What sort of address is shown in the source and destination fields right here for the Ethernet 2? That's the MAC address. So we remember that the IP address is going to be 4 digits. They're going to look similar to that 10.0.0.2, whereas a DNS is going to be similar to an IP address, and ICMP is a protocol. So what we're seeing here, as far as the address shown in this section right here, which is the source and the destination, that SRC and the DST, those things are going to show not only the name of them, but they're going to show the MAC address really. Well, the name of it is really just private underscore the last 3 octets of the MAC address, which is particular to each machine. But anyway, it's the MAC address. All right. Now, using that same Ethernet 2 frame, record the source address of PC1. That would be, it's always going to be the SRC is going to be abbreviated for source. So it could be the private underscore 6800, but I would say always put the full MAC address here, which would be the first 3 out text from the manufacturer, and then the last 3 out text that is particular to the hardware. So let's go ahead and drop that in there. 66 68 00. All right, moving on. Using the same Ethernet 2 frame, record the Ethernet address of PC2. PC2. Let's go to, since we don't have that here because we have the source address of PC1. Let's go to PC2 and let's fire up a console and let's see if we can get that Ethernet address of P2. Oh, let's see if I this Ethernet address that should be 10.0.0.1, right? No, it's not. And then what we're going to do, we open up that console. And the one thing we want to do is we want to get the same information that we got for PC1 for PC2. So let's ping, since we're on .2, let's ping .1. We get a reply back. Now let's open up Wireshark. Well, I didn't need to do that. That should be the destination. If we recorded the source right here, the destination should be where it's coming from, which is be PC2 because that's what we've been pinging back and forth. So we could take let's go back up to the same one, right? Take that same one, 68.0, 6800. Let's put this one in for destination, the destination address 00:50 79 66 68 01. That should be it, right? All right, leave Wireshark caption running and then keep the window open. Sure. Select the PC1 terminal window and run the following command to check the connectivity to PC4. Let's go. Let's read that one more time. Select PC1 terminal window. I can close this out. PC1 terminal window. And then run the command to check the connectivity to 10.0.0.4. Run that. The host is not reachable. PC4 is currently not connected to the network, so no replies, not reachable error has been returned. Leave the terminal window open. Sure. All right. Go to the GNS3 app and the device toolbar and select the link. Add a link. So let's go back here to our topology. This link option is going to be here. When it has that X on it, it should turn our pointer into an X or a crossbar. We can go ahead and click on a PC4 and click Ethernet 0. So that's simulating you putting in an Ethernet port or Ethernet cable into that port on that PC. And then once you select that, you can drag that up to the switch and then plug that into the Ethernet port up here, Ethernet 0. And the reason why is because it's red. That's indicating that it's open for me to use. Ethernet 1 through 3 is already in use, and green, so already connected to their respective PCs. So I'm gonna click Ethernet 0. And you can see as soon as I plugged it into the switch, it automatically started pulling a IP address from the router. Okay. So I want to iterate one more time that it's not just the switch that's giving out the IP address, it's the router being able to tell the switch, hey, whenever this MAC address gets on the network, hand them this particular IP address. All right. So we've done that. We've done that. Click the link. Click the add link again to disable the tool. Did that. Select the PC terminal window and run a ping to 404. Click the T. C1. All right. So we got our reply back from 04. We're able to go and let's go select the score button to validate the task. All right. Switch to the Wireshark window and scroll to the first plane and to the end of the capture and select the ICMP packet. Let's bring back up Wireshark and let's scroll all the way down to the bottom. Now we can see that we see some 04 entries here. Using the Ethernet 2 frame details, record the Ethernet address for PC4. So let's go ahead and click on that, and we see since we want to record the source address will tell us the answer that we need here, which is the MAC address here. So let's go ahead and let's put that in. 00:50 79 66 68 03. Am I boring y'all?
Now we see how to do it.
Okay. All right. So remember that since it if we're talking about the source, if they're talking about getting a source address, it's always going to be either listed here in this column or destination going to be listed in this column. But if you're going to be looking in that Ethernet 2 packet, then it's going to be more than likely the MAC address that's represented in this particular case. All right, I'm gonna stop right here. What questions do we got? I know I was going through all the steps, but what's confusing about what we're doing? Honestly.
Which part was the MAC address again?
The MAC address will be let's go back to Wireshark. Your MAC addresses will be formatted like this. They have 6 digits or 6 plate spots for them. So and separated by these colons. Now, sometimes they also are separated by a dash, but in this case, it's by the colons. Now, if I'm losing y'all, now I'm not saying that, and this is the thing about this particular lab, I'm not saying that they're going to test you all on this and have you do this by memory. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that when they ask you a question such as CompTIA do this exact same thing on what I'm about to say. They'll say, look at this Ethernet frame and tell me what is the MAC address. And they'll have this and other MAC addresses that look similar. And you will have to decipher which one it is in a multiple choice question. I promise you that might be there. And so while you may not understand why I'm pinging back and forth, but you'll get it. It's more introducing you to this is how we go about networking. And so I don't want it to be overwhelming, but I do want it to be something that we tackle before we go into other things such as configurations with Core 2. Because when it comes to troubleshooting, they're going to bring up things like this. How do you use Wireshark? And remember, I introduced Wireshark to you guys in Security Plus, so you definitely know it's going to be over there. But let me know if if I'm sounding like a broken record, or if I'm just sounding like I'm just that Charlie Brown teacher that's just blah 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 blah. Stop me and let me know. Let me know where I lost you at, or to go back over something. Okay. All right. I'm gonna finish it. All right. Let's jump back into it. Run another probe using Wireshark to identify PC3's hardware address. So let's pull back up Wireshark and let's run a probe on PC3. So let's ping O1, or let's ping PC1. Actually, what is PC1? No, I don't want to do that. Is PC 102? Let's look back at. So now that I ping that, we can find. We see that now we see the entries for what I just pinged from, which is 03 to 01. So now let's look at that and what do we want? We want the MAC address. Run another probe to use Wireshark to identify PC3 hardware address. And when they say stuff like this, hardware address, that means MAC address as well. Okay. I'm gonna say that again. Whenever they say hardware address, it's another term for MAC address. And the reason why is because it's physically mated with that particular device. That MAC address is physically edged onto the device. You can see if you pull out that motherboard on let's say a NIC card, you will see the MAC address actually edged into the NIC card computer chip or motherboard. Sorry. All right, so we know that double zero is the PC1. So O2 should be the answer for PC3. So let's put that in. All right, well done. You completed the model by attaching all the nodes in the switch, and you have identified the hardware interfaces of all 4 computers joined to the network. Right? We did that. Now in the real world, this is not as complicated as we made it to seem like in this lab. In the real world, the only thing they really ask you to do is just hook this computer up to the network so John can go to work. That's the only thing we really did. But in this lab, we were able to hook this up to the network as well as see his coworkers here in, the legal department. Everybody can see each other, everybody can communicate with each other. Not saying that they can't do IM messages back and forth or use Zoom back and forth. But what that means is that if they had a storage network or a drive, um, some type of hardware drive or a same printer that they wanted to use in that network, now John can connect his computer to the network and they all can print to that printer, or they all can put a document in the storage on the same network and see it, and then other people cannot see it because they're not connected to that switch. Okay. Now let's answer these questions real quick. Which of the following types which of the following types is the network you configured? Is it a LAN, WAN, WLAN, WAN, or PAN? Anybody want to take a stab at that?
Was it
This right
LAN?
here, it is a LAN. Why is it a LAN?
Because the local, well,
That is right.
it's local because of the switch running all 4 of those PCs.
Correct. All right. In GNS3, the line connecting the nodes represents a physical link. In a typical office cabling scheme, which of the following hardware components would be used to terminate the cable running throughout the conduit, the wall conduit? I'm skipping words.
Patch panel.
Patch panel is the best answer. That is correct. All right. The customer wonders whether costs could be reduced by using a hub in the network instead of a switch. Which of the following factors are limitations of a hub-based Ethernet? Select all that apply. So, what do we know about a hub? A hub is not as smart as a switch. That's one. So it can't determine who is who in this network here. It doesn't know the difference between, and really what that really means honestly is that it can't see this ARP that we've been talking about. That hub will not everybody's ARPing in a hub. It doesn't matter. It's just trying to get that packet out to everybody at all times. So it's not as smart as a switch. A switch is going to remember who is who and deliver their packets back directly to them. Um, Also is not going to have certain capabilities, um, such as a switch. So that will kind of rule out PoE, power over Ethernet. Now it won't if you're talking about gigabit worth of speed, a hub is not going to do that as well. You're talking about just more technology comes with a switch, better technology, secure technology that comes with a switch versus a hub. They typically, you'll hear people refer to them as dumb hubs, where it's just a repeater. It gets something, it gets the signal from the router, and then it tells everybody the same information across all the ports at all times. So you'll see a lot of network congestion going on, which will be this one right here. The hub performance is reduced by collisions. When it's talking to everybody, everybody is talking back, right? And so eventually you'll start to see what they call collisions, where the internet network slows down tremendously because things are bumping into each other. Packets are coming in on top of each other, and the hub is not built to actually put things in order. Now, it doesn't require a different cabling, so it still takes an Ethernet connection, RJ45 port, and some hubs do have more than 4 ports. Now, most of them that I'm familiar with, they have 4, and you just plug into one to actually activate the rest of the 3, and then you plug those 3 into whatever else that you want. But I've seen some advertised to have more ports. All right. We did both of those. All right. So we did this lab. Now, that's all I had for tonight. Any questions?
I have a question. I still have to complete that lab and submit it, but I haven't finished that one yet. But I see the last maybe 2 or 3 have me mixed up, but I see what you did on it. I will submit it.
Yeah. Even if I do the lab, y'all, just please go back and do the lab, because like I said, it's not, while they may not ask you step by step what to do, they may ask you those little questions that they ask at the end. Those things you might see again on the exam. And those are the things that, oh, okay, yeah, you know what? I spent so much time working on MAC addresses. I know exactly what they're looking for when it comes to this MAC address and how it matches up with that IP address. That's what they're trying to get you to understand, that when I do something like CMD and I go IP config /all, and you see the physical address, when I highlight this, that's my MAC address. As much as what we've been, we just sat there and watched me do that lab, we should have that in our mind now, that, oh yeah, Lee did say that the MAC address and the physical address are one and the same, and they're typically written like this. And they're probably going to have some type of IP address linked to them.
I don't think you should anymore.
Hey, appreciate that. All right. Let me go back over that one more time. So when I do CMD and I go IP config / Jesus Christ. Oh, and I go up and I see that I have this is a network card. This network card has a physical address. That physical address is the MAC address. And like I said, you're going to remember, oh yeah, the physical address looks like this. The MAC address looks like this. Regardless if it's colons or dashes separating the numbers. I know that to be true. And it's probably got an IP address that looks like this. And I understand that the IP address works along with that subnet address in order for me to know what the network ID and the subnet mask, the network ID and the host number is. All of these things, they play a part as far as communication goes when it comes to how one device may talk to another. But I think I probably got y'all eyes glazed over. So I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go. If y'all got any more questions, let me know. Delasia, did you were you able to get that lab back up?
Good evening.
Evening.
Hey, how y'all doing?
You feeling okay? Everything good?
Yeah, it was a last minute emergency, and I really appreciate y'all
You
respecting
know we
that.
ride at dawn for you, so you let us know.
I'm I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not gonna say that, but I'm glad that y'all was receptacle of my message, and I hate that it was last minute and just yeah, not ideal, but I appreciate it.
No worries. We know you wouldn't do it if you didn't have to. You be on time and ready.
Yeah. All right. While y'all in here early, hold on, let me make sure. If Marie Cruz jumps in, if y'all can turn on your cameras, just make sure you turn on your camera so she won't have an outburst.
Will do.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Mister, can you repeat that? I just logged in. I only caught the end part.
I was saying the end part. So we're gonna go over the mobile section that we would have went over on Tuesday, and we're gonna touch on printers today. Thank you for allowing me to cancel class on Tuesday. Had an emergency pop up that I wasn't too happy about. So, and also, if Mary Cruz decides to get into the classroom tonight, if you can, make sure you turn on your videos so she can see your faces and ask the questions that she needs to ask.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. All right. So let's jump into it. Today is our last time talking before the new year. And then we'll be back in class on the 6th. Now, as we are on this break, just because we're on a break doesn't mean that you shouldn't study, which I would take this time to, like I said, take at least an hour and go over this material just so it can be fresh into your mind, because we're going to start core 2 on January 6th when we come back. And if you got any questions, or if you want me to hop on a quick Zoom call, get with me over the break and we can see what we can get going. Majesty.
Just to reiterate, so what is like the scheduling for, do we just take, because the core one and core two are two separate tests, are they not? Or are they
They are
taking?
two separate tests, but I think you will take them at the same time. So it will, if it was 100 questions, it will be 100 mixed questions of core 1 and core 2.
Okay, and then are we supposed to go ahead and schedule that? Well, we have to do core two then when we come back then. Okay, but when the time does come for us to take that core two assessment, would you let us know, or do we really just go ahead and schedule that when we feel like we're ready?
The dates are in the classroom, but I'll make sure that I'll bring it up at least 2 weeks before that date hits, so we can start studying back on core 1 and core 2, because
Okay.
right now we're in a study mode, doing mostly questions. But when we jump back on January 6th, we're going to be doing, power slides with definitions again, learning, not really doing that many questions. And then once we get finished with core 2, we want to start studying again for core 2 and 1. But I'll let you know of those dates so we can go ahead and get you ready to take that full exam.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. After that full exam, then we'll jump back into Security Plus. And it'll be based off of how you feel about Security Plus. If you want them to actually pay for that exam, is what my understanding is. All right. All right, so let's jump into it. We got 30 seconds on the clock. This is about mobile devices, and then the last 5 I think will be on printers. So I'm gonna go ahead and start my counter. Put your answers in the chat, and then we'll go over it. Time now. We rolling. We rolling today. All right. Good. A Windows-based laptop has an internal battery that requires tools to access and remove. What steps must a repair technician take prior to opening the laptop and installing the replacement? Select all that apply. Now, we know for sure charging the battery is not it, right? So we can go ahead and kick that out of here. Discharging the battery, powering off the laptop, and then disconnecting the AC power. B and C is automatically in there. A, on the other hand, is a toss-up in my opinion. To discharge the battery, we are, remember in the lab that we had where we were changing out that battery, we unplugged the laptop, we turned it off, we unplugged it, and then when we unscrew the panel, we unhooked the power cable from the motherboard, then we turned it back over to discharge it. So let's go back and let's read it. A Windows-based laptop has an internal battery that requires tools to access and remove. What steps must a repair technician take prior to opening the laptop and installing a replacement? So, yes, when I say we're on it, we're on it. We're thinking about it. All of these steps, A, B, and C, are all that we would take. But this is how they want to throw a curve at you, is just by putting that one simple word in there prior to actually open up the back. And so B and C will be just the things that we need to do before we actually discharge the battery. Right. All right. So my suggestion on that is just, it's easy to look at it and just kind of say, yeah, you know what, discharge the battery and keep it moving. But just one little word goes in there and changes the whole concept of what we're trying to do. All right, second question. 30 seconds, time now. All right. A network technician is working from a coffee shop and does not want to use the insecure wireless connection. What can the technician enable on their smartphone to provide the laptop with its own Wi-Fi connectivity? Airplane mode, cellular data networking, hotspot, or Bluetooth? All right. Pretty much across the board, everybody knows that all of the A, B, and D does not give you any type of connectivity. Well, cellular data networking can, but that's more of that, having that laptop will have a SIM card inserted into it, being able to go off of your mobile device towers versus a hotspot that you could just spin up real quick and create a Wi-Fi signal. So hotspot is the correct answer. Good job on that. Next question, 30 seconds on the clock. Time now. Okay. Do y'all remember this one from earlier?
I just had this problem before, I mean, with my device. It's literally just, yeah, I've had this problem before.
Okay. How did you come about thinking that it was just kind of dusty and debris? Like, what was the main giveaway?
Well, as soon as I saw it as an option, I understood that that's the main faulty for not just what is it, laptops, but game systems. Like I had both a PlayStation and a 360, and
Hmm.
whenever that I had a storage device on the actual power cord external to the actual console, and it came with a filter. Whenever the filter was hot, the console that was connected to it also overheated, and it would cause discs to burn and all types of stuff. So it's just something I know about devices in general.
Gotcha. Which is cool. And using that common sense factor is definitely gonna help in this certification. Um any type of filters or fans, if they're on some type of device, or for any mechanical um device for that reason, such as I'm thinking about my furnace in here, or the filter on my car, they are there to block any type of dust or any type of debris, and then really kind of keep a good airflow always going. So in this case, this is a perfect reason for that. I had this question in this class before, and so I thought that everybody would remember that, and everybody kind of would thought about dust and debris being the main thing. So that's good. All right, so let's move on to number 4. Time now. Okay. All right, let's get into it. Okay. A user will like to take advantage of a biometric technology for a quicker and more secure login on a laptop. The user discovers that the laptop has no built-in technology for the biometrics. What solution does the IT department offer? All right, let's go through it. The two that we can kick out, I would say,
Gotta go
there's.
back.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Look like it switched the question.
Oh yeah,
The
it did.
question on our
Hey, where is? All right, there it is. Okay. So let's do some. You got near field scanner, USB peripheral, keyboard replacement, or touchpad replacement. Well, we want to use biometrics. So I would say the first thing we can get out of here is the near field scanner. So that's more on the tap to pay, getting real close in order to just kind of wave a device at another device in order to authenticate. So we want to use biometrics. So we know we want to use some part of our body as far as eyes or hands, um, or voice for that matter. Um, but a keyboard replacement, probably you could get some that has a fingerprint scanner on it. Not saying that you can't find them. They're not common though. Touchpad replacement, you could do that on a laptop, or get them a whole nother laptop that has like the fingerprint scanner on it in order to log into the machine. Uh Not ideal though. And then when you talk, that's pretty much another $600-700 for another computer for someone who wants to just have that feature. Um so that's not ideal as well. The only one would be a USB peripheral device where we can plug in a fingerprint scanner, um, in order to have some type of biometrics on that machine. Since there's no built-in technology for it, we can always take advantages of our USB connections and have that extra piece in there. So, hey, y'all needed that break on Tuesday. I see. All right, next question. 30 seconds. Time now. All right. A user returned a laptop to the help desk with complaints that the screen was too dark and that the desktop image that they put on it burnt into the display. What type of display does the laptop most likely have? Now,
I remember the plasma TVs used to do that. They used to hold the
yes.
image onto the screen, but I don't know which one of these will be equivalent to the plasma.
So which two can we do we think we can get out of here? And then let's talk about the last two.
A and C.
A and C, let's get out of here. Hold off on D just yet, Savala.
Why?
Touchscreen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say why hold why C? I automatically knew to remove A because that well not but like in my head I was like remove A, but I didn't have a reason to remove C.
We didn't talk about TFT,
Oh,
but
I
that
mean
is a form of a LCD, I believe. I would have to check that, but yeah, LCD. But we did talk about LEDs, and LCDs doesn't have the um, notoriousness of burning holes into the screen, such as LEDs or OLEDs, OLEDs. So LEDs, they have typically a a light background, and when I mean light, not like weight, but as in a brightness. There's a backlit background that actually projects the screen out to you. And so sometimes when you look at a TV and you're in a dark environment, you'll turn on an LED TV and it kind of looks like a dark gray, and then the picture shows. That's that backlight, that backlit light on that. Whereas a OLED, OLED, it's so it's more small dots that's actually um turning off those little bulbs. So a black looks like a true black. It just looks really like that part of the screen is off, which it typically is. The problem with that is that in earlier versions of OLEDs is that they will typically start to burn in images if that stays on the screen for a considerable long time. So the one thing that I'm worried about with an OLED is that I like to watch sporting events, which is like um, 3 hours long for each event. And if you think about it, okay, so what could actually be burnt into a screen? If you ever look at the TV logo, so the NBC logo that's in the top right hand corner, that could typically be burnt into the screen because while all the other images are moving across the screen at times, that NBC logo doesn't move, and it's constantly just shining so bright in that one corner to where burns it burns out those bulbs in that particular image. And so long story short, LEDs and OLED are the two that we can keep, but OLED is probably going to be the one that's burning in that image into the screen. But their picture is there. All right, next question. 30 seconds. A user purchased their first smartphone and wants to download a useful app into it. What must the user do before they can actually use the app store? Grant privileges, synchronize between multiple devices, auto discover, or configure an account.
This must
And
be an
this is
iPhone.
pretty. Say it again.
It must be an iPhone.
That's why I smiled when I saw I saw it. I was like, um, but that's true for everybody. I'm not gonna single nobody out about it. Um, is you have to have either a Google account to go into an Android store or some type of email address. You still have to go in and create an account so they can have all of your apps that you download under your profile. That's pretty much it. And the same thing with iOS, and I'm not trying to turn it into that, but iOS does a better job of keeping everything in house. So if you bought any one of their products, you gotta make sure you can use that same account across all of your products at any given time, and they can really kind of share everything between devices. All right, next question. 30 seconds. Time now. Oh man, dang. I wasn't supposed to do that. Give me 1 second. Let me pull my timer back up. So, a network technician trains a new employee on the company's devices they receive during orientation. Which device will usually have both a front and rear camera? As you can see, that first sentence has nothing to do with anything, but select all that apply. So, whenever remember that if we see select all that apply, we are picking more than one answer, more than likely. So, digital camera, smartphone, tablet, or webcam. We can go ahead and get A and D out of here. And since we're selecting more than one, with select that all that apply. And these two, you don't have to worry about someone giving out a tablet in an organization. They do that all the time. Just in case you didn't know that, a lot of your higher ups will probably get some form of tablet. In conjunction with a laptop. And they typically just use this to look at emails, but they do issue out tablets. Typically iPads. All right, 30 seconds. All right. A mobile device user is traveling out of the area and left their device somewhere outside. The user wants to track where they last had their mobile device in order to retrace the steps and find the device. Which of the following options is the system that relies solely on the satellite communications to pinpoint a device location and help the users find their device? Geolocation, location service, near field communications, global positioning system. Tell you the truth. Hold on now. Did I forget this? All right, I had to double check that myself. My bad. Yeah, I felt just like you, Ryan. I was like, wait a minute, hold on now. Geolocation, location service, NFC, or GPS. So let's take out two: location services and near field communications. We can pretty much say near field communications, remember, is just for strictly, I want you guys to think about NFC as far as tap to pay, real small locations, as for small travel. What I meant by that is, in your personal area is how NFC actually works. Location service is typically going to be on your mobile device, and that's going to allow you to be tracked by the satellites, right? So my mix up was with geolocation and then global positioning system. And the reason why they kind of mean the same thing, where geolocation is going to be using the world to find out where you are at or where something is. But when we think about the question, it says which of the following options is the system that relies solely on the satellite's communication. um, that's a service. When it says, hey, what is the system that solely relies on the satellite communications? Yes, geolocation is is that, but that's more of the definition of, hey, we could see you from the satellites in orbit. But the service is typically called GPS, where we see and we want, in order to have that type of service, um, and it's typically that system is in the name. Um, that service is GPS, and that's what we want in order to find um, that particular device in this case. So I'm not mad at geolocation. I would argue that that's also the same thing as GPS, but geolocation is more of the definition of where are you at from the standpoint of looking down on Earth versus the positioning of a certain device or having some type of system tell you or guide you along using GPS. How do you pronounce that? Argus?
ArcGIS. It's with mapping and a whole bunch of different things.
Got you. Yeah, I never heard of that. Might look that up.
Yeah, so so my major for undergrad was environmental science with a minor in chemistry. And I used to work with the USDA, and we'd be able to go to somewhere, be able to map it, and then be able to put it on a map so you could be able to see it on a GPS system or anything like that.
Okay. Hey, we're gonna using them orbits, man. Them satellites up there. They up there for a reason. They're getting y'all ready for them orbs that they putting out so they can do the anyway. Um let's go on to the next one. 30 seconds. Time now. A company uses cell phones that do not have a SIM card and can only be managed by a particular network provider. The company wants to buy 4G cell phones with SIM cards for voice calls so they can switch to any chosen provider. What network type best suits the company needs? Well, a company uses a cell phone that do not have any cell SIMs in it. So what do they buy? The company wants to buy a 4G cell phone with SIM cards for voice calls so they can switch to any chosen provider. A company uses cell phones that do not have any SIM cards and can only be managed by a particular network provider. Does that even? I don't even think that has anything to do with the question. So anyway, what network best suits the company needs? Well, GSM is going to be more of a global standard that doesn't actually deal with networking as far as cell phone towers. CDMA falls in that same category. Preferred roaming list um, is also not a cell phone tower type of a service. So the only option we have really is the LTE network, um, which you see that advertised in these phone companies. The reason why I kind of read the question over is because you can automatically read the question and say, okay, so what's the first thing that matches up with a cell phone company, and then we go ahead with that answer, because they're looking to buy some type of. They're really looking to get onto a carrier's network, is what they're really asking for. And GSM and CDMA doesn't fall into that category. And we can pretty much say, okay, process of elimination, LTE is probably my best option here. But I just felt like the question was not asked in a real good manner. But they kind of, didn't give you too much of a curveball on the answers to where you can go ahead and rule out these things right here, because I don't think anybody heard of a preferred roaming list. All right. Next question. 30 seconds. Time now. All right. Enterprises uses different models to specify how they provision mobile devices and apps for employees. Which function of an enterprise management allows the organizations to perform remote wipes on devices? So we talked about this several times. Is really only one good answer for on this list here. The App Store is not going to give you a option to actually manage any type of device. And originally, this question didn't have these words in parentheses. They wanted you to understand what these acronyms were. Um, but I went there and I put it recited so we can make sure that we understand that when it comes to management of mobile devices, whether we're talking about what apps we can have on there or if I want to remote wipe it from a remote less location, then we're talking about mobile device management, MDM. So if you see MDM or it actually being written out, we're talking about um, management of devices, whether it's cell phone or tablets in a business setting. Okay. Um, Mobile application management is what takes place inside of the mobile device management. Okay. And I'm not too sure enterprise mobility management is a thing. I never heard of it that way, but in order for whether it's in an enterprise environment or not, MDM is what we want managing over our mobile devices. All right, let's jump into these printer questions. 30 seconds time now. All right. A printer support technician at a corporate office receives a call from an administrative office that their laser printer is online, but the office employees cannot print. When examining the printer, the technician finds paper lodged into the fuser unit. What type of error is this? All right. Printer jam, print quality issue, carriage mechanism fault, incorrect page orientation. So the only one that's, it's talking about physical mishap of paper. Um, this is typically going to be your paper jam, and everything else really doesn't apply for this question when you really look at it. All right. Awesome. Next question, 30 seconds.
It's the same question.
Hey, my bad. Is it? No, it's not. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah, this one's an inkjet. Let me make sure. All right. A printer support technician at a corporate office receives a call from the administrative office that the office inkjet printer is online but is making a grinding noise while printing. What type of error is this? Now you good? You good? But that's good that you said that, because let's take a look at it. While it is similar, right? This one is talking about a laser jet, a laser printer, but this is a office inkjet, and that grinding noise is something to take a look at, but it's not saying that, hey, when we look at it, unlike this question right here, the paper is lodged into the fusing unit. It's just making we assume from the question that it's actually spitting the output out. So it's printing something, but it's actually just, gnashing and grinding as is actually spitting out the output. And so with that, we could say, okay, let's rule out print quality and the incorrect page orientation. But since they're not talking about a paper jam, the carriage mechanism fault is probably where we're going to be looking at replacing some part inside that's probably worn out or just needs to be replaced at that time. Is probably going to stop that grinding noise from actually sounding off every time someone's print. All right, 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, I was receiving a phone call and I denied the phone call, but it stopped me from actually listening to the answer that you said for the last question.
Oh, for the last one, give me 1 second. Let me let's get to this one and then we'll jump back. All right. When printing to a malfunction to a multifunction printer, the printer staples the pages sideways. What type of error is this? This is going to be right, Bridget. D. Incorrect page orientation. Now we already for the past 3 questions we had the same answer selections, but in this case we're talking about the print and orientation on it, and then some printers may be able to staple some papers together after it's done, and so uh, D will normally be the type of configurations that we probably need to change. While everything else, these two are physical, C and A, and the print quality issue is going to be more of a mishap with the ink being applied. Okay. Now, Ryan, you said that you didn't hear the answer on the previous one.
I assumed it to be C. Thank you.
No problem. All right. 30 seconds. Bridget, what you mean?
My finger slipped. Sorry.
A or D?
D.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah. What type of printer uses heating elements to create the image on paper? We're talking about heat. We're talking about thermal. Um, inkjet is going to be able to use kind of like a bunch of pixels, and the laser is going to actually have a heating element, but it's going to use the laser in order to project the image onto the drum that applies to the paper. 3D printers are going to actually create uh, physical uh, physical objects off a design in a piece of software, and then thermal is going to actually heat up and actually apply a almost like a overlay to the printer. I mean to the paper in order to create the out of all of these printers, when it comes to actually like printing off papers and stacks of papers, thermal printers are going to probably be your best bet as far as quality is concerned. All right, last one here, 30 seconds. All right, awesome. I think everybody, I should have put that one in the middle. um, what type of printer builds a solid object from successive layers of material? Inkjet, laser, 3D, or thermal? And 3D is going to be the I don't want to say obvious, but it's the answer here when it comes to um, building a actual object. Um, when it comes to the other printers, these are imaging printers, so they're taking some type of image that they have and then applying it to some type of paper, or it could be some type of a picture to a camera piece of material. I forgot the photo sheets. We can do printing in that, but in that way we are putting a 2D layer onto a flat plane. Whereas if we're building some type of solid object, this is where it's going to be having a 3D or a more multi layers applied to an object that can be used for multiple reasons. 3D layers are, we have one of the sidebar note, we have one of a big company here in Rock Hill, South Carolina, where that's all they do is 3D print, and they can build anything from medical devices to car parts or pretty much anything. And I like their company model because it's nothing major that they're building, but they may need some type of proprietary uh like a washer or some type of cylinder object that they sell for nothing, but they sell a big quantity of it, and then you know it could be always made over and over and over again. So great product. Hey, that 3D printing is going to be his own thing, I think, in the near future. But at the same time, I was talking to someone yesterday about the future and how we're going to go about learning IT, and they're saying how um, AI is going to be the future, and a lot of the things that we need to be learning is not necessarily. Um, they were talking about how networking is something that we need to really focus in on, and it makes me wonder if we're putting too much energy into a lot of technology that's not going to be around for the next 5 to 10 years, because what we're learning today, machines can probably do in the next 10 years, and they could do it on their own. And so it kind of got me to thinking. All right. So let me jump into a lab here. Entire screen. I want to bring that over here. I want to bring, where's you guys here? Y'all see how messed up this thing is, man? I can't do my class right, man. I got to get another screen. All right.
Get back.
No, I'm not doing that. I don't do take backs. I can't do that. No. So I got to make it work some kind of way. All right, let's get into this PBQ scenario. Let's read the scenario. You are a lead IT support technician at your organization. Many of the company's laptops are Many of the company's laptops are underpowered in the terms of hardware. However, the company only recently acquired the laptops that cannot purchase new ones to correct the issue. Therefore, the management has requested that you create a guide and train a small team of technicians in rapidly upgrading a variety of internal laptops components such as RAM, for example. In addition, since they are a various of laptop brands in most companies, you will need to provide a basic guidance on the laptop maintenance, including the disassembly process. As part of the guide, you will create a few scenarios from examples of what the technician should do when performing a laptop maintenance. So, really, to tell you the truth, this scenario has nothing. Anyway, that scenario doesn't really. It could be better. All right. You are working on an individual's personal laptop. What should you do before any repair work to ensure that everything on the laptop is accessible for the employee? Out of these answers right here, which one should I put in for that one? You're working on an individual's personal laptop. What should you do before any repair work to ensure that everything's on the laptops is still accessible for the employee? Any
Backup.
a backup? I agree with that. Why do we want to back up? We want to back up just in case it doesn't go right. With everything that you do in IT, you always want some type of backup plan. Trust me on that. Because it will go awry, it will not go the way you want it to go. It'll be, and you always need some type of rollback plan or some type of pivot whenever you're messing with someone's computer. Because whenever you go ahead and say, hey, all right, I'm going to take it for the next couple of hours, they're going to want it back to where they can still operate off of these settings that they had. And if you change it in any type of way, man, just just make sure you have your backups. All right. Electricity is a potential safety issue for yourself and the equipment you are repairing. What should you do to mitigate the risk of an unexpected electrical damage? Out of these, which ones are we talking about?
The ESD, safe workspace.
Right. Creating that ESD, whenever we're talking about electrical work, or if we're talking about electrical safety, then we're thinking about cutting down on the electrical static that we can create with our bodies, our shoes, our clothing. And so if we seen on the labs multiple times, we put that little scrap on the your wrist, and you may have an electrical static pad under your feet in order to conduct all of the reduce the electrical current that you have running. All right. You notice that the employee laptops looks new. What should you do to ensure that you can still complete the required maintenance? Consult the manufacturer documentation, validate warranty coverage, do not use release tabs for components, photograph disassembly stages. Well, I guess why that's why they put that in there. Any guesses on that?
Consult manufacturer document.
Not quite. So check this.
validate warranty.
Yeah, I was gonna say a warranty. That's what I was gonna say.
Validate the warranty. The thing that you want to really make sure on this question is that this is the only thing that they really kind of pointed out, that it was new. And since it's new, then we're thinking, if anything, it has the manufacturer warranty. Since we have to make upgrades to it, maybe we can contact the manufacturer to see if they could do the upgrade for free, or for if we mess something up, does it void our warranty? Are they able to fix something after, let's say if um we open the laptop, we do the upgrade, but then we have electrical current, we shock the motherboard. Are we still going to be able to get a new motherboard from the manufacturer, since it was new? And maybe there's a warranty that we voided by opening up the back case. So those are things that we want to look into before we actually go ahead and perform any maintenance on it. Now, when performing the laptop repair, what are some actions you would take? Consult the manufacturer service documentation. I would say yes. You always want to consult the documentation, but in the real world, it's a lot of that's a lot of documentations. A normal manuscript is going to be at least 500 pages long for some components, some software, and you typically just want to see what the specs are, to see what you're working with, and then be able to make sure that you have the major things in place. But you definitely want to, if you have any questions, consult the documentations that the manufacturer put out. What else? Use a standard plastic bag for storing components. I would not go with that, because there's other ways to separate the material that you're going to take out of a laptop. And when we did our labs, we didn't see any plastic bags there, right? So I wanted to call it tacky, but that's not the professional word for it. Diagram cables and connectors. I would say yes, you need to do that, especially if this is, one of your first times that you're actually performing any type of maintenance on a laptop, and you're moving cables around, you're moving components around, and you want to make sure that they go back to where they are. Diagramming those things before you actually move them could help you out tremendously. In today's world, I would just suggest you to go ahead and just take a picture of it, and then refer back to it whenever you're putting those things back together. Disconnect the power and the peripherals. We should all know that that's what we're going to do, when it comes to our power, and then the things that we have plugged into them. When we start working on laptops, we're making sure that everything is disconnected as much as possible, and then even disconnecting the battery if need be. Photograph the disassembly stages. A little bit overkill. You don't need to. I don't think so. In my opinion, um, I don't think you need to do that. This is a little bit overkill. Use one set of tools. No, you will use a variety of tools when you think about what you need to do when it comes to a laptop. It's not just using a Phillips screwdriver. You may use a 5 star or T5 bit or star bit on the screwdriver in order to use that, get those type of screws out. Why would you use the organization parts that you have you why would you organize the parts that you have removed? uh I didn't learn this until I actually disassembled a laptop. When you disassemble a laptop, if you do not organize everything, and you know what, I'm gonna say photograph those disassembly stages. when you take apart a laptop, you can easily end up with more screws than what you thought. Because if you don't, I had at least, I want to say 5 or 6 screws that I knew went somewhere. They came out of the laptop, but I had already put everything back. So I wasn't going to go through that again. Either way, we end up buying another computer after that. So don't learn from my mistakes. You don't want to misplace or have any things after you tried to put it back together um, in this repair. And I'm glad I changed that. Yeah, when I thought about when you're taking apart a laptop and you actually have all of those things, you're going through the stages of taking things out. You want to photograph those things in order to keep a reminder of how they go. And that's a good way of, if you don't, that's a good way of ending up with screws that you really don't know where they're going, because everything is kind of layered upon each other. And then you kind of lose track of everything. Okay. Any questions? So lesson 9, supporting printer devices. This lesson is going over um, the complicated world of printers, right? So my question to you guys is that, do you even still use printers? Is that something that you guys still do in a classroom setting? I know in a business setting, sometimes we got to put things on a piece of paper, but is that really do you really do it as often as you used to? I know I don't. Just curious if you guys often print.
I
Eh,
mean,
kind
Not as
of.
often.
like for English applications, like I really just think it's dependent on your major. I think as a engineering major, unless you're printing something like maybe schematics or something visually, maybe that'll be useful. But overall, no, not really, because everything's in the cloud now. So if somebody wants to access something that they need to see, you can just send it to them. So yeah.
Is the is it the same thing when it comes to your papers that you have to write? Just kind of emailing that to your professors?
I would say a lot of professors now, they prefer for you not to do paper. I mean, that just depends on the teacher. Some teachers are old school, but I would say more modernly speaking, they prefer for everything to just be submitted digitally as well. Because if they're gonna submit grades online, have to edit online, you may as well have the paper online.
And I could see that. Yeah, I remember printing a lot. Um, and a lot of the printers that we'll talk about today, which is um, we're only going to talk about maybe 4 different types of printers, but these are the ones that I'm used to. So I bring that up, not saying that printers is a dying technology, but it's definitely not being used as it once was. Uh, just the Not saying that people are trying to save the trees or anything, but just having paper around just could end up in having messy desks. In the case of security, we haven't got to this in security, cybersecurity, but when you think about printouts, those type of important papers on people's desks could end up being, evidence for someone else to actually pick up and learn things about the business, just by having printouts that you really don't kind of use. So it's kind of more secure to not print. But in core 1, we need to talk about printers. and printers are naturally an output of a computer. So while we talked about a lot of inputs with the computer, such as keyboards, mouse, commands that we can use to tell the computer what to do, all of those things are things that we take from the outside going in as input. A output is when we ask that computer to give that particular information or picture back to us in a physical form that we can touch. And that's where printers come into place at. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Deploying a printer and the malfunction of devices. So when we're talking about setting up a printer in a business standpoint could be not as easy as you think when you're talking about where we're going to put this at, how many people are going to use it, um, who gets their own printer. So in a professional setting, just letting you know, hey, you you may get some people that um, they need to like. I'm speaking from a banking perspective, right? In the banks, you may get people who are in the office who need to print out large numbers of loans, loan papers, and have maybe 40, 50 copies of a particular document. So they may feel like having their own printer is more efficient than giving, you know, 50 people within a room a particular computer printer to print to. And the setup location and the budget also goes into that factor. So coming up with these type of things is the business side of it, and it can get a little. You could throw some politics in there if you want, and it's 9 times out of 10 is always going to be that because it really just come down to what do you do for your job, and then if you need to print that much, and more than likely if we just want to make that computer mine at my desk, then we could do so. But here's the thing: when I got highlighted here, is that you got to make sure that you have the power source for it, and if it needs to be networked, that's kind of what you want in order for IT to have some type of management over it. You need to have some type of Ethernet connection to that printer. If not, you need to have it set up with Wi-Fi. The problem with Wi-Fi and printers is that, and we'll go over this later, is that they're notorious with falling off the network, quote unquote. And what I mean by falling off the network is that you see them in your print queue or in your print setup, you just can't connect to them at that particular time. So they kind of go into this real deep sleep state, and it's just you catch the devil trying to wake them up. But also, things to consider is that if it's a quiet environment, some printers are loud by nature, right? So you get that ribbon going, or you get that dot matrix going, and it can kind of destroy the piece that's in a particular work setting. There's nothing like having a quiet room, and then all of a sudden you hear that printer kind of gear up to break that noise up. So keep those things in mind. Now, when access and security is concerned, then you got to think about who can actually, if we're talking about someone plugging into the printer or maybe using Wireshark to see if a printer's online and then using that as a stepping stone into the network, then we need to make sure that it's locked down in a security standpoint where only the people who are connected to that printer have access to it. Okay. Maybe people who shouldn't have access to it, they can't even see it on their computers. So keep those things in mind. Now, I shouldn't have to go over the proper lifting techniques, but if you see some of these large laser jet printers, you'll see that these are like very sizable printers. So if I would say it's maybe about 2.5 feet tall. I've seen some, and maybe a foot wide, maybe coming in at maybe 25 to 30, 40 pounds. And so lifting those things up to go onto a desk, a work desk, could be daunting. And it can really, if you're a small frame person, you may not want to try to lift that without having someone else to get on the other side. So having a proper technique or to lift with your legs, not with your back, is also something that I had to learn in working in the bank. But also, you know, off record, you got to learn how to really kind of do that thing with work clothes on without, you know, having some IT jobs allow you to have jeans and a collar shirt like I got, but some places, such as a bank, I had to wear dress pants as well to go with the collar shirt, and you had to have that tucked in. So being able to lift heavy objects like that and adjust your clothes after that, that probably won't be on the test, but still, it could be daunting at sometimes, and sometimes I even had it to where I would just wait to after hours in order to do that. Um, Now, when you get those laser jets, the big laser jet printers in a box, you want to make sure that you keep everything and you keep everything in that box so you can actually set it up. So it may come with a tray, an extra tray. It may come with your freezer or the rollers, extra rollers. Maybe you keep that in the IT department, but when you're unpacking it, you want to make sure that you take off all the scripts in order for the printer to actually run. And we want to do test runs, test prints to actually make sure that everything is working, make sure it's set up to the network, and people can actually print to it. So I would always set a printer up, do a print test, do a print test from, I do a print test from the machine, from the actual machine on the screen, right? Then I'll go to my laptop that I have with me and do a test print from my laptop. So that way I can make sure that it's on the network and it's visible. But then I will also have someone in that department who normally uses it to also print from that same printer so they can verify for me that, hey, it's been set up properly and they can get to it as a department. Now, going back to the standalone printer, and what I mean by standalone is that person that feels like, hey, I need my own printer, or maybe a printer that's just dedicated to a couple of individuals. Those are typically going to be, um, they should be networked, but 9 times out of 10, not 9 times, I would say a good bit of times, they are using USB connections directly to that computer in order to make that connection. And so if they're using a USB connection to a printer, then you want to make sure that they're not on the Wi-Fi, right? You just want to make sure that no one else has the drivers for this particular printer, and that is only for this computer that we have the drivers for, right? So your security standpoint needs to, you know, go a little bit higher when it comes to standalone computers, because while they're not on the network, they are part of the network, right? So they're using another computer adjacent to actually get access to that can possibly have access to the network. Now, Ethernet, we already went over this a couple of classes ago, where you can give your IP address to your printer, whether it could be a static IP address or a dynamic IP address. Now, me personally, I like the static IP address approach to it, where we're just going to assign an IP address to this printer. That way we can keep it in our logs and we know that this printer has this particular IP address, and we don't have to really kind of guess about it when we're running reports or we see any kind of actions come through, maybe on a ticket or so, right? Now, in this picture that you see here, these are normally what I've seen when it comes to wireless computers are probably inkjet computers. And inkjet printers, I'm sorry, are smaller printers that are normally used for home and some businesses. But if they're used for a business setting, it's probably a small office that they're used in. Maybe if you're thinking about a lawyer's office, maybe that lawyer has a one printer in his or her office, and they use that to actually, you know, just print off a couple of pages. But that way using that wireless, that wireless connection, we can keep a better track of it versus it being networked to everyone in that business, which could be, if it's a small business, you're talking maybe about 15 people. Now, if the printer is large enough to carry that amount of load, that's fine. But you think about maybe 15 people printing to it in a business setting, such as let's say a mortgage company, right? Where they have to print off 20 pages a piece for each person, then you could say the ink cartridges is probably going to be, going through a lot quicker. The wear and tear on the gears is probably going to be more prevalent because it's just being worked more often. So a lot of times when I see wireless computers, they're probably going to be in a home setting or just dedicated standalone printers. Now, I already talked about print drivers, but let's go a little bit deeper into it, where when we have those standalone printers or we have something in a small environment, we want to put print drivers on there in order for our computer to talk to them. And that's anything. When I say drivers, that's what I pretty much mean when it comes to any software, right? Your drivers, matter of fact, let's bring this up so you guys can see my screen. Make sure now. Like I already brung this up. These are kind of like default printers that I can go ahead and remove from my my settings here. But this is my HP that I have in my office. Now, in order for me to talk to this particular printer, I need to install the drivers. The drivers are typically going to be shown here in your computer management window. Right, so we go to computer device manager, and let's go ahead and expand that out. And we can see here in printers, I should have my HP. So where's my HP at? But typically, whenever I have my drivers installed, it should go under my printer category here. But it's under the print queue. So, but I don't have a fact. So I have drivers for it, but typically this is where my drivers are going to be at, right? So I can highlight that and I can go to properties, and this is where I can update those drivers in order for it to talk to my computer. Now, if your computer doesn't have these drivers, then you're not able to communicate with my printer, right? Just that simple. But if you were to go out and download these drivers, which you should be able to, let's see if this is what I used to do back in the day, when sometimes you'll go to a company and they have lost the install disk for the printer. And so you need to go out and actually search for the drivers yourself and then have them install. And so you could just pretty much take the model of the printer, throw it in Google, and do a quick search for it and try to come up with their series for drivers. Now, and that's a pro tip that I would always give, is that if you're looking for drivers, or if you're looking for some way for a device to actually talk back to a computer, it's going to need some type of drivers in order for that communication to work. Okay. So just plugging it into a computer doesn't necessarily create that driver situation to happen. It needs software in order for it to talk to your computer and the device. So another example I give is that when you plug when you plug your Apple phone up to your Windows computer, they can't talk until you install the software iTunes in order for them to have that conversation. They can only have basic conversations, right? Where you could see the folders, but you can't unlock all of the features that you want. And so the same thing goes for any type of external hardware that you plug into your computer. You're going to need some type of software that'll run along with it. Now, if you don't have that software, you can probably look it up on the vendor's website. And so I could probably take this download here, which will probably be all of these downloads, right? Now you can, I'm not getting into it, but you could probably just take one particular software, the basic drivers, and probably get the same thing instead of downloading a whole application. But that's out of the scope of this course. But what you want is basically the basic drivers. You can download that real quick, double click it on your computer, install it, and then now that communication piece has been set up between your computer and the printer, that they should be able to see each other. Well, they could see each other, but they now can have that communication that they need in order to, you know, do more things with the printer. Now, after you install those things, those drivers will sit here again, like I said, in that computer management field, and you can update the drivers if they're needing to be updated. But you don't often see that there's a need for a update. Sometimes when you do this on a Windows machine, especially when you go here to your computer management screen and you right click and go update driver, it's going to do a Windows update, right? And we've seen that before, where if I go to update, yes, that is right. Some have it on that page. Some have it if you look into the if you look into the printer's screen and you dig down into the menu, you may even see the drivers there to where you can export, or it'll take you to it. Yeah. And if I remember correctly, I think that's how it went. I'm pretty sure. But a lot of times they come with a disc. But with that optical disc that they have, it's a good chance it's probably going to be lost. Let me get to my updates. How come it didn't do my update? Okay. So, like I said, sometimes it'll do, whenever you go and you want to update it, it'll do a Windows update to see if there's any update for that driver available. And this is where we've seen it at before. We will go to our Windows Update advanced options, and then we can go to additional options. And here we can see driver updates. So these are not just for printers. It could be any other devices that I have connected to that motherboard, right? To my actual computer. So in this case, on my computer, my Bluetooth driver needs to be updated. The Realtek is 9 times out of 10 going to be audio, I think, needs to be updated. The external hard drive that I got up here needs to be updated. And then the Magic Control Technology Media, I have no idea what that is, but it needs to be updated. Gotta look into that. That's probably some type of software. But anyway, those are where your drivers are going to be updated from. So in Windows, this is how they're gonna, update those things. Now, if you feel like you don't get those in your system updates, you can always, like I said, look up the particular device, see if there's an update on the consumer's page, and update it from there. I have the colors that you normally will see in a printer, a laserjet or inkjet. Now, in a lower tier inkjet, you only see a black and a color inkjet or ink cartridge. Try to do that to where it can show. So this is my color inkjet cartridge, and this is the black one that I have. So these two, these are kind of on the low, not kinda, they are on the lower end. And so on a higher end inkjet, you'll have those particular cartridges individual for each one. So you'll have one that's cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. So cyan will be more of a reddish color. Nope, I'm sorry. Cyan is bluish, a bluish color, kind of like a light blue, and magenta is more of a reddish maroon color. Now we already talked about updating those drivers, but let's go ahead and let's look at the printer properties and what else we could see on those type of things. So going back to my printers, open those up. And what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm looking at my particular printer and seeing if I can go into any other options that they may have. So I know the last time I was on a Mac, you could see the icon. The icon will kind of look like this on your printers, and you should be able to right click on it and see the printer properties there. And then you can look into what other features that you can have. Now, this is a good place, and this is where I always do my test print page from. I rarely ever do it from this particular window. For some reason, it's iffy from this black window here. And what I mean by iffy is that I feel like I will hit the print test page from this black window and the printer doesn't receive the command. But if I open the properties up and I kind of get this Windows 2000 type of format window, I don't know. I feel like I get a better connection that way, and I'm able to hit print test page, and I'm able to get a connection each and every time. So this is where I always, my personal preference, where I perform my print test page from. And that print page, that test page is typically going to just have like printer information such as names, um, Wi-Fi that is connected to, or the Ethernet that is connected to, um, and ink levels. And they may give you even like a kind of like a ink layout of showing you if there's any streaks in it. And we'll go over, the type of uh, misprints that you can have and what does that entail whenever they have like these misprints. But from here, you can also see the color management. So that's pretty much just looking into the ink to see, um, how much life ink cartridge has left. Now here on the security tab here, this is where we can lock it down to a particular user or a particular group, right? And this is more in a small business form. So everyone here in this user group has access to my printer, right? Now, the thing about this is that this is how we're going to do when we go back to IAM and Security Plus. This is how we segment people off from what they can do and what they can't do. So if I don't want you to print to my printer, then you're not allowed in this particular group, right? So especially my administrator group, um, and I'm not putting my individual account here on my group either. But even if I do have you up here, it goes a little bit further to where now I can put the permissions on what I want people to do. So even if I have to put you in the group, I can say, hey, the only thing you can do is print, but Lee can do all of these things. Now, special permissions may be for like a contractor that comes in, maybe someone that needs to perform maintenance on that particular printer. Maybe we give them special permissions. But for the most part, your administrators are going to probably be having all of the assets that's needed on that particular device. So they can manage the machine as far as like controlling the print queue, maybe adding and removing the particular printer, and then managing the documents is that managing the print queue, like I said. So we can open up this print queue and we can see exactly if this computer was networked, we could see everyone who's printing a job at that particular time. So going back and keeping it all tied in with cybersecurity, what does that entail when it comes to someone snooping on the network and they're able to see the job queues here? Then maybe if I'm seeing someone of importance, right? They have a high title. If I could see their print queue, maybe I can then get a good understanding of when to go to the printer and pick some stuff up that's probably going to be valuable to my um, to my research. Or maybe I can now understand that I'm in the right vicinity and I can start looking for more clues and details of how do I get to that high profile person and get onto their computer by using the printer as a pivot point. Okay. Close that out. All right, moving on. Now, in the prefaces, printing preferences is different. It's more like choosing what you want the paper, the output to actually be. So we're talking about if we're changing the size of the printout from 8 by 11 to 4 by 6, and we're doing postal cards, then this is where we'll change that particular setting here. This would be great for these settings are great for small office standalone printers, because once you change those settings in a real world environment, um, you might forget about them, and then other people trying to print to it, and then you go into this whole thing of, hey, well, Susan, she changed the settings but she didn't change them back, and now I'm trying to print this important document out and I need to print 75 pages, and now it's printing on 4 by 6s instead of 8 by 11s, and we just wasted all of that paper and all of that ink at that. So you want to make sure that if it's a standalone or a small environment, then let people know that you're changing the preferences on that particular printer, and they need to change it back before they do any kind of printing. If it's network, right? If it's a standalone, then, and if it's just for one person, they probably won't have to worry about that, right? They can do whatever they want to do. Just realize that when the next time you print, it's going to probably keep those same preferences, right? Also, orientation is a big thing too. So keeping it portrait or landscape, um, it could just end up in frustration. That's all. Where you're looking to print something in portrait, and if it comes out in landscape, then it's just not fun doing that. And in a cubicle setting, when you're sitting down and someone changed the preferences on a printer, and then when you get up and look, and oh man, I just printed this whole 20-page paper out and it's all in landscape and I needed it in portrait. So just keep those things in mind. Excuse me, when you're talking about network printers. Now, having a print server is great for for the IT department when it comes to managing those printers, seeing what's online, what's off, seeing if there's any type of print jams, if we need to run out and get uh, ink cartridges to replace certain things on the network. It can really give us a insight on all of these type of elements going on when it comes to our printers. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that everybody should have access to the print server. Of course, not. Of course not. That should only be available for admins. Now, just because that person's a department head in that particular business or in that group, that doesn't mean that they get access to the print server. That is a IT department um, product, and you're responsible for that. Now, you're responsible for adding people to the print server or adding printers to that in order to see it, but it's not, a department's head to be over the print server so they can manage that their job be printed first in the print queue. That's not why we have those things for. Um, you want to make sure that when it comes to the print sharing aspect of it, is that if it's calling for a printer to be shared out amongst let's say 15 or more people, that we have it properly networked to everyone's computer, or everyone in that same department is able to see that computer. So we want to make sure that they're on the same or similar network, right? At least a network that they're able to talk to, right? Um, we can't really have them on a totally different um, IP addressing and be able to see that printer, and then more importantly, send a job over the network in order for it to be printed. Give me 1 second. All right. Moving on. Printer security. So a print server is going to be better than having a shared computer. A shared computer is going to be, um, when you really think about it, I could pull up mine again. My home printer can be shared out with everybody that gets onto my home network. And that means that I don't, as me as an administrator of my home network, I don't see if someone's actually actively attacking my printer. The only thing that I'm going to see is that my printer is offline, or I'm not able to print to it, or when I do print to it, it just stays into the print queue. So having that printer shared out doesn't, it takes away that admin control that you normally would have. A print server, on the other hand, you're able to set that printer up, network it out, and now people are able to find it via the network. In a similar fashion, they can find a network drive. So I don't know if you guys have ever been on a network where you can see where, if you go to your file explorer like here, and you're able to see certain files or certain drives connected that you're networked to, that you're not physically connecting to, but in a way you are physically connecting to it via the network, and but you are able to see that particular drive and get to it. A printer should be the same way. If I'm not mistaken, I wonder, can I? In this particular setting, we used to be able to add the printers here, and you'll be able to see all of your network drives and printer drives that were networked. I wonder if they changed that for Windows 11, but I don't see an option for it. Oh, here it is. Add a network drive. No, I don't see that. But we used to be able to add a printer here, a network printer. So you could be on the first floor, but yet you wanted to print on the third floor. You should be able to go here with a print server, and having that network printer on the network like that, you'll be able to go to these options add, just like mapping a network drive, I can map that printer, and just in case the printer on the first floor is not working, I can always change the default printer over to the one that's on the third floor and then print to that one. Okay. Also, from a cybersecurity standpoint, having an audit log is always going to be a great thing. When it comes to logs, I always want you to remember that your logs always tell the story of what's going on and what has happened. And so having no way to record these logs or somewhere to store them is not great practice. I'll say that. Okay, so whether you probably need to buy the storage in a business standpoint of it, and we're talking strictly business standpoint here. I'm not expecting you to keep your logs, your audit logs of your printer in your home or for your personal printer. I'm not expecting that. But in a business setting, you want to make sure that those logs are audited and at least kept for a year, right? At the least. So you can always ingest those things into what we call a SIM. A event manager is basically what it is. Okay. So you always want to keep a record of the audit logs. Now, with these smaller inkjets, you have the capability of having scanners, and I'm sorry, some of the laser jets, they do have this as feature as well, where you can now use it as a scanner. And I would think that scanning is probably more popular than printing nowadays, to where now we're in the, instead of printing and the output to go into our file somewhere, we're probably trying to scan things to make it into a digital product in order to send it via email or whatever digital transfer we want to use. So when it comes to the network services that I got highlighted here, the most popular one is a scanner, right? So I mean, a email. That's where I use my printer. That's why I really kind of got my printer for. I didn't really care about the the quality of print jobs that I had, because I knew I wasn't going to really need to print like that, especially for remote jobs. But scanning, I needed that to be a feature that I needed. And so emailing those scans as soon as I scan a particular document is a major plus for me. It also uses server message block, which is a protocol that it uses to communicate over the network with other devices, and it has that capability to communicate with cloud instances too. So the way I look at the email and the cloud, they kind of go hand in hand. Where if I'm scanning from my personal home to my email, my Yahoo email, then I look at that as the cloud. Is just the email server that's in the cloud. And so I kind of look at that as hand in hand. But having that capability and being able to do that is a big plus. Faxing, on the other hand, not too sure if you see any kind of faxing nowadays, where scanning is the why fax something when you could just scan it and send it via email, unless it's too big of a document to scan. But it's too easy to actually break that document down, or to zip the document up to make it a smaller size in order to fit into a email in order to send across the network. Okay, any questions?
I have a
No question.
question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I've been trying to set up accounts, like whereas like for this printing job within the server at my work study job,
hmm
so that we can control who's printing and who's not supposed to print. But the only thing when it comes down to like trying to install it to like the devices that we want to allow to print, I've been
So
having
that's
issues with that.
hold on. So You said the problem is that locking it down to what device you want them to print on.
Yes.
But you have it to where the username, I mean the user account has the ability, the permissions to print.
Yes. So I created two different accounts. One that's just like for the work study students, then the other one is for the admin, of course. So when I activate it where it's required to use like a code, a certain code, it's like you can't print it off. Like you can't print once you activate it. You can type it in, but you have to only scan or like scan something and print it. You're not allowed to like it's not gonna come through the server or anything like that, like the internet.
Okay. This is what I'm gathering. Give me 1 second. How come I don't have that? It's right here.
And then it's like looking into the actual device. From what I was seeing in the instructions, like tutorial, it says that it's a way to add the password to the device, the certain computer, but it's not working. I just don't see it on the computers I'm using.
Give me 1 second. So what I would do, this is what I'm hearing. I would create a group. It sound like you did. You got two different groups that you add people to, right? And if you got two different groups that you add people to that can, like your work study students, let's just say it got 5 people that can print, that you want to print. You put them in a group that says can print work study group, right? If that group has those 5 members in it, then you could just go to the computers that you want them to print from. And since they have the permissions to do so, I would just add their group by using this little feature here to whatever computer that they want to print from. So this computer now sees this group, such as let's just say my group name is this, right? Unknown account. Since they are in that group and they're on that particular computer, that local computer, they should have access to print. But if they go to a computer that doesn't have that group on it or added, if it's not added to that computer, administrators and groups, then they just don't have access, and they would have to put in a work ticket in order for you to add it manually. That way, you can keep a good track of it. That's what I would do,
Okay.
and you should be able to make that group in AD. Um, give it the same permissions that you would give it, that whatever you want them to have right here, and then like I said, just go around. Okay, we want them to print from the library, but no other place. Just make sure you hit those computers, and or if they make a request to you, sometimes what I do is I let people make the request to me so I can know their work schedule, or where they want to actually want to print from or want to work from, instead of trying to hit all of the computers and give access. You tell me, you put in a ticket and say, hey, I need the ticket, I need the computer in the work study in order for me to print. I need to print from that computer. Okay, give me a day, and then I'll add that group to that printer, to that computer, and then I close that ticket. That way, I have a paper trail of the ticket you requesting, and I can write that down in our notes saying that, hey, no, this computer can print because I added it via this request.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let's get into the processing now of the laser printer. So I'm pretty sure A plus Core 1 is going to ask you about this process. So it would behoove you to commit it to memory. The reason why I'm not too enthused about it is because I don't know this process like that. Um, this happens every time you are looking to print something on a laser printer. So these are typically a bigger printer than a inkjet, and they have a lot of more moving parts. So what is really actually doing is taking this laser here and shooting a image onto this drum here and using the toner and the fuser in order to basically use heat to imprint the print image onto the piece of paper. All right. So in the beginning, they have the in the beginning they got the processing factor. So it's looking at the things coming from the is looking at the print job coming in from the print queue, and then the charging um, feature of it is going to warm this whole process up. And so a lot of times if you see like an old laser jet printer, you can actually feel kind of some heat coming off of it. But this is where the process is starting at, and it's going to use a laser in order to send that, like I said, a image around this drum, using toner as kind of like a powder toner in order to overcoat the laser image. And then the fuser is going to use heat in order to and press and use something what they call fusing that particular image to the paper. Now, when I think about this process, I automatically think about tattoos, but it's not. It is kind of that, but it's not that. Where you know it's an overlay, and then it's using heat to actually apply the image. But when I'm thinking about in document standpoint, you don't really have to have a image all the time. It could just be words, right? And that laser putting that image down on that drum, it using heat to transfer it down the paper, um, it gets a print quality that's way higher than an inkjet. Um, and but the process is a lot more complicated, especially when it comes to things breaking and wearing down. So the reason why I went to this slide here is that you see these little rollers here. When I was working for a bank, these rollers would give me problems because these are notorious for sticking paper together. They are notorious for just kind of wearing out, creating bad print jobs. And so when you get that, going back to our first couple of slides where it tells you coming out of the box, um, keep when I told you to keep those different items that come in there, you may get extra rollers that come along with that. Um, you want to keep these rollers and change them out if you need to. Here's the thing about that. If you change out the rollers, that's not necessarily fixing the issue. And so you could typically be there. What was typically maybe a 30-minute job could end up being a 2-hour job trying to troubleshoot what's the issue. It could be the rollers, it could be the whole fuser that needs to be replaced. It could be the toner that needs to be replaced. It could just be the paper probably needed to be adjusted more. I You could probably see the frustration in my face just thinking about it. I didn't necessarily like it, but printers, and in our case where we was at, um, you would have printers ordered and then have them stacked up as far as like having some back ordered, so you can just go ahead and replace them all. Because in the real world, replacing all of the rollers, the fusers, and the ink, and you still get a messy type of a print, you would just be better off just replacing the whole printer. And then if you have the budget to do so, you probably could. All right. So a lot of times I would try to fix those issues by changing out those different components, but it's not a guarantee that it's going to work. In this picture that you see here, these are a good example of the different cartridges that you see. It could be a defaulted cartridge that you have on it. Maybe one cartridge is low on ink and therefore causing the transfer to be off a little bit, so you get a you just don't get a clean print all the time. We'll go over what you'll see. Sometimes you'll get a light print. Sometimes you'll get a double print, smeared lines, and it's just very frustrating, honestly. Now, loading the paper is one thing, and that's typically not a big deal. But when you're talking about having that tray, and if it's not really set right for the paper, that could cause the load of the paper. When that printer kind of snatches that from if this is the stack of paper, it's going to snatch the first paper off the top, and if it's not properly seated, it could end up in a bad print as well. So you kind of need all of these things to work right in order to get that real good print product. But when they're working fine, and they can work for long periods of time. It's just trying to get those things to work right when they do go wrong. Because in the cases that where I worked at, if they're printing out an auto loan or a mortgage or some type of policy, you're talking about they need maybe the max is maybe 200 pages at a time, and it's able to do these things. It's just can it do these things on a regular basis? But these were big objects to actually work on when it came to working in that particular bank that I was at. Now, cleaning the printer, I never cleaned the printer, but I would consider changing out those parts, being cleaning of the printer, cleaning the printer. You could change out that fuser, you could change out some of the toners and some of the rollers, and then use air can air in order to clear out any kind of dust, debris that may be in there. And having a maintenance kit is great, but it's just the rollers, really. It's just the rollers and the fuser. And so it's really not it's really not solving. If that doesn't solve the issue, then you're probably going to need a new printer before you waste any other time trying to do something or getting that particular vendor on the phone. I would just say just replace the printer with another one, honestly. Inkjet printers are normally going to be in a small office, your home setting. And the big thing with them is going to be they print head. And this is where I showed you guys my cartridges. They're going to typically look like this. Get that picture. Get in there. There it is. And what happens is that it uses a heating process too, right? But what it does is that it heats up just into this little cartridge, and it drops little small dots on the paper in order to create the image. And these little dots are not visible. They just look like smooth lines to us, but it's a lot. I think that the maintenance on an inkjet is a lot more manageable. But when you're talking about using it for a multitude of people, then it's not plausible. Again, you're probably running through the material a lot quicker, and you're probably going to be breaking down a lot faster than what you would on a laser jet. But replacing the cartridges is going to be fairly easy. These are typically numbered to where you can go and get them at your local Walmart or CVS store. Um, but they are expensive. I got to admit, don't really like that. But when it comes to other maintenance, it's going to be pretty much seeing if the alignment is there. And a lot of times you could do the alignment via the settings, the software that's installed. You don't necessarily have to go in there and manually push things around until they snap in or click as what you would do with a laser jet. It can, it's not troubleshooting free, but it is less maintenance that you have to do, in my opinion. I really haven't had to do much on inkjet printers other than make sure that the software was set up and that that person sees it on their particular computer, right? So, um, moving on, you have thermal printers. So, thermal printers are smaller printers that are typically used for postal uh stamps, not stamps, but these labels. The labels that they have that will go on postal packages, these thermal printers use the same kind of process of heating up and then using droplets on it, but they are a lot more quieter, um, and a lot less maintenance, right? So, but they're only going to be limited to probably just making barcodes and postal seals, and so they don't really have too much of a. They're not even made to carry a particular normal size of paper. They're probably going to, have. If you ever seen a roll of receipt paper, they're going to be carrying things like that and printing those things off. So they typically sit on people's desks. And cybersecurity wise, you have to. We'll get into that later. Never mind. But the thermal printer is going to be set up the same way, where you need that driver, and then you're going to need it to be networked or just um, set up to whoever's printer or whoever's computer is going to be the manager over that, right? Now, the impact printer. This printer is using a um, what they call a dot matrix print head and a ribbon. So if you look into it, you'll see an actual ribbon that kind of goes along with it, and the print head is going to use actual dots that you can make out on the printout. The You don't really see these anymore because it'll really kind of tell your age if you if you've seen printouts of this. Um, but the capabilities of what they had was to actually print on carbon pages, being able to have like the back in the day they used to, you would get a finished copy on the top and then a carbon copy that will transfer kind of like a traceable finish on a bottom piece of paper. And when I was coming up in grade school, this is how we got our report cards. They would come on a lot of paper with those holes on the sides, just like that, and you can rip those off. But um, they would have that carbon transfer paper on there in order for you to have a take home piece of report card, but then the school can keep one for record as well. And so if they kept the receipt or the carbon piece of it, they can always hold you accountable of saying, hey, we at least gave you your report card to take home. Um, or was it? I think we took them all three home, and then the parents had to sign the top, and then that transferred down to the bottom, and we took the carbon sign piece home, back to school, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, that was ages ago. We don't really use this no more. All right. If you see this, this is probably going to be in your car dealership somewhere. All right. This is the last place I've seen it. Car dealership, and they still use carbon copies over there. Any questions? All right. Troubleshooting. So connecting issues. This is notorious when it comes to printers. I feel like they go into a deep sleep and they kind of fall off the network. But normally when you are physically connected to a printer, you typically don't have to worry about not having connect issues with it. But if you're wireless or network to a computer, to a printer, in a business standpoint, if you're on that case and a printer server is managing that printer, 9 times out of 10 is going to probably be on the network and you don't have problems connecting to it. Where I see the connect issues is that where it's a standalone or a home printer and it's just maybe it doesn't check in with the router or the modem and it gets a new DHCP IP address, therefore causing it to drop off of what you already connected to, right? That could be the issue, but it's typically solved by deleting the printer from the printers and faxes page. This page right here. If we could delete this printer and then add it back, that typically fixes any type of communication issues that we may have at that particular time. All right. Cycling the power may fix it, but that doesn't necessarily, unless you do like a hard reset. And what is a hard reset is that you unplug the particular device and then I would say hold the power button for maybe 10 seconds, 20 seconds, discharge any type of power that's in it, and then power it back on. Or you can leave it powered on, leave it plugged up, hold the power button for 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and then make sure you hear no noises from it. Because sometimes hitting a power button just sends it into a sleep mode, but it doesn't necessarily cut all complete power and then hard resets it. So, and a lot of times too, you can look that device up to see if there's a hard reset for a particular device, and then try that. Right. All right. We talked about no, we didn't. We didn't talk about print feeds. We talked about if that on that laser jet, if it doesn't have the right seating, then it could cause a printout issue because it didn't pick the paper up right. But a lot of times too, if those rolls, those little transfer rolls that I was showing, these rolls right here, if these are not, they don't need to be sticky, but they need to be grabby enough in order to get that piece of paper up from the rest of the stack. If that's not it, if that's not the case, sometimes they can slip and then that causes a jam, right? And a printer jam is just pretty much just you're probably going to have to change out the rolls. That's 9 times out of 10. That's always going to be the issue. Sometimes those rolls, they don't, like I said, they don't need to be sticky, but they need to be fairly grabby enough to where they can be able to pick up a clean sheet of paper smoothly and then efficiently in order to send it through. Because especially if someone sends in a 30-page print job, then it's constantly picking up paper one after another. And so if that first one gets jammed and it doesn't go through properly, it just messes up the rest of the print queue, right? And you typically need to go into that print queue and then kind of cancel everything and then rerun the job. Grinding noises, again, we're probably looking at the rollers that's there. Cleaning any type of debris that you see in there. This is where your canned air is going to come into place. If that doesn't fix the issue, you can always try the maintenance kit that comes along with these printers. Now, some of the print quality issues that you'll see, again, we talked about some of them, which is like the white stripes or the black stripes that you'll see. If you see any kind of stripes, I would normally think about ink being the problem. Trying to change out that toner, making sure that you have enough, and that a particular ink is not trying to compensate for one that's running out. Okay. Now, a way around it sometimes is to, instead of, if you're printing something color, is go ahead and just put it in the black and white and try to finish the print job that way. But if you're still getting some type of streak, or if it's just not laying the actual print job correctly, then we probably need to go into the maintenance and then start to replace the fuser kit, replace those toners too. Okay, the faded print is going to normally be the ink side of it, being able to make sure that it has the proper level of ink there, to allow a clean print job. This goes into the vertical lines. Again, vertical and horizontal lines. This normally is going to be associated with the imaging drum. I haven't necessarily seen too many issues of that, of the drum being the issue. It has been some cases where if the drum is the issue, you probably are calling out the service tech for that printer in order for them to change that out. Those are not coming normally in a maintenance kit. You're probably going to have to either order that if it's out of warranty, or have someone from that particular company come out and install that, because it is under warranty and you don't have to pay for that particular part. All right, toner, not fused to paper. This is where you print, but you just get kind of like a blank pieces of paper. Replacing that fuser is probably going to be the main corporate in that print quality issue. That double-sided print, not double-sided, but it looks like it's a echo print, where it's just kind of, you can, it's readable, but it's double, right? So it kind of looks like that a little bit, and just not a clean print. You're talking to image drum. And the thing about all of these things, especially when it comes to print jams, this is going to mess up the print queue. The print queue is going to be where everybody's print job is going to live until it's received by the printer and actually executed. If that paper jam is there, then if you perform the maintenance on it and get that paper jam cleared out in a decent time, then maybe the print queue is able to be still go along with the actual process and get things through. Now, if it's been a while, maybe 30, 15 to 20 minutes of waiting, go ahead and clear out your print queue and have people restart their print jobs. Okay. The print queue is going to hold everyone's job there until it's is actually, executed. And people won't get the actual, sometimes they won't get the error that, hey, your print job is at the printer, you can go and pick it up. It just kind of sits there. I don't think that it has any performance issues on the printer, but sometimes on a home computer, if things get hung up at a print queue, it could kind of time out other applications that's waiting on the print queue to kind of finish out. And so we need to either go in there, cancel those jobs to free up that resource and then restart it, or figure out is there anything at the computer that we need to clear out? I mean, at the printer that we need to clear out, or is there anything that software wise we need to uninstall and reinstall the same printer in order to try to print that same job again. Okay. And that's all I had for printers. Any questions?
Hey, Mr. Mitchell, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's going on with you?
Man, I'll take one at a time. Let me go ahead and change my name in here. 'Cause I already know it says iPhone. I'm
Well, I
already
kind of know it's you for now, by now.
at this point.
Yeah,
Um, I'm sorry, go ahead.
nah, it's no problem. What's up?
So I've been trying to mess with Azure. I guess I probably just gotta play with it somewhere because it's kind of confusing to me, but it's okay. Um, but I will say this, that change I did to my laptop with adding some extra SSD and everything helped a lot. Because I swear that
Yeah,
117 gigs wasn't doing nothing.
nah, really, the I would say the going rate right now is probably about a terabyte, man. Just
Yeah.
when you think about all the stuff that you back up or how much apps actually store, they eat up
Hmm.
that storage real quick. So a terabyte is probably good. Yeah, I don't know if you could see this, but
Yeah, I can see it.
um you see this is the thumb drive.
Yeah,
I got this for $30, terabyte.
that's not bad.
So,
That's not bad at all. I
you
did
know,
a what did I do? A P and K. I think it's P. What is it? Pinky. Whatever you pronounce it. I did PNY, I'm sorry, PNY. I did one of those. I did the 128 gigabytes, but I used that to download Kali Linux to, and then just move that over to my laptop that way. Or do you think I should probably just download it to my laptop itself?
um it'll be nice if you can put it on something removable and kind of leave your if you can get your main local computer to be as free as possible, that's the more efficient way to work. Because as you go along, you're going to be downloading more and more stuff in that downloads folder, and it's quick to eat up that storage space. So, and Kali Linux is like a whole nother OS on top
Yeah,
of an OS. So,
yeah,
um, I would, you know, put it in a different spot, put it in a different spot. But just,
okay.
and whenever you spin that virtual machine up, you might have to go ahead and connect it in order for it to work. I've seen that
Hmm.
plenty of times too. So, um, that's when you want to consider maybe going into the cloud. Um, that's what I'm looking at. Well, I got a Microsoft account and they give me a terabyte worth of storage, but
Yes,
you guys
sir.
have Microsoft. That's why I just don't understand why you can't get into Azure.
It's weird. I tried using my student account. I used my personal and it finally let me in to do it, but I don't know if it's because A&M doesn't have Azure, but it comes as a package. So I don't know. I agree with you. That is kind of weird to me. I have no
Like
clue.
I feel like it should just be something that under your personal account, you should have access to an Azure package. So
Hmm.
even if you were to create a Gmail right now,
Hmm.
which doesn't cost you anything, you should be able
Yeah.
to take the same Gmail email and sign up for Azure and use the free credits that way.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I just went ahead to use my personal, and it worked. Like after I did that, I had to finick with some things a little bit, but because what I try to do is I got at least I got at least about 3 emails. One of those, 2 of those are personal emails, but that's because I'm not gonna lie to you. One of the emails just had so much stuff on it. It was like so many emails. I was like, let me just make a backup email that gets all my important stuff, and then all the crappy stuff I don't really care about can go to that one. And I got a dummy email if I got to use it for something. But that
Right.
dummy email is for like, if my subscription runs out on Hulu, let me get another free month on this dummy
Yeah.
account.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, and I don't blame you. If
Yeah.
you given like always make sure you have your professional email
Yes, sir.
at whatever brand you want to use, whether it's Gmail, Yahoo, um, whatever, because
Yes, sir.
that's gonna go on your link. That's not LinkedIn. That's gonna go on your resume.
Hmm.
And so just make sure you keep something that says Savala.Patterson at
Yes, sir.
gmail.com or whatever your favorite number. You just don't want it to be, well, that's just my preference. That's my
No, I
preference when
agree.
I got out of the military. So some people may like to have numbers behind it, but if you could just put like, even if you don't want to put your first name, you want to just put S.Patterson,
Okay.
that'll be fine too. That's a nice professional way of doing something, and it's going to probably be open for Gmail. You know what I mean?
Makes sense. Makes sense. So the funny thing about this is I can't do the one that I want to do because my dad's name is Savalas too. So it's
Well, you can always put the
yeah.
junior at the end too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always ways around creating different logins. Um, you can always use the first three letters of your name,
Yes,
Patterson.
sir.
Um,
Hmm.
it's so many different ways, but you know, you just want it to be professional looking on
Of
your
course.
resume. Um, just so we can get past the first step of getting past HR, which
Yes, sir.
um you already hold a job, so you may not have to do with this right now, but going into a different spot, trying to get into another spot, it's so many hurdles we got to jump through, man. So
I'm
however we
already
can we
knowing.
can go ahead and set ourselves up for successes, it's gonna be key.
I'm already knowing. I've tried applying to multiple different jobs because this hospital job is just a placement holder. I'm literally trying to get in somewhere that's security related, cybersecurity related. And the crazy thing is what I do at the hospital, I do registration, which you would think still works in logistics because I'm putting things in files, going against HIPAA's laws and requirements, making sure I got paperwork and stuff like that for doctors to see, putting stuff on file that actually makes sense. But I've used that for my resume and all kind of stuff like that. I even have friends that works in Lockheed Martin, Northrop, all that stuff like that. And they were like, hey, there's a position out there, apply for this. I put in the position and like I don't get anything back or I get a rejection. So it could just be the resume because the robot reads it and picks what it wants to pick out. Because I
Yeah,
just get so confused.
well, that's the that's the second hurdle that you guys got to jump. I mean, the first thing is getting the qualifications right, right?
Hmm.
And then to jump into the whole workforce and actually get your resume set up to where it works in certain areas. So when you're saying stuff like Lockheed Martin or let's say Boeing or these government contractor jobs,
Yes, sir.
you may want a certain style of resume for that. But then
Okay.
if you start to fill out an application for, let's say, Bell South or Spectrum or
Yeah.
AT&T, something real public like that,
Hmm.
then you might want another style of resume.
Makes
So what
sense.
I'm saying is that you see some resumes that have your profile picture on it and they look real, like a graphic designer type of build. That
Hmm.
might not fly over with the military intelligence company that's holding a $45 billion contract with the US government that they
Yeah.
want to just kind of keep it straight up and down. So you want to make sure that you have a resume um, built for that position. So that's a whole nother thing that you got to do. Look at what they want and then tailor your resume to show, hey, I can do the things that you're asking in the duties that you're listing in your job posting. You could do those
Yes,
things.
sir.
That's one way of getting past. Well, the one thing you really want is just that initial interview. That, hey, I'm gonna send your name or up to the hiring manager. If they can get you on the phone, then it's on Savala, the person, to uh, show that, hey, I'm a likable person and I'm
Mm-hmm.
willing to work. You could be malleable, as they say. And that's the whole nother beast. So it could be draining at sometimes to find your job. And like I said before, once you find your job, you may feel like you're underpaid or they're not using you to your full potentials, and then you want to move.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's a whole nother thing. So it's another journey after getting the certifications. That's the thing about it, is that you study so hard to get these certs and you're qualified, but then you realize that now you have to separate yourself from everybody else. Like, to give
Yeah.
you another example, once you get your certifications and you put them on your resume, now you got to separate yourself from someone like me who,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna put my resume in right with yours for this $200,000 job, and I got the experience to go along with it. How do you separate yourself from my resume?
Yeah.
So you got to think about those things, and just, it can make you lose some sleep a little bit, but it can also kind of make you look in different spots to see who else is hiring.
Makes sense. That makes sense. I was always told, just keep applying because there's so many people getting into tech nowadays. Like it's a big booming business. But the good thing about it is, regardless of the situation, you'll always have a job. It'll always be a job that's out there. So that's the good thing. Is I think it is really one of those things you can't get discouraged because there's so many people applying to one position, multiple people. And that's obviously not the only position out there. I think it's just a mental thing to not get discouraged, to just keep, you know, spam button, spam button, spam button.
I I hear you, but then when, you know what I'm saying, when you on like application 200,
You get
you know,
tired. No, you ain't lying. You get tired. At that point in
and
time, you like, man.
I was leaving one job. I had to quit. I had to quit this job, and my whole backstory, just a real quick and irrelevant story. And hey to everybody else that joined. I'm gonna get started in just a second. But a backstory of why I joined the military is because I had a bad habit of quitting jobs when I didn't like a particular situation. I would just quit them, and
Mhm.
I knew I couldn't get along in that with that quality, and so I joined a job that I couldn't quit unless I go to jail, right? So I joined the military, right? Odd reason, but I did it. They worked that out of me, and I got out of the military, got me a job working with a bank, but this was 2016. Um, the world was kind of, and people started talking crazy at work. So I was like, yo, I just gotta go. Right. And I didn't have my security plus at that time. I didn't have any certifications in security at that time. I was just trying to really take the test and get my bearings under me. But long story short, I was out of work for 4 months, and I had to use a 401k in order to pay bills and stay up on that, and support family and everything. So um, it can weigh up on you um, more than you know. And sometimes the world can just come crumbling down. So if you can, like the situations that you guys are in, where you can set yourself up for success, go ahead and try your best to do it now, and try to lock in a nice spot now where you can got a nice transition into it, and really um just try to, manage the success after you get it. But just know, transitioning from one job to the next might be really quick, or it might take a time to do so, because at the same time, while I didn't have my certifications, I didn't write my resumes right and all that. So I had to learn by experience, and just kind of taking my cuts and my losses at the same time.
Appreciate that.
No problem. Well, everybody join. At least the group that I think is going to join today. Clark, I thought you was going to be out today, man.
I'm on the road though. I'm driving, so I'm trying to. I just pulled over at a gas station, so
Hey, don't
trying
pull
to.
over for me, man. Like if you if you need to drop, go ahead and drop and travel and do what you got to do.
Okay, but yeah, I'm listening. To piggyback off what you were saying about the resumes, there's companies out there that will write it. As far as they charge a significant amount of money, but they know how to write your resume. That where the government look for these keywords, and
Yeah.
and also if you know someone that'll help as well with getting these jobs. I have a friend working at Eglin Air Force Base in Fort Walton, and he just
Mm.
recommended I get the cert, even just the A+. Like he can kind of help guide me into a position remotely.
I believe
But
that.
yeah, but yeah, look for some resume writing companies, and they will assist you with setting up your resume and adding those keywords that computer, like you were talking about, Mr. Lee, it'll pick up.
Yeah, because the HR they use this. Typically we think that our resume is going to go to somebody's email, and then they look at it, and then they decide for the hiring manager if they want to give you a call. More than likely, it runs through. They get maybe, let's say, um, 10 resumes, 20 resumes. They run them through a program. That program is going to use intelligence, machine learning, to pick out the best person for the job. So again, while you may have the experience, they may be looking for the education piece of it. Do you have the 4-year degree? Do you have the certification, at least one? I think sometimes you see like that on the job listings. Hey, we prefer a 4-year degree. We prefer you to have a CompTIA cert. That's it. And so if you can hit those keywords, maybe you might get the call versus the person who has their resume written uh, more tailored to their experience and don't have the education that you have. So it can work either way, and it's really according to the company and how they actually receive resumes. But good thing to bring that up to say that you do have some companies that help you out with resume writing.
Yes, sir. It's kind of expensive, but I think that'll be a good way to go. I haven't tried it yet, but save some money and try it.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. When you got a lot of ghost job postings out here too. And just real quick, I know we're kind of getting on topic a little bit, but it's good conversation to know. I'm gonna pull up LinkedIn real quick. These ghost jobs are really nice to look at, but then you'll see that they don't really intend to call you back. So Savala, you were saying how you'll put in the application, and they may give you a generic, it looks like a generic email saying, hey, we received it. If your qualifications meet, we'll give you a call back. Right.
Yeah.
So you'll see something like because
Because Indeed is good for it for sure. Indeed
yeah,
got so many ghost postings. I kid you not.
Indeed, and LinkedIn as well. Say like this, right? So for Geeks Academy, they're looking for a cybersecurity to this joint 5 hours ago. Remote part-time. Remote part-time, that is unicorn, right? So what they're looking for is someone with a master's degree in cybersecurity. Prefer either one of these certifications, right? Security Plus, the CISSP. Now, I don't who's heard of the CISSP? Thumbs up if you heard of it.
I have. My bad.
All right, that's the big dog, right? That's something that you got to have at least 8 years in cybersecurity in order to take it and actually on that certification. And then you got CEH, sorry. Now here's the problem with this posting is that none of these certifications match the amount of experience that it takes to get them. So certified ethical hacker and security plus are totally two different individuals will take those type of certifications. And then a CIS or a CISSP is more of a senior individual who will probably get that. So maybe 10 years into cybersecurity, well, 8 years to be minimum, and then 10 years is probably who's going to hold that certification. But what I'm trying to say is that this is a little bit confusing, and then for it to be remote and part-time is a little bit confusing. But then this is the main thing that sticks out is that over 100 people have already applied for it. So in 5 hours, if you already got 100 people, over 100 people applied for it, just take the post down. You know, you have enough applications. Go ahead and go through those applications and make your interview session after that. That's the thing about these ghost posting is that they'll probably keep this up here for researching purposes. And so you give them your information, your application, but they're maybe looking at how many eyes do we have coming into looking at our particular company. Is this the right title we should hire for? So they're trying to crack down on postings like this, but it happens all the time. Now, Booz Allen is one of those government jobs that me and Zavala was talking about in the beginning. This is something I would say this is legit because Booz Allen that's a big dog.
You gotta know some people you getting a Booz Allen. I know one person that works for Booz Allen, and yeah, he gotta leave his phone in the car before he even come to work. He can't even go in the building with his phone.
Yeah, you're talking about those $60 billion contracts that they get renewed every year. Booz Allen wasn't as big when I was in the military, but as they evolved, a ton of money, a ton of contracts. And this is where your security clearance is going to come into play. You're going to be looking at sensitive information all the time. So you're going to have a security clearance. What that means for us as civilians is that we got to make sure your credit is good and not okay, good, in order to, because they're going to, they run your background check for a security clearance, they're going to be looking at if you're paying your bills on time. They're going to look to see if you have any type of criminal record like that. They're going to base your resume. They're going to base you as a person based off of you as a person, period, not just off that resume. So, yeah, these are good jobs to get. Definitely will pay the money. Just make sure you have everything squared away when you apply. But at the same time, like Sabala said, if you know somebody too that can get you a hookup, that'll be nice too. All right. See, like this, right? Experian. Experian is a decent company, right? Running credit checks on people all the time. But over 100 applicants already in 6 days, fully remote? Probably not. Probably a miss out on that. What they're looking for a bachelor's, 8 years in experience, a bunch of jargon, stuff that we went over. So you all are familiar with this type of most of it. So I'm not expecting you to understand what Splunk is, but you have seen me use Wireshark. And I'm not expecting y'all to know what FireEye and CrowdStrike and McAfee. But here's a quick little tip. When you're looking at stuff like this, and if you really want to apply to a job like this, if you see what they're naming out as far as the software is concerned, look the software up and then see if they have something free that you can download and play around with. You don't have to master it, just understand what it does and how to navigate it. Then, in turn, you put it on your resume. Hey, I am familiar with McAfee. I am familiar with CrowdStrike Falcon endpoint protection. Okay, so that's something I would use. Here's the little sore thumb or something that sticks out to me that is not right. Holds a security management certification. Well, they want you to hold a big one. So as far as the certification, so I'm not really mad at that. I don't see anything with the security plus. So this is a senior position, but still, they probably need to take it down with the 100 applicants. Any questions before we get started?
I do got one question, and then I'll shut up.
No, you're good.
So my overall goal, job wise or like career wise, is to try to work cybersecurity alongside the Space Force. But what would be the requirements that you would think, or what would the experience have to entail? Because I'm pretty sure that's like one of those top tier things that you would just be a basic, you know.
So let me get it right. You want to join the Space Force?
No. As a civilian, I know they have civilian jobs working alongside them in cybersecurity because I was doing some research on it, but I didn't know what the qualifications would be. If
Are
you
you
knew.
familiar with USA Jobs?
I am. My dad's military and my mom, she works for the government, so they've been telling me to apply to USA Jobs too.
And so have you looked to see what if the Space Force is hiring or if they got any listings?
Yeah, but it seems like I'm not gonna lie to you. Half the stuff on there is, I wouldn't say I don't understand it, but I don't understand it, if that makes sense.
Okay. And that's it's vague because maybe you do understand it,
Yeah.
but you're just since it doesn't automatically resonate in your mind, you may think that maybe I'm not following what they want.
Yeah.
First thing I would say is they're gonna probably hold on. You got your bachelor's already, right?
Yes, sir. I'm working on my master's now.
So you'll probably be around the GS 9 or 11.
Okay.
As far as what the qualifications are. Um, so what I've seen with USA Jobs now, fair warning, I am not successful with USA Jobs. I'm not. I've been applying for USA Jobs or with them since 2011. And I only had one callback. So I've been unsuccessful with them across the board. I cannot get my resume right. To Clark's point, they wanted a certain way. They kind of wanted in a block format, meaning like APA style or something like that, where it's paragraph formatted, and they want certain keywords in there. From what I've heard, that's the word on the street. I don't know that to be true because everybody who's telling me that is also not successful with USA Jobs. The people who are successful that I've talked to, they know someone in it to let them know that they're hiring for a particular job, and then they go and apply for it. So let me see. The one thing that I would do is look at the department. I don't even know if the Department of Space that would be the Department of Air Force, I will believe. Yeah, that should be them.
Yes, sir.
And then what I heard is that when you look at this, when they have a job opening from 2024 all the way to 2025, they're not looking to fill this position. So I've heard that you should look for something that's close together in dates, such as maybe this one. This is 2 months out. That's maybe too much, in my opinion, but this will be perfect right here, right? So this is closing or is already closed. This is closing today. And we want to see this, but this is probably in your field after you get your master's, because it's a GS13 in my, yeah. So here's the thing. Hold on. I would have to read it to see exactly what they're asking for, because this is how I think they would actually want their resumes written out, in these paragraph forms versus bullet points is what I'm used to. When you saying that you don't understand what they're asking for, is that what you're saying right here? Like,
Yeah, baby. Like I'm like, granted, I'm a very intelligent individual, but I think what it is, at some point in time, my brain gets lost in what they're really looking for. Like, necessarily, okay, cool. You say you want the certification, but how much years of experience are you expecting for this person to have? Or what background are you really wanting this person to uphold before applying to this position, if that kind of makes sense?
I would say is up here in the is vague on your resume must reflect the quality of level of experience demonstrated possessing the knowledge, skills, and abilities, blah blah blah, right? But what you're looking for is, a want 2 years of experience.
Yes,
And I
go
get
ahead. Tell me what you need.
you. So I get you. But okay, so that would deter you from not putting in the application because you don't get a straight answer. I would probably tell you to not do that and just go ahead and put it in, because you just maybe you don't know. But when you start to look at what they want here in the knowledge, skills, and abilities, understanding the cyber defense and offense techniques such as IDSs, alerts, firewalls, network traffic, you know that. Um, Knowledge of technical characteristics, understanding operating systems, equipment, configurations, system software rules, you know that. Uh, knowledge and the use of operations, a wide variety of cryptography codes and equipment used. Now here's the thing, doesn't say that you need to know how to actually configure it. You just need to know that it's there, the knowledge of, you get what I'm saying, you know that.
Yes, sir.
um I would say, yeah, you could put in for something like this. But here's the thing, is that we don't know what they're asking for a GS13. But I think the GS13 wants a master's degree, if I'm not mistaken.
Just like a plan. Yes, that's perfect. And then two, which I already know that's probably gonna be filled by then. And my graduation date's like December 11th,
Well, they have
2026.
a ton of these all the time, and this is just for the Department of Air Force. This, you know, a ton of these all the time, and just use your. You don't have to necessarily do remote jobs, but you can. I think they're more consistent with remote jobs than anybody else. The thing about USA Jobs is that the application process is super long. Like you fill out one application and then they take you to a whole nother site to do like a survey, a question survey. And so that takes 30 minutes too. And it could be tiresome to do 10 applications a day.
Yeah, that's the other half of the reason too, because I've tried applying to multiple jobs and I was like, man, you want me to do USA jobs and you take me to the actual website of where the application is, and then you want me to do way more stuff on that website too. And I'm like, I don't mind doing it. That's not a problem at all. But yeah, no, I agree with you. It gets tiresome after a while.
But don't sleep on, and I'm gonna get to the lesson, y'all. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put this out here too, just in case. Um, don't sleep on your state government jobs either, because they pretty much they give you the same, not the same benefits as a federal job, but they give you some good benefits too. And um, I believe it's an easier process. I've gotten way more callbacks on a state job versus um, a federal job. So don't sleep on these as well. And they're looking for cyber jobs as well. I don't know what this is. I just clicked on it.
They have to train you too, is that right, Mr. Mitchell? Like
Say it again.
they have to train you on the job that you apply for hired. So I want to
Because they want that job to be done right, and rightfully so. But that's also a great way for you to get your foot in the door and make sure that they give you the proper training up front. So don't sleep on these state jobs at all. The federal is that's more unicornish. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm just saying I don't know how to break this code. I really don't. And I just told you everything that I know, but is it going to be successful? I can't really guarantee it. But the state job wise, um, while this might be out your element a little bit as far as the qualifications, I know they're looking for a lot of security, cybersecurity as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem. Seeing what y'all got. All right. Let me go ahead and get started. So, like this. If I'm mistaken, it's a sysadmin job. Unless they got a wrong title. But anyway, all right. Let's jump into lesson 8, mobile devices. Give me 1 second. All right, lesson 8, mobile devices. They started off talking about mobile devices and the screens that they use. So over the years, as mobile devices have gotten popular, they have used a variety of screens. And nowadays, what we're mostly seeing in today's world is OLED screens, um, where higher resolution, better picture, better. They 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 react to touch and feel a lot better than previous mobile devices. I don't know if y'all had a lot of experience with how the mobile device evolved over the years from the Nokia phone over into what we have today. But if you could go back to those days and see how quick phones really never really stayed in style, um, it went fast, man. So having that LCD screen was a particular high point at one particular time, and then um, things quickly evolved. I would say maybe every 2 years you probably seen some new technology comes out. The thing about the OLED screens is that they didn't stay in popularity too long because they could um, burn out, and sometimes they would have that. You will see kind of like black spots in a TV screen or in your phone, and those black spots will just either get worse or they'll just stay there permanently, and you'll have to replace the whole screen. But that's pretty much the little bulbs in there are burning out, and they tend to daisy chain and make the hole bigger, or the black hole more bigger as it grows over time. So um, now we have more of the 4K screens, 8K screens, whatever they're promoting. But as far as A plus is concerned, they want you to know that you have different screens over the years of mobile devices. Now, back in the day, we had something called a two-way pager or a two-way phone. And this really had kind of like the rotating screen on it. Now, most cell phones are straight up and down and fixated, but this was the only one that I see a couple more. Um, this is the only one that at the time that I seen actually rotated. Um, I didn't really see removable screens growing up. It was more just fixated screens, and then your foldable phones. Now, foldable phones are trying to make a comeback, but I don't think a lot of people are getting behind it. I think people want the straight edge look and just keep their phones to be sleek as possible and not really doing too much with it when it comes to the functionality of rotating or folding the screen. Now, some mobile devices, not all, some do come with stylus, touch pens. If you are part of the Android community, then you are familiar with um, stylus that come along with the actual device. I have a Samsung S22, and it comes automatically with a stylus. Excuse me. I'm not too sure if the Apple iPhone comes with a stylus. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but the S22 does come like install with the actual stylus that you can use with the phone. And the iPhone, I just it took a while for them to actually catch up and bring the Apple Pen out, but they really kind of marketed that for the iPad and not necessarily the phone. So typically, I don't think that they have a stylus for the phone. So maybe in a couple of years, Apple will decide to go ahead and develop something like that. But you know, I think I really, and this is no shade, but I really think that Apple just sees exactly what they want from the Android community and just kind of bites off of it years after Android does it first, and then say, "Hey, look what we did. We created," and everybody goes wild for it, which is whack. But anyway, uh, microphones and speakers and webcams. So when it comes to the different features that your mobile devices can have, it can be just like your laptop or desktop, where your desktop you actually have to plug in a lot of these features, microphone and external speakers. All of these things can come into a mobile device and essentially be your computer. Another thing that Android devices do is a feature called Samsung Dex. So Dex is a good way to have a computer lodged into your actual phone. So if you guys are not familiar with Dex, pull it up over here. And so whenever you could take a USB 3.0 and plug it into your phone, And what it does is that when it connects to your monitor, it creates a desktop image that you can actually be more productive and do a lot of more work that you would get done on a tablet or a laptop. You can actually just get it done on your phone. So I don't think the Apple community has that just yet. I know the iPad can have a docking station for it, and therefore it can connect to a monitor. I think I'm pretty sure it can, but it's not going to give you an iPad feel, and it's definitely not going to have the functionality of a Samsung Dex. So again, maybe a couple of years down the road, Apple will look at Samsung Dex and say, you know what? Yeah. But in my opinion, they probably won't do that because that then in turn takes sales away from the iPad. And I don't think they want to miss out on that money. So anyway, moving on. Wi-Fi networking. So of course our mobile devices can hook up to our networks and be able to communicate and not use the cellular towers to send packets back and forth. Um, the one thing that you need to be aware of is that the airplane mode on these devices can cut all communications from Wi-Fi and from your cellular towers. So this is typically used for riding on airplane flights, being able to, when they say, hey, please shut down all your devices, you could just go into airplane mode, keep the device on, but you cut down the radio signals that you're using to transfer data back and forth. You do this so it doesn't throw any interference to the air controls that they have in the front of the cockpit that they're using to actually send people back and forth. So just keep those things in mind when the next time you're riding on an airplane. Um, you can go into airplane mode, and then once you get at a cruising altitude and they tell you that you can turn back on your devices, just take it off of airplane mode and you don't have to go through that whole process of shutting down and then booting back up. Now, on top of the Wi-Fi signals that you can get, you can also, well, I would say we're regardless whether we like it or not, we're being followed by the global system for mobile communications, the GSM satellites that are orbiting the planet right now. And this is proof that whenever you're using Google Maps or Apple Maps, not Apple Maps, not iMaps. I forgot what Apple called their maps. I think it's just Maps. But anyway, whenever you're using a map application to take you to your next destination, and it always kind of predicts um, the time that you're going to arrive at such and such spot. This is because of the GSM satellites that are orbiting. They're able to lock in on your location and also see those things ahead of you, as far as traffic is concerned, and make a calculation on the destination, the distance, the things in your way, the traveling speed that you're going, and they can pretty much guess on what, make an accurate, educated guess on when you're arriving at your destination. Now, instead of using Wi-Fi, we can have the opportunity. Well, we can have the option to have a hotspot on our phones. Now, the hotspot creates its own Wi-Fi signal, and 9 times out of 10, you're gonna have to pay for this particular um, feature on your phone, and you're going to use data from the cell towers in order to create this signal out to others and actually have them connect onto that hotspot and use your data in order to have internet connectivity. Tethering, on the other hand, is using Bluetooth or a USB connection in order to send files from your phone to your device that is connected to. So more than likely it's going to be your computer. And if we wanted to tether some documents or we wanted to tether some photos or videos over Bluetooth, we can send those things in a short distance to a bigger item and store them there. Excuse me. Now, 9 times out of 10, when it comes to tethering, you probably going to be connecting via a laptop port. And a lot of times when you're connecting your mobile devices, you're going to use that laptop port in order to connect them up and actually have data transferring back and forth. It's actually better to have that physical connection versus trying to break um, files down and send them over airwaves. So to send them over a cable will be a lot better. And we're talking USB to USB A to USB A or USB C to USB A on a Android device, but more than likely we're talking about a Lightning cable for a Apple device. But now with the new port that they have on there, they can use USB C to an Apple device. The thing about Apple though is that, and I don't know if it's still true today, but the 9 times out of 10, your iPhone would need it to be connected to iTunes in order to get all of the information down. You used to be able to connect it, and a Windows machine will see the folders for your Apple device, and they can copy some things over, but they're not able to see and have a better user interface if they didn't have the iTunes install. Yes, sir. Caleb.
I wanted to add to that. So it's true now, but I'm saying so now you have to have iTunes or have
Mhm.
a MacBook or MacBook or anything like that in order to do anything as far as on your computer, like reset a phone, back up a phone and stuff like that. Because like a regular Windows computer will not be able to see it because it's so encrypted. Only thing that you can allow like a Windows computer to see is your photos and nothing like major files and stuff like that.
So let me ask you a question. Are you a Apple user?
Yes, Apple user, and I got a MacBook.
Okay, so let me ask a question. So, and this is off topic. Do you think the way Apple is creating this own ecosystem is that is that going to hurt the company down the road as far as integrating everything with it? Because um like I hate the fact that I love the iWatch, but the fact that I can't get it and hook it up to my Bluetooth on my Samsung, I find that to be kind of sad. Like, do you think that the ecosystem that they're creating is it going to be worse off in the future?
Honestly, I'm biased to it. I'm kind
Okay.
of biased. Like I can say that it will help benefit because it's like they're trying to have only their devices like in control. Like they want to portray that they have the best devices, and like all the features that you have like cross the different devices.
Mhm.
I say it's very beneficial, and it's like you wouldn't want your competitor stuff connected to it. But I know like with the AirPods, I can connect them to my like say if I have an Android phone or like a Dell computer, you can connect them and you can use them like use them on like Apple devices and stuff.
But you
But
probably won't have all the features, right?
you won't have all the features because all the features are built into the iOS system, the network.
Okay. Well,
So I'm in between on that one. I feel like
okay.
it's going to benefit them big though. But the only thing I say is like, is just certain things you just can't do on an Apple device. Like you have no freedom. You really don't have that much freedom when it come down to like downloading stuff offline and all that.
Mhm.
because it won't allow your computer to read it or anything. It's like its own built-in security. It's almost like
I
a
get it.
Chromebook, but Chromebooks are very much so locked down. You can't really do anything on a Chromebook but go on the internet and use online stuff.
Yeah, the Chromebook is more on the, it doesn't have the resources. But I get what you're saying. It's just it's just I feel like it's locking itself up. They're locking themselves into, hey, either join everything we got or
Or don't get nothing at all
yeah, don't even bother.
because you're
And
not going to be able to use it for certain things. I agree with
right.
that, but I feel like it's pretty decent thing because they really just want you. They want to sell somewhat. They want to sell to everybody, but particularly they want to increase more people, get more people to transfer over. Because we had that constant battle between Samsung and Apple
Yeah,
because
Samsung
they
ain't trying
compete
to
for
do
the
all
better
that.
phone.
I don't know about that. Majesty, what you got?
I was gonna say that, even though I do be Team Apple down, like I be in that comment section on here, like defending them 10
Yeah, I
times.
see.
I will say, like, I feel like Apple specifically, I will say is more like, I think the exclusivity that they have is more of a luxury standpoint than anything. Because I mean, I think of it like, like BMW cars. Like, when you have a BMW, a lot of people say don't get those cars because when it comes to those complex repairs, it's like the only people that you can truly get help from is you got to go back to the dealership or go to some place that's BMW certified. So I don't know. I just feel like it's like that type of exclusivity that is what gives people so much, enticement to Apple, I guess. Also, it's like from a more technical standpoint, though there aren't that many features necessarily, the features that Apple give are primarily aesthetic and or UI related. Like for the everyday person, Apple gives them everything they want, and as long as you have the funds to necessarily keep up the Apple ecosystem, it's like they give you what you want. I would say it's like an everyday person who's just like a normal person, they're not really doing anything advanced on their phone. Apple is amazing because
Wait,
Apple
wait.
integrates itself in like every single system that they
I
own.
just showed you that when you get Samsung Dex, it's a whole nother laptop in the phone, and you get a stylus. So,
See, and you can, but you can do the same thing for iPad. For iPad, you can do like a
but that's
wide.
the thing. You have to buy the iPhone and the iPad, and
Mhm.
I have to get the connector piece to push everything together. And let me ask,
It's
but
not
I
like
can put it on
it's
a
wired.
regular desktop, right? Like a regular monitor. I could put it on that, right?
Yeah, it's like so this is actually a new feature that they just came out with the recent update. It's as long as they're connected to the same Wi-Fi network, you can actually like emulate your laptop on your iPad and vice versa. You can emulate your iPad or iPhone onto your MacBook through Wi-Fi connection. This is recently new though. Like this is just like I'm saying like this released like a couple months ago, like I want to say like 2 months ago. So it's still freshly new, but I'm just saying, like, like you said, you got to buy a lot of extra stuff. But if you have the luxury and the money to do so, it's like having Apple in a certain, I want to say it's a flex because like everybody has Apple these days, but that's like bare minimum luxury for a lot of people. Like I remember back in the day, having an Android was so distasteful. Like when iPhone just became popular, it was like so embarrassing to be like, oh, I still got an Android. When everybody's having that iPhone, especially when iPhone was dropping those colors left and right. Yeah. So I think most of the appeal is just from a general consumer standpoint. And that most of the advanced interactions that people are, getting on them about, is it applicable to the everyday person?
I I would say I agree, but I don't. Um, I'm sorry. Apple is low key a cult, and they it's low key. It's low key. It's
Can I
you
speak
can't
on that
if you
part?
get the iPhone. They want you to get everything else, and they purposely separate it like that. But anyway,
Could I add on to that?
go ahead.
I don't know if anybody mentioned it. I had to walk off to do something, but I know the conversation. But honestly, from starting on the iPhone, 10 to now to the 16, I think they just selling us software at this point. And we don't get any headphones no more. We don't get even with headphones, like you got to buy the external jack, you know, charging ports and all this kind of stuff going out. Right. Yeah, that right there, So now I honestly feel like it's just because their main marketing was what? AI. It's the
This
same,
time, yeah.
it's been the same phone, just like man, so that's the only thing that kind of made me miss Android sometimes. They didn't have the creativity, especially when I switched over to iPhone. I could do a lot more things, but yeah, it's just iOS is every year the same phone.
Good point. The one thing that I forgot about that is that if you keep your iPhone long enough, they'll just give you the OS that they're gonna upgrade to, or that the new one is coming out on. They'll just push it down to you, even if you got an older phone. The thing about that is that we went over end of life, end of service, is that over time Apple is going to stop updating those old phones and make you come up. And Majesty, you got a point when you say it's a luxury feature because they make you spend the money. Like, and that's the thing about that's okay. Going back to when we was talking about the stylus, right? I wanted the stylus. I just wanted, they marketed the stylus so good, and I knew the iPad was a great product. I really do think the iPad is great. Um, but for them not to make it something that you can use on the iPhone, or just be able to use it on a like whatever the max it is for that year, I think that's criminal. Like, you should be able to use that stylus wherever you go. But I think they do that on purpose to make you look for the next thing. And then all of a sudden, for like iPhone 20, they're gonna be like, hey, check this out now. Now you can use the stylus on the phone. And Android users will be sitting here from 10 years ago and saying, hey, we've been using stylus on the phone. Catch up. But it just, their marketing is top notch. I'll give you that. They make you want their products, but I really do think that it's just when you buy into it, to the whole ecosystem, I think the whole ecosystem works great. Like when you buy your iPods, I mean your earphones, you don't have, there's no configuration that you have to do. It just automatically works. It looks for your phone, it connects. It looks for your laptop or your desktop, it connects. And everything else that goes along with it. So I like the ecosystem. I just hate that the ecosystem doesn't allow anybody else into the group. And I don't know. I don't know. But good convo though. Anybody else got anything to add about that before we move on?
Yeah, I was asking, do you think that's considered to be like social engineering? Like the way they made it so culty?
If we want to get into the, what I used to call Illuminati, if you want to get into the Illuminati talk, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, just by even them having their own messaging systems to where if I got my friends and we make a group chat and it's one person that makes the whole group chat green, everybody's mad. Like stuff like it's gonna
And
make
the thing
person
is,
it's gonna make that person feel like he gotta get an iPhone now.
right. And so now I have to spend, and I'm not spending small money. I gotta spend at least $600 to be okay for the least the next 3 years. Okay-ish. And I ain't even bought nothing to go along with it. I ain't bought a case for it. But to your point, now they have, I think Apple just pushed the software out to where now everybody can stay blue in the bubble. But that lets you know just right there where how the marketing goes of people be just being like man just to say it's you don't want to see the green. It's a green bubble. It's like it I don't know. Yeah, I think it's some kind of it's low key a cult. That's all I'm gonna say. And I'll be wanting to go back to it, honestly. I really do want the 16. But even I don't know, you guys work with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. See, I'm a car person. I'm really a car person like that. So Android Auto is flawless, but it's Android, so people don't want to mess with it like that. I think people are amazed with Apple CarPlay, but I have had some hiccups with wireless CarPlay where it doesn't really connect over Bluetooth as well. And so I just have my preferences, but I know the world is going is it's better for seniors to have the iPhone. It's better experience for people who don't want to get into the whole thing of all everything an Android can do. They rather not deal with that and just deal with the things that they cannot do on an iPhone, if that makes sense. Like I don't really care to do all of these things, so I'll just deal with this, and it looks good.
That sounds like
And
shade, Mr. Lee.
say it again.
That sounds a little bit like shade listening to you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the iPhone users, but it is just. Am I not? I'm sorry. Let me stop. Let me get off the subject.
It be shade every day. Mr. Lee be like, Android, 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 but iPhone. Oh,
I just showed you you got a whole another laptop in your phone. You know what I'd be doing at school if I had an Android phone? I wouldn't need a laptop. I would just need never mind. Anyway, I'm sorry. Let me get back in the character. Bluetooth and wireless connection. Um, Bluetooth is going to be on mobile devices, whether it's a laptop or phones, tablets, what have you, and even in cars, right? So the thing that I always say is that when you get your laptop, make sure that the Bluetooth is it disabled if you're not going to use it. Now they normally leave these things enabled so you can pair up your Bluetooth keyboard or mouse. And so um, if you don't need it, or if you're in a work environment and you feel like your clients don't need to have it, go ahead and disable it and have them contact you to turn it back on. Um, Now, in some cases, when you pair things up with Bluetooth devices, you may have to put in a PIN or some type of passcode in order to make that connection work. You typically want this, but I've noticed that in some cars, they ask to verify a PIN, but they don't necessarily tell you to put in or input a PIN. A lot of headphones do this now too, where they'll show you, hey, these headphones are available. Go ahead and click on it. But that's where they don't have an input. Like the headphones don't have an input for you to put in a code in order to make that connection. So they will make you verify with a button or some type of third party integration in order to make that connection happen. Now, Bluetooth, and then I would say the cousin of it is near field communications, NFC. This is where your tap to pay comes in to play at. You could do it on watches as well as credit cards, debit cards. Is having a little chip in that card, being able to use send information over radio waves in a short distance, and using to pay certain prices or for certain products. All right, moving on to port replicators and docking stations. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with docking stations, but this is where we can plug our devices up, our mobile devices, and then have a larger screen, a larger surface to work on um, when we connect monitors to them. Not every device is going to be able to use a docking station. I'm not going to say who doesn't have the ability, but some of us don't. Um, and that's okay because we still use them nevertheless. And docking stations may not work for every device, right? So this one in the middle is for I think this is a Dell docking stations. They have this connector here at the bottom, and that bottom connector snaps into place on the bottom of a laptop, and then um, it now takes that circuit to the ports that you see here on the back. So now we can hook up a VGA cable to a monitor as well as a DVI cable to a monitor and have dual monitors set up. We can also have a outlet for our microphones and our speakers as well. Um, Now, docking stations nowadays look totally different, and 9 times out of 10, this one doesn't even have a USB import. They have one USB import input on this docking station, so this is terribly old. Um, 9 times out of 10, what you see today is something that's similar to here, where this phone is connected to, where it has an input, but then it comes out with USB ports on the other side that's either going to run to your docking station. It may just be a replicator of ports on the other side too, for charging up things or plugging in different devices. But the main idea is that we're using our mobile device as the computer unit and being able to have it as a production product. So let's talk about apps. So the mobile apps. So we are all familiar with the iOS store and the Google Play Store. The reason why we want to bring these things up is that um, the both of these stores have authorized applications that we can download on our prospective devices. So you remember back when we were talking about cybersecurity, Security Plus, we were talking about jailbreaking and rooting a particular phone, the iPhone, and that is a way to where now we can get unauthorized applications that are not sold or stored in the app store. We can get them that may be only for Google Android apps. So we can now put them on a iOS device. So that's where you want to keep your apps that you allow on your devices to come from these stores, because now you can hold the uh, the particular store accountable for any type of software issues that you may have with that company that developed the software, and then with the store that actually gave you the opportunity to download that application. Now, uh, account setup. So it's different for what side of the fence you're on, right? Your Apple ID is going to be something that is near and dear. And I would say, hey, you probably need to keep up with that password. Um, my experience with the Apple ID is um, it is very tough to keep up with that password. And if you lose it or you have to change that password, and it might have changed, but the customer service is it was subpar as far as getting things in a timely manner. I think I had to put in a ticket to have my password changed, and then I had to keep an eye out for an email that came days later to let me know that, hey, it's time to actually, we got your request to change your password. Now you can change your password. So um, I don't know if it's different now, but I definitely, it's there to keep an accountability of what you can put on your device. So a lot of times when you're downloading those apps, it will reference the username and password of the Apple ID in order to allow those things to happen on your on any Apple device, which is great, right? When you're talking about security, that is top notch. Um, for your Android users, it's similar, but it's a little laid back and it's not as secure as the Apple products. I must admit, the the Samsung account can be a little flimsy at times. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not gonna talk more about it. It's not up to par to an Apple product, and I can admit that. All right. Now, when you set up your mobile devices or certain applications on that mobile device, it can sync its way to other um data that's on your phone. So a lot of these apps, they want to get permissions to actually see and modify these types of things that I have highlighted here: the contacts, calendar, mail, other applications, and passwords. So just real quick on the passwords, they really just kind of want to see uh, if they need a particular third party app to be connected, such as um, Instagram and Facebook. Maybe they just want to see if the password has that same conjunction, and then make that comparison. Whereas the contacts, I know a lot of social applications want to look at your contacts, see if any of your contacts are, if their information is already in their database, and then make that suggestion to add them as a friend or whatnot. They may want to do that. But also there's some apps that want to look at the calendar and your mail apps, and that's where and the contacts also play a role in that too. So when it comes to business side of it, having that permissions to go into your calendar and your mail is going to be able to be more functionality for the user. They'll be able to give better notifications and set you up for success when it comes to planning events, making sure that they see that application can see things down the road using your calendar. That if you didn't give it permission, then it kind of loses out on that feature. So, all right. So, email configuration options. There's a lot of options that we can use for mail. So it really comes down to what you're using. In this picture, you see, of course, the Gmail, but um, for Apple users, you can set your mail app up to use any email that you want. The same list should apply for Apple users as well. Um, the business side of it is probably setting it up for an Outlook account. And with the places that I've been, your IT department should set it up pre giving you the phone. Should. And if not, then they should be able to walk you through setting up the configurations for the internal um, Outlook account, the Exchange account too. So sometimes that Outlook account may be supplemented with the word Exchange. So just keep that in mind. All right. Once you get your account set up, it does do several synchronizing all the time, really. And so, whether you're setting it up with iCloud or OneDrive, your phone is constantly talking and sharing information back and forth, especially whenever you're making a change. So for my phone, I have it synced up with my Google Photos. That is, every time I take a photo, it takes it from my local phone and then uploads it to the cloud automatically. That synchronization is constantly going on. So I want to say that if that's constantly going on, there's constant traffic on your network going back and forth, which could also lead to some type of um degradation to the Wi-Fi. So, backing up your files to the cloud is heavy intensive on the Wi-Fi. You're breaking packets down and then sending them across the network for them to be rebuilt in the cloud. That could be heavy intensive, taking up a lot of packets, is what I'm saying. It could slow things down. And so sometimes I like to have that stuff going on at night when I'm asleep, hopefully to be done in the morning, right? It could also do synchronization to the PCs. Now, this is where I look at the Apple ecosystem as being the best, because you could take your iPhone and go out into the world, do all types of stuff with it, get you a couple of new contacts, put in some addresses, um, take some new pictures, videos, what have you. You come back to your house or wherever your laptops is at, and it'll automatically start syncing that information with it. And to be real with you, it probably started to sync that outside of the network, because it's probably going to sync up to iCloud, which is in turn that PC will then take that synchronization from the cloud and put it onto your local machine. And so that synchronization is constantly going on. Also, with the synchronization to the automobiles, especially with Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, when we're talking about having, if you ever seen these products come up on in a infotainment system in a car, it shows your text, your past text, and it shows your contacts and things of that nature. So that synchronization needs to go on constantly as well, to update and make sure that you have the proper data there. Now, we talked about the MDM enterprise the mobile device management system. We talked about this in Security Plus. Um, just remember that a MDM is a business type of software that's going to be able to manage certain features on your mobile devices, whether it be application control, password integration, or remote. But the main thing you want to remember is this remote wipe is the main thing that we got this for. This is the golden egg right here. So whenever that person leaves the device on a plane or a bus or what have you, we're able to send a signal up to the satellite and tell that device to automatically wipe itself. And therefore, we don't have to worry about any type of business information leaking out from that phone. Two-factor authentication. So two-factor is a way to pair up your username and password with another authentication piece that's normally not in conjunction with the username and password, or something that you know. It has to be something that you are, something somewhere you are, something that you have, something totally different than what you know. And so a lot of times we may use a username and password with a fingerprint or a face pattern, or you may be somewhere, and you may have a token, some type of digital token that allows for you to have a two-factor authentication that takes place. All right, so we kind of talked about this with the GSM piece, the geolocation. Um, when we're talking about geolocation in a business setting, we're talking about having a particular IP address just for our mobile devices. And so whenever they come within a particular area, they fall under certain rules. Now, the geolocation also can um, it can be associated with the satellites that's orbiting the Earth, as and be able to locate those devices wherever they may be. but this is normally can have the option to be turned off and on. A lot of times you'll see it here in the Apple settings. You'll see it here with the location services. You could turn this off. Excuse me. You could turn that off, but then you won't be able to use your maps, or certain applications won't even function unless you turn your location services on in order for it to track where you're at. So keep those things in mind. What I like to do is that if I got to have I don't like to have location services on for every application that I have. If I'm going to use my maps, I want it to be on that particular app and saying, hey, I want to use location services when I'm actually using that app. So if I'm not using the app, I don't want it just tracking me whenever and for no reason. That's how we get the when I showed you guys where how my Google Maps was tracking me for so many months. That's how you get that to show up. And in Android, you'll go to your location spot here and turn that off if you don't want. So you can turn it off, and then whenever you fire up that application that you want to go to, it'll ask you saying, "Hey, do you want to turn on your location services for this particular app?" You can then go in and say, "Yeah, I want to just use it for this whenever I'm using the app." Any questions so far? All right. So now in 8C, we started to go into leave the mobile devices, the phones away, and started to talk about laptops and hardware. So we're going to talk about laptops as being mobile and being able to be on the go as well. So let's jump right into it. They started off talking about the assembly of a laptop, and there's several things that you can take apart and replace on your laptop. As Sabala already um, expressed, that putting in hard drive space or memory is a big upgrade to any computer, especially if you know that that computer can hold it and be able to function with it. But you can also upgrade that screen. Maybe you could take the screen that you currently own and upgrade it to a touch screen. um, Maybe you could update your if your keyboard is sticky or it needs to be replaced. You can open it up, open the casing up, the chassis up, and be able to unplug that keyboard and put in a new one. It's nothing really too complicated about it. Um, it's just more on finding the tools that you need for it and not losing the the screws for it. So just keep those things in mind. Majesty, yes.
Okay, so I heard specifically, I don't know if this may be an Apple thing, but is it true that for some devices that if you do try to access this hardware that you can end up accidentally like voiding your warranty? And if so, how does like that whole warranty thing work when it comes to disassembling or tinkering with the hardware of your device?
Caleb, you wanted to answer that or?
I wanted to
Yeah.
answer that. I want to answer that. The whole thing is that you're not supposed to like do any self repairs or let an authorized person tamper with your phone because it goes into a log. You know how they tell you to turn off your Find My and stuff before you give them your device because if you don't, it can freeze it or damage your system.
I've never been told that, but probably so.
You never been told that? Yeah, they tell you to do. I go to the Apple store most of the time. So they tell you to turn off your Find My stuff and location services and stuff. Well, location service, iCloud basically, so that it won't damage like the device as they go into it. The whole thing is that if you do it yourself, kudos, but it will void your warranty because it's like all of the pieces that's on your device have a certain serial number or a certain code on them.
Okay,
And
I understand.
you remember when I said those that code that Caleb was referring to? Sorry. They are probably linked to the MAC address on those particular devices. And I constantly show that whenever I pull up the CMD. But what I would ask you to do is, if you feel like it's out of date, I just simply typed in Apple warranty coverage, and it took me to this site. And I'll put this in the chat. I would check my warranty to see if I'm out of warranty or if I'm still in. Now, if I'm still in, I'm taking it to the Apple store because just let them work with it, especially because if you're talking about a laptop or either any device from an Apple, the product, you're probably going to have to get a hair dryer in order to melt the glue, in order to pull the product apart, in order to start making the changes. If typically, if you're within the first 3 years of a product, I wouldn't refrain from trying to do any type of upgrades or warranty. Not warranty, but any type of uh maintenance to it, because I'm going to void that warranty more than likely, especially if you buy it with a warranty on it or you get an extended warranty plan. But if you don't care about that and you're not going to take it to the Apple store anyway, then find out what you're trying to replace on it. Make sure that you got the proper part number, which is also, I don't know if Apple has a particular part number lookup site. But whenever you're starting to go into getting the parts for a particular machine, making sure you have the right part number to be a 1-for-1 swap is probably going to be your best bet. So I would make sure I have the right part number, and then I'll look it up on YouTube, man, and dedicate a weekend for it. I would definitely do that. But I would also try to, make sure that I keep everything, have a backup. Let me say that. Before you start to take any screws out of any computer or phone, have a backup just in case it goes left. If it does that and you ain't got no communications for that day, you're gonna blame me and I'm gonna say, hey, my bad. Caleb.
Yeah, because I'm in the process of I'm planning to fix my iPad Pro screen.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I was planning on ordering a heat gun because you have to get something or a hair dryer in order to like melt that plastic glue will melt the glue around it in order to get the screen off. So my warranty expired like some time ago. So I was like, let me go ahead and try to do it myself because it'll cost me like almost $400 just to get the screen replaced. So I'm not trying to spend that much money when I can just pay $200 or at least like 150 for the actual screen. And I go to the actual like iFixit website because they
Mm-hmm.
help me out a lot by identifying like what parts I need. So I go there and then I also just pull up a YouTube video and start doing it myself. But always just look at the video more than once before you start touching the device because you want to do it while you're looking at it and it end up messing up something.
Yeah, those a great way to learn.
Yeah.
But and I'm gonna move on when I say this. You could take that same $150, buy you a nice little Android pad, and be done with that. All right. So you could replace that printer. I mean that keyboard. You can also replace the mouse pad. I don't have a picture of it, but I'm looking at my computer right now. My mouse pad is toe up, and I need to replace it, but I'm not. So, but you can, and normally the parts that you're putting in again, they are probably connected with some type of SATA connection, and you just pop it out, pop the new one in. The hard thing about your replacement, Caleb, is that you're gonna have to find the glue to put back on to press everything down. So um yeah, it'll be better just to take it to a technician, but at the same time, there's no better way to getting experience than to actually try it and get it done yourself.
Yeah, I just want the experience.
And that's the good thing about Apple products is that if you fix it and you fix it right, then you're able to sell it for more than what you fixed it for, get all your money back, and that you spent on repairs. Now, a main thing that goes wrong in these type of computers, laptops anyway, battery replacements. Um, when we leave our laptops plugged up for a long time, that tends to burn out our batteries, and it either won't hold a charge for too long, or whenever we unplug that particular device, it turns automatically off. And so that's an indication that we need a new battery. In a lot of Windows machines, you see this battery here. They have a hinge that we could just press and then pop that battery out and order one off of Amazon and get it and just put it back in. Or we can find an upgrade to that battery and maybe it has a extended life. But it's all coming down to the part number, and then it also comes down to if it's the right voltage for that particular laptop. For the Apple devices, those are encased. The last MacBook Pro that I've seen, it's encased, and you have to take the little footings off to get to the screws. But I think now with the MacBooks being so thin now, that you also have to take that same process of taking a hair dryer, melting the glue off, and then prying that chassis open. I mean the casing open to get to the battery inside. Now, um, you can upgrade the RAM in your PCs, and we talked about this in I think lesson 1 or 2. Typically, we're gonna upgrade the RAM, the SODIMM memory slots. So this is simple memory that we can slide into these little slots here and snap down. And if our system is built to hold more memory, then we can always do a simple upgrade on these and give it more functionality, give it more speed when it comes to solving issues and going through different tasks that it goes through. We already talked about hard drive upgrades, but again, if you're going to go from a HDD to a SSD, solid state drive, it's going to boot up faster, a lot faster, and it's going to be able to give you more space. So, um, if it makes sense to do so, do it. So, but at this point, I think should be kind of off of hard drives and really have a solid state drive in whatever machine that we're working with. So I don't see us really kind of making these upgrades, but it's definitely something that you will want to do if you have the opportunity to do so. Now we can also do, like I said before, keyboards and touchpads. And this is not necessarily always replacing the physical one that's on the board. Sometimes we can plug it in via a USB port and use an external one, or hook it up via USB, right? And use one such as that in that case. Same thing goes for that fingerprint scanner that I got right here for the biometric wise. If we are working for a company that's looking for more security and want to add a biometric feature, then we can always buy a fingerprint scanner, hook it up via USB port, and have that feature that way. Okay. All right. So let's get into, I think this is the last section. Let's get into troubleshooting mobile devices issues. So, poor battery health. Like I said, if we need to change out a battery, more than likely it's going to be holding a charge. It's going to have a problem holding a charge, or um, actually keeping the device on after it's unplugged. So holding that charge, you probably can charge it up, and it takes the normal time to charge up. But as soon as you unplug it, it goes down in maybe like 30 minutes. It is already depleted, and you need to plug it back up. That's 9 times out of 10 you got to replace that battery. Now also, don't rule out not looking at the charger to make sure that the charger is proper for the particular battery. Now, if the battery is taking forever to actually charge up, then you're probably looking at the charger as far as seeing if it's the proper settings for it. Um, a lot of times, if you have the improper charger, it will tell you once you plug that charger in, saying, "Hey, this is inefficient," or it doesn't have sufficient power to actually charge the battery at a proper time. It's going to do a slow charge. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to charging and battery health. Now, overheating on an actual laptop or any device could be multiple things that's causing that overheating, but we're typically going to listen for a a fan turning on, and obviously it's going to get really hot, right? So um leaving devices out in a car, I've learned that I've learned that it doesn't matter if you got your car parked in the shade somewhere. If you leave it in the car, it's probably going to be overheated in the summertime. Or if just the sun is somewhere around the car, it's probably going to overheat. um so having your device in a fairly cool spot all the time is going to keep it from not being um looking for air and circulation. Okay. um Ingrace protection. So this is where we're talking about liquid damage. If something is waterproof, then it will come with an IP rating. Every device, you would think every cell phone comes with an IP rating, but it doesn't. Especially when we're talking about a lot of Android phones that are coming from overseas, and they are not rated all the time. So one of my favorite brands is called OnePlus. OnePlus gives a lot of phone for relatively cheap prices, but none of their products are IP rated. So if you walk outside in a drizzle, their phones may not work anymore. So having that IP rating is something that you definitely want to make sure that mobile devices today actually have, and it's a good rating to where you don't really need to go to the bottom of the ocean with the phone, but you do want it to where if your son or daughter throws it into the toilet, that it can work. Yeah, I don't know how much you want it to work after that, but it can. So, all right. Caleb, to your situation where you're repairing your tablet, you want to make sure that the calibration is correct on that install. So I know that to be a issue that might come up, especially when I used to have this issue when I replaced screens on laptop window laptops, that the configuration would be off. So it would be a touch screen, and so whenever I touched it, the having the mouse come exactly where my finger was, I wasn't able to calibrate that precisely, and so I kind of gave up on that. But having those calibration issues could be a thing, and you may get some kind of error from that, from those type of repairs. All right, connection connection issues or no connectivity or poor connectivity. This is typically going to be in your Wi-Fi range, and you need to make sure that we have a good signal. We have a strong connection if possible. If not, then we understand that, excuse me, that the this could possibly show up as something that we have to deal with as far as low connectivity is concerned. This is typically just as bad as having no connectivity. Um, Having low connectivity, you pretty much can't really do anything or authenticate to anything that's fast enough, because the timeout would actually come into place if the packets are not moving quick enough. So just making sure that we have a strong signal in order to alleviate this is probably going to be our best bet. Intermitting connectivity is normally what you see this on, is a lot of times that the um, if the Wi-Fi is not set up properly or the configurations are off, and is constantly recycling that signal, you're probably going to get some type of intermitting type of connection. So it may drop a lot of times and connect, keep dropping and connecting, keep dropping and connecting. This is more going to do on the fact of your configurations versus the actual antenna not being able to connect. All right, last slide here, then we get into our questions. Um, Keep in mind with when it comes to troubleshooting the malware issues. So whenever we're talking about snooping or data collection, it could be a battery drain. Well, hold on. When we're talking about data collection, um, that data collection could, you could look at the utilization on that mobile device, and that could lead to more taxing on the battery itself. So what that means is that when I bring up my task manager here, and you guys see me bring up my task manager a lot. So whenever my CPU is at 80, 90%, the way it is right now, it could, if I'm on strictly battery, it's going to drain that battery a lot quicker. Okay. So just keep those things in mind, especially when you see things like your CPU and your memory going at a high rate. It could be data leaving the actual device, and you need to understand why. Um, and then the all-time one is the unauthorized use of the microphone and the camera. Well, this is more prevalent when it comes to things of Alexa, Siri, and Google always listening for your commands. And so this in turn kind of means that you got to keep your microphone and your camera kind of on at all times. And so if you're talking about disabling that, you kind of take away those features too. And now those features being so prevalent of how we actually use our phones more on the AI and the machine learning side is kind of something that we do on a day-to-day basis today. All right. I didn't expect for it to be that long, but that was fairly long. But just like how we did yesterday, let's jump into these questions real quick, and then I'll let y'all go for the weekend. All right. So we got 5 questions again. If y'all don't mind, I'm gonna read the question. Y'all go ahead and jump and put the answer in the chat. Now I'm gonna explain question 1 a little bit, but I still want you to answer it if you know it. Okay. Question 1: a traveler user looks to purchase a smartphone that has a high tolerance for different environments. This includes indoor and outdoor use. The ingress protection IP rating does the user, what ingress protection IP rating does the user look for when wanting to protect the device from solid as best as possible? So if y'all don't mind, go ahead and drop your answers in the chat, and then I'll explain or we'll talk about it. I'm gonna wait for one more answer, then we jump right on it. I'm gonna wait 5 seconds, and then we're gonna jump on it. All right. So the correct answer is A. Real quick, so Caleb, Majesty, how did y'all know it was A?
I will say I actually knew this prior because I'm very familiar with being a very clumsy person. So I'm pretty familiar with the IP rating. Essentially, the first number in IP rating dictates like the dust. The second level dictates, I think, the water resistance, I'm pretty sure. So if you just use comparison, the question, the keyword is looking for the what I'm looking that has a high tolerance. It has a high tolerance. So the highest tolerance that we have is IP67, 6 being the highest dust rating. And although 8 has a high water rating for C, it has a low dust rating for 5. So I went with A as a general highest, like average best rating.
Hey, Caleb, next. Awesome, Majesty. Is it the same thing for you, Caleb?
Yes.
Okay. So check this out. I didn't know this. All right. I'm gonna let y'all in on something. I didn't know this. And I didn't say anything like this in the lecture today. So I just went over ingress protection, the IP rating, but it didn't break down the numbers in a table,
Okay,
right? And
that's
then when
good.
you, I'm
Because
sorry.
I'm sorry, I ain't mean to disrupt you, but I was wondering, did I miss that part? You ain't go
Nope,
over it, right? Okay.
nope, I did not. I did not. And I purposely put this in there because they got this in the cert master, right? And so I went through the cert master. So I said, okay, well, show me the rating here in the lesson. Because if you get something wrong, again, I say, hey, just let's go to the lesson and let's look at it. I went through this whole thing. There's not anything of the IP rating in here, right? So I said, man, okay, I'm going to. Sometimes CompTIA does this. They will put something on here that we may look at it this much, and then you think you got it. Okay, yeah, IP rating, water resistant, got it. Keep it moving, right? And then on the question, they'll ask you something in detail. So my suggestion to you is that this is what I had to do. I had to go and actually put it in Google, right? And then everything that Majesty said comes right up here, right? C, well, 6 is for that first number, no dust, right? So what you're saying is totally true. But my point is that when you're using the cert master and you're running across information that's not in the lesson and it's not in the lesson and we didn't go over it in class, you may need to go ahead and Google it and just get a little bit more familiar with it, just so when they throw you curveballs like this, we can at least make educated guesses on them. So that's my whole point and whole spiel on this. But I'm impressed. I'm impressed that y'all knew that. I've learned. I didn't know that. I didn't know that this is broken down into 2 sections. on top of the IP, and then the X means something too. I didn't know all that, so I'll keep that in mind for the next time that I teach this. All right, question 2. A Windows-based laptop has an internal battery that requires a tool to access and remove. What steps must a repair technician take prior to opening the laptop and installing the replacement? Check all that apply. All right. So the correct answer is B and C. And I thought initially it was discharge the battery too, but when I think about it, discharging the battery is something we want to the think that, hey, there's something that we need to do, but there's really no way of discharging the battery. I forgot what process that was, where when you're messing with the battery, you hold it. I think that's more on the. I was changing out a battery for fire alarm, and they asked me to hold the fire alarm button down in order to discharge any type of electrical current that's still in there. But for this particular situation, just to make sure that we unplug that from the wall and make sure that the laptop is not running any type of current, let's just go ahead and do B and C. Of course, D is going to be not an option, but I can see how A could be a little bit confusing, but we want to make sure that we pick the answers that are definitely answering the question here. All right, question 3. A network technician is working from a coffee shop and does not want to use their insecure wireless connection. What can the technician enable on his smartphone to provide the laptop with its own Wi-Fi connectivity? Bridget, you want to come off mute and let me know why it's C?
Because that's the only, well, it's an internal internet, so to speak. So when you turn it on, it doesn't have to be connected to any external connection to get a Wi-Fi communication or internet communication or
So
communicate.
why not B?
Okay, let me see what's B. Cellular data net, because that's the whole phone, like everything, not just the. Let's see, hold on.
Let's
Wi-Fi.
say
That's not the. It's not Wi-Fi. It's the whole connection to your cellular provider.
Okay.
it just depends because it didn't give us. Well, it did say laptop. Yeah, that's correct. So C is correct.
Right.
C is correct. It's got to be hotspot because that's your personal network from your device. Sell your device, connect, or like any like little any device you have. So yeah, it's C.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we understood that the hotspot is going to give off a Wi-Fi signal. And while we can use cellular data networking to get on the network with the phone, You're right, Bridget. That's just being the phone. That's just the phone. And we won't be able to hook anything up unless we use Bluetooth to connect to that phone and then use tethering for Wi-Fi. So you're correct in that. So good job on that. All right, question number 4. A warehouse user reports an issue with a laptop to the IT help desk. The issue is that the laptop becomes very hot after only a few minutes of use, whether it's plugged in or not. The user states that the laptop is under usual circumstance. What does the IT conclude is the likely problem to be? And this is one of the ones that you probably sit there and contemplate. And I don't know if you remember me saying yesterday that they'll give you something that it could be multiple answers and is vague um, on what it could be. And it really kind of depends on what type of mind thought process that would be a right answer to you. So when we're talking about what's the problem, the issue is that the laptop becomes very hot after only a few minutes of use, whether it's plugged in or not. So automatically I go to batteries, right? Like, okay, if I'm looking to solve this issue, I'm looking batteries, right? But that's not what they're telling me what they want. What does the IT conclude the likely problem to be? Well, battery discharging, mm, maybe it could maybe be any one of these things. But the right answer is going to be the dust and the debris because of the um I would say it stems from the warehouse being a not necessarily a normal spot as far as where a laptop would normally be. Um, but it could be any one of these answers, honestly. I don't necessarily like this question because I probably would get it wrong because the first thing that I'm thinking about is right up in here. And if it's going to run hot, well, the battery doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to run hot. The battery could be perfectly fine and not run hot. It could be the CPU getting hot, right? So I probably could got to think about it like that. And if that's the case, then room temperature might come into play. But how hot is the room for it to make the whole laptop get hot, right? So probably could scratch that out. Battery discharging, I could probably scratch that out because, like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean that the battery is the laptop is getting hot. And then I can say the faulty AC is probably not a problem either because that's part of the battery. So dust and debris is probably the issue. Um, just going through and making a process of elimination. All right, last question. A user returned a laptop to the help desk with complaints that the screen was too dark and that the desktop image that they put on it burned into the display. What type of display does this laptop most likely have? So we remember from our first slide that OLED screens are wonderful to look at, but they tend to have burnout issues when it comes to those pixels. And so that's going to be our issue there. Everything else, TFT, I forgot what TFT stand for, but we could pretty much eliminate that. This is going to be a countdown from LED to OLED, but where I want you to commit to memory that the OLED is going to have that burnout issue. And so whenever you see something like that where you have little dots, yeah, those little pixel burnouts, I want you to think of that. Okay. All right, we went kind of long tonight, but I think it was a good class.
I got a quick question. What does the O in OLED stand for?
Isn't it
Organic. Organic.
I didn't hear you. You say organic?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. But all right. So all right. Again on Monday we're gonna go ahead and tackle our last lesson for Core 1. And then we're gonna focus in on getting Core 1 down pat so we can go ahead and take this test or move on and go to Core 2. I think we're gonna take the test and then go to Core 2. But let me verify that again. I want all of y'all to be safe and view everything that we have went over in Core 1. So if you remember in Core 1 is started off talking about the hardware stuff, as far as what goes into a computer, motherboards, memory, chipsets, the wiring that went into it, and then it went on to mouse, keyboard, monitors. It then went on to other inputs that you could put into your computer, right? So Core 1 is real based off of what we see on a day-to-day basis. How do we, it should make you a better consumer when it comes to buying these things now, where you have more thought process when it comes to, your next computer or why doesn't, maybe you'll look at a Chromebook a little bit different than what you do a full-fledged computer. If not, then, just go back and see why a full-fledged computer can hold what it can, and then a Chromebook is kind of just limited to certain things. Savala. I thought he had his hand up. Okay, never mind. All right, so let's jump into these 5 questions that I got here. And y'all go ahead and put the answer in the chat for me. If I can figure out how to use it. There it is. A manager directs a support technician to plug in a device to the communications COM port. What port is the manager referring to? Let's put the answer into the chat. And if anybody wants to answer that, by all means, let me know. And if we need to walk through kind of like a process of elimination, let's ask this. Which two can we go ahead and say that is definitely not? Remember that certain ports can do communication pieces. And then, Savala, is that the answer or is that one we're eliminating?
I was putting it as the answer, but I feel like I'm wrong though. But I'll put it as the answer.
Okay. Anybody else want to take a stab at it? All right. So the answer is D, serial port. And the serial port is also named a R232 port. And these are, it looks like a VGA port, but it's all black. And this is an old timing technology, right? So while I understand why you would think a USB would have communications to it, oh crap, I don't like that. The port that they're referring to in this case would be not a SCSI or IDE. USB and serial will be your best bet. So if we read it again, the manager directs a support technician to plug a device into a communication port. Now, granted, they both can communicate, right? But let's just say, given the information that they gave us in the question, we are assuming that the cable is already coming to communicate. So it's not a Thunderbolt cable or a USB 3.0. It's not a high-end USB. So we're going to go with the cable that we know can actually communicate back and forth. And that'll be D. Okay, so D would be the best answer here. But I understand choosing C. All right. Next question. I don't like that, man. Anyway. A support technician plugs a monitor into a USB-C cable connector into a USB-C port on a computer, but the monitor won't function. Why won't the monitor function, or why wouldn't the monitor work?
Okay. I just assuming this is just the monitor has power, right?
Yes.
And what on the monitor is not? Is it just the monitor is not showing a display, or the monitor has a camera that's attached to it that needs a USB-C? Like, if I just
It's
had to
vague.
guess, yeah, that's what I'm. So if that's it, I would say C. But if not, then if the lightning cable, the C cable was supposed to provide a display or something, I would just say C because it's not providing enough power.
D is correct. That power is the main going to be your main culprit. Now, okay, let's do the process of elimination. We could say that, okay, if we plug in that HDMI, 9 times out of 10, that monitor probably is already plugged in to the wall, and the HDMI is just going to make the connection from the device to the monitor. Display port, that cable works the similar way. A lightning cable, similar way. But if we're talking about power is the issue, then we can say that it's not capable compatible with it, or it's just not that cable is not made for sending power to turn that monitor on. So one thing I want you guys to understand is that when it comes to the material in CompTIA and then their questions, a lot of times reading the material, listening to videos, they're going to still ask you things that's a little bit outside of the box. And it makes you, I will say your best bet is to do process of elimination to say exactly why it's not these things. And I'm going to choose the best answer here. Not necessarily saying that that's a for sure thing for the scenario, but giving the facts of what we have, this is the best answer that I can give. Okay. A support technicians opened a case to a PC and saw a square socket component. What component has the support tech located? Open the case, sees a square socket. Now, which two are we going to automatically throw out? Can we automatically go ahead and throw out RAM and adapter? Thumbs up. If we all agree there. All right. So looking at it, it could be drive, it could be right, but most of your hard drives are going to be rectangle shape. Even the M2 solid state drive is going to be a slim rectangle shape, but the CPU is going to have a square shape, a direct square shape to it, and it's going to be sitting into a kind of like a housing unit or a socket. Once you remove the fan on top of it. But see, they never really say that in the question, because if you know that CPU is going to give off heat, so you're going to want some type of cooling system on top of it to draw that heat off of it. But they tell you that he just opened the case and saw a square component. So maybe, I don't know, maybe he saw one that was already used for parts or whatever the case may be. Either way, we don't have time to really kind of dig into the situation or dig into the question. We just have to take what they're giving us here and then eliminate and choose the best answer that we have here possible. All right. A hardware technician is upgrading their device with the multiple identity central processing unit packages. What class of computer is the technician most likely upgrading? Put the answers in the chat. And then once I see a couple of answers in the chat, I'll ask for which one are we already kicking out of the process of elimination. Okay. We're not sure on this one. Okay. So we all agree that B is not it, right? Thumbs up. B, we're probably not going to put a whole nother CPU unit into a mobile device, a phone. All right. Now, desktops and workstations are similar, and if not, they are really kind of just interchangeable words. A workstation could be a laptop, a tablet, or anything that someone does work on. And a desktop is just a particular computer that sits at a desk, but it's still considered a workstation, right? So we could consider these things the two things, the same thing. The thing is that when it comes to a desktop, and let's go back to the question, if they're looking to put in multiple CPUs, then what does a CPU do, right? It takes on orders and it completes tasks for people. So if I'm looking to add a whole nother one, then I'm looking for that computer to be more of a uh, attribute to my business or to my office, whatever it needs to do. It's going to have a lot of things coming at it at one time, and I need it to um, solve those issues as quick as possible. Not matter of fact, double as possible. So I'm not only having one chipset, I'm having two. So a desktop is probably not going to be built for that. While you can make some desktops into a server, they're probably not going to be a server. So the answer would be, and since workstations and desktops are interchangeable, the answer would be servers. A server is going to sit there and um, think of a web server. So if we're talking about a Instagram server, it's needing to take the orders of a lot of people at a given time and be able to process each and every request that it has. Maybe we need to double up on that particular processing unit there and add a whole nother one. So the server would be the best bet for it. Now, I don't remember going across any of that information in the lesson, but that's what I mean when it comes to, they're going to ask you things that while we're studying it, they may ask you something that's a little bit outside of the box and cause you to think. Now, if we're taking the test for real, this may cause you to sit there and kind of think about it, right? And remember what I said, you got a minute to decipher what you want to do and then go ahead and pick that answer and move on. So these are the type of questions that'll make you sit and double guess yourself on what the answer could be. All right, last one. A student is learning about computer hardware and the instructor selects them to identify the component that executes program instructional code. How should the student respond? All right, so I kind of set that one up with the question before it, but um, again, this will be CPU. So if we're doing a process of elimination, the RAM and the cache are in that same realm, right? So we didn't go over cache, but does anybody know what cache memory or um, how do we use cache in this frame? How do we use it and what does it mean? Does anybody know?
Isn't that like some stored data that
Yeah,
is like that's not very important in a sense?
it's very important. Honestly, if you ever heard of cookies, um,
Okay.
clearing your cookies in your web browsing history is also known as
Mm.
cache. Um, it takes your browsing history, your um, characteristics on what you like to visit, how long you stay there, and so other companies can look at that cache memory, those cookies, and be able to advertise off of those type of things. But it's in that realm of RAM memory too, where um, it's leaving stuff there for the computer to actually refer back to, or giving it more um, memory thought process in order to do more things when it comes to the processing power. Now, HDD will be hard drive disk, right? That will be on the storage side of it. So if we're talking about going back to the question, the instructor selects them to identify the component that executes a program, then based off of what we said with the previous question and now, we obviously know that the only thing that can actually have thinking power will be the CPU. And that's the questions that I had. Now, did I build confidence or did I not build confidence on the five questions? How do y'all feel about those?
I feel like they help just to get an understanding of because I feel like overall so far I've just been absorbing information, not really applying it. So I feel like it was
Mhm.
helpful when we got time to actually like practically apply our knowledge. So it gives me a good understanding of where's my weak areas and my strong areas. Like I can know what to look back on when it comes to me taking the practical test and just studying in general. So
Okay.
And I feel the same way as well. It showed. Wait, hold on. Is my stuff working? Okay. Uh, but yeah, I said I feel the same way as well. Except for it showed me that I really do kind of like overthink sometimes, especially on how vague the questions can be
Yeah.
and like all the different things because I'm trying to like just put different scenarios in. So it's definitely taking me a while to try to like calm down and just think of what would be what they would expect from me instead of what I think, instead of trying to go on and solve further problems.
That's going to be the biggest thing when it comes to taking their exam is that you're going to have to take away your realistic mindset of being a technician. You already work in this field, so I understand your pain. When you see a ticket and when you see the problem that someone's having, you automatically think about your environment, what we put out there. They're referring to this. And you automatically, your mind is trained to automatically go to the actual solution and go ahead and close the ticket as quick as possible. I understand that. CompTIA doesn't understand that. They're going to make it to where please just take your tech hat off. Take your techie hat off and don't overthink it. It's just you want to understand that this is a certification that anyone can get, not just tech influenced people. Anyone who studied this material can get it. And so what I mean by that is that if you just understand the material and understand what they're saying and then have a understanding of how they give the test and what type of questions that they're going to give, you stand a good chance of passing the test as soon as you take it because you're not going to overthink it. And trust me, it's some of those questions you can go right back and say, well, no, in the real world, this is the answer. The first question when it came to the COM port, who uses COM ports anymore? So that's not even a thing. I don't have my background. Why I don't have my background? Oh, he took my background. Hmm. What happened to my background? Anyway, all right, moving on. So I wanted to go over and just let you look at some of the components that we were talking about, and then ask some questions as far as how do we feel about it? Do we know what it does? Do we understand why we're looking at it and why would CompTIA actually ask for it? So what I got pulled up here first is a CPU. Your CPU is a typical square shape like we talked about before, right? That's going to sit into the socket here. So I'm gonna click on this and it sits inside and normally it has clamps on top of it so it holds that connection firm down to the motherboard, and you're going to have a fan that sits on top of that. I want to show that clamp like this. It's kind of blurred, but this is a clamp that goes all the way around and really snugs the connection in. And sometimes you use some type of almost like a thermal paste around the